Now, the northern side of Brasilia, a little scary, because whoever lands directly inside of Brasilia tends to make their move towards the high ground on the northern part if the fights take too long. But here by Mount Villa, GOW faces against Aurora, and unfortunately, Aurora losing majority of their members. These micro Uzis are good, and the Axel, unfortunately, can't deal with 4 of them on the opposite side.
No, he most definitely can't. GOW is coming in for the chase. Axel gets 1 shot onto death. And he knows he's going to be in trouble, man. That has to force a drop here. He doesn't do that. Demon is punished. Smart play by Axel. And it looks like Gao still wants to get a little bit of revenge here. So we will get a round 2 on them in a little bit. Axel making sure Demon is not picked up in that situation. Abidax, KDC in for a little bit of revenge play on RRQ. Could not get the plushie through the wall. Abe has to back away. Smart play off of the cryo mine on the side of Vida.
Holding off that position, making sure that they can't reinforce it as well. They knew that RRQ was going to be a man down. They quickly saw that revive come through, and that's what gave them the confidence to throw the cryo mine. Now, it's all about whether or not they can control the outside here of this compound. Ranzei quickly drops down to the blue wall in time, has the Austin Valley dash out of there. Tawan ends up trading against Ranzei. Understood, he's trying in the 1v1 against Duitz, ends up losing. Duitz, with a quarter of his HP, needs to try and deny Long Kong. Not too late. Long Kong able to get at least 1 revive onto Tawan.
Oh, Long Kong needs to go get the job done here. But he chooses for survival.
Thanks, bye.
Nitrous is there. RRQ. Ma'al does not have the sniper that he usually carries. If he did, Long Kong would be long gone.
Oh man, unfortunate. But RRQ very happy. They're at the edge of the ring. They're at Central. They can now just casually loot up. And if there's plenty of POIs to play with on this side, with the even an arsenal nearby, just in case. For the time being, it's going to be a pretty chill moment for RRQ.
Absolutely, and Bigatron by Vitality. The #1 squad within this lobby right now. On the hunt, and PE Sports might just be the next victim here. I think they've spotted them out already and just now going in for the chase. Binoculars used fairly early, just making sure nobody's hiding behind those trees as they make this approach.
They're just sweeping this entire forest on the northern side of the water body. Now they're even checking their northern side as well for POIs, making sure that they are doing their due diligence. They can't afford to get flanked, especially with considering how far out in the open they are. There's not a lot of cover to work with besides trees. And sure, it's cover, but it's not the best.
Is on. It's a very, very interesting game overall. I think the observers are having a little bit of a tough time as well, managing to catch all of this action.
I mean, I heard they're big fans of Death Stranding. I think they're trying to re-emulate that. Just the walking simulator. It's 1-to-1.
BDX KDC under pressure now. He's going to get locked. Tawan cannot use his Valiant Dash. And Nolan punishes with that backstab. Brilliantly played off that A124 PE Sports. Forcing back the squad that has been absolutely deadly so far. AG versus Bigatron by Vitality. This could just be an early drop here by Bigatron. As Dix finds Cypher and 590 working perfectly. Joel and his brother Dix going in for the hunt. Nameless electrotherapy working perfectly. Barros is going to have this advantage. And look at them swing around each other. Looking for the finisher. And AG Global going to go in here for the chase. Vending machine, Bigatron by Vitality gets there. AG Global on that revival. Joel brings things back. So this gets to continue for a little bit longer.
Ah, the electrotherapy, too good, too good. Oh wait, Joel! Does he manage to at least take a trade back? Fortunately no, doesn't get it. Too late, too far, and too much foliage blocking the line of sight. Flash, apparently all of their members still up and alive, still by Brasilia. They have not moved for too long, and Ranzei looking to regroup with the rest of his boys. However, Allen spotted out. They need to swing together. Ranzei still able to take him out. That's a double kill for him.
5 eliminations on the side of RRQ. Still camping around those vending machines in case any of those battles don't go their way. Flash up against Tawan, the only player from the side of Abidax KDC. the Mag 7 is gonna find him as Ming rushes on in.
Great punish, great punish. They knew he had to waste like a good majority of his magazine, using all the clips inside, forcing him to reload early on. Now, by campsite AG, again, it was a tough fight here by the Arsenal, but now that they've won it, they are well equipped for any engagement. And this really helps to their style of taking it slow. They're great at finding these picks, and if it can just hold down for a little bit longer, they will discover the second ring.
AG Global 4 eliminations as they head on towards the outer part of the circle. Aurora maybe want to book an appointment with Team Flash here. They do have a hit list on a different squad. They have spotted Flash with their naked eye and going in to say hello in a bit.
Yeah, where did they... I thought they were looking at the vending machine by Brasilia, but then where did AVD go? They went north and disappeared, and they got the revive somewhere, but it's not within Brasilia. So let's find out where it is as we looking heavy, and as well as BTR. Dix now getting caught in the middle, unfortunately, reacted too slow. Simnek did get revived here, but it's only a matter of time before he gets hunted down.
Yeah, Sibang looking for some way to pull the squad back in here as WAG for the better part of this circle. I think we're just very slow plays coming on through here. The God under stealth bites off of that Morse to reposition. Aurora hot on their heels. They want to fight. PE Sports on the way in. They've got a vehicle.
Oh my god.
They might just be able to stop Flash dead in their tracks here. A three-way battle at Brasilia.
Is nobody gonna take a shot here? Not a single person? Everybody saw each other, they made eye contact and decided, you know what, let's just chill for a second. Let's just chill. RRQ still by Central Slime, finally getting to the edge of the map that they first held, clearing out their entire backsides. Now we jump into this fight between BE Esports and Magna. LBT is the first to go down as Nolan turns to Foreigner Virus. Oh, with another one! Able to find one more. Nolan gets one back into Winzy, of course, but it's a 2v2. It could have been a lot worse. Magna still having a majority of their members here. Actually gets Winzy back up, turning the 2v4 into a 1v1. Instantly getting collapsed upon. Magna wins that fight, but it's not over, because we see Aurora and as well as Flash, who we saw earlier, just chilling.
Now Magna could circle on in. RRQ bumping into a VDAX KDC, getting those double knocks. Koja with a triple revival for Bigatron by Vitality. Still early game. Oh, but it looks like WAG is like shooting ducks out of the sky. Finding player after player that has been revived on the side of Bigatron, punishing them instantly.
Yeah, Bigatron has not been able to get back onto their feet for a while. This is going to be the second full reset that they had to do at this point. And I think it might even turn into a fourth reset, considering that a majority of the spots here in this second ring has already been taken up. They have to search the outskirts. Golf course side, BRU is going to be there. Brasilia is right directly in the middle, so nobody's passing here. Maybe the western side, but that's where we saw WAG come from initially. Oh, that's Long Kong in the back.
And that deals the perfect shot to Long Kong. Anusit bringing Pablo back in. And it looks like Avida X KDC is going to be forced on that revival spree, just like Bigatron by Vitality here. Speaking of, Joel on that revival, bringing Koja back into play. But surprise, these two teams are still surviving after so many close encounters.
Yeah, I think they're making a read on the ring. Also, this has been one of the most underwhelming skewed flight paths we've had. It's just first 30 seconds of fighting and then everybody decided to stop. And now we still have 12 remaining teams still alive somehow within the second ring despite it being skewed.
Oh, amen. And Buriram, game 3. And they're still taking a slow approach. 14 points on Bermuda, 15 on Nextera, maybe 16 on Purgatory.
I wonder what BRU does in the meantime. I feel like if I'm holding an angle, if I hold it for too long, I start falling asleep, which is probably why Wasana's just going back and forth just to stay awake here, as they still have to cross the body of water into Brasilia's side, a very traditional way, a traditional ring for most of these teams, which is probably why you're seeing them actually take it slow within Brasilia.
Staying in one spot, not moving, falling asleep, sounding like a free cam operator here. WAG with 4. Nice, spotting out heavy. 9-7. AC-80 in the hands of the guy who needs those sharp shots. Grenade's gonna go to the wrong spot here. Ice Grenade is gonna force Allen back. Lightning Zone called. And this is trouble time because Bigatron is approaching as well.
Take their time with this. Now we're seeing that everybody on the top of the roofs have to get out. Riptide Rhythm to open up the exits. And Heavy, they've only got one POV and it's not enough to cover everything. See back on the opposite side, Hwang Em, he sees T-Quay. They're trying to look to get into the bottom. They nade the top side. Rosa in hand, like Hwang Em can't afford to die right now. PL's one ends up going down, Hwang Em as well. And that's going to be two on the outside as they get absolutely peppered from everybody. You would have thought that AG is out of this. They are not. And Du is landing headshot after headshot with the help of BTR just behind them.
Oh, and now Bigatron. They thought they were just playing third party in this situation, but they are going to get preyed on as well. AG Global now out in the open. But maybe big mistake here because Heavy has the big advantage against both Heavy and Bigatron. They've got the farmhouse for the defense and Nameless. The LMG just going in there, spraying those heads, but instant recovery thanks to the compound they hold.
Oh, plenty of contact for AG. Now they're about to get into the double digits. Just two more eliminations to get there. They use the healing UAV to escort them back into the ring, but they're still looking backwards, seeing if anybody makes that mistake. And more importantly, Heavy on the opposite side, Du ends up going down. GOW now getting involved as we see a revive coming in from one of BTR's members to scout the area, but Heavy have no clear path into the ring.
Oh, Cypher. Oh, but a sliver of health. Can he make it? Still surviving. Joel down. Sidveng taken down by the circle. Bigatron by Vitality is getting obliterated. At the same time, RRQ facing the exact same fate. Up against Buriram. Here comes Jonah. Tossing in that nade. Ma'al. And Wasana just a little bit too slow to whip out that Woodpecker.
Oh, AVD getting involved. Oh, goes down! Despite so close to dying. They need a reset here for both sides. Get their team members back up, and now the Cryo Mine comes out first. Jonah throwing his ordinances alongside with Wasana to slow down the initial push, but Wasana ends up going down. Huhui landing an amazing shot, and they see this war happening on the opposite end.
Wow, Heavy beating down on both these dive squads. First looking for Buriram, and then looking for the Avida players. But Avida XKDC making sure they end the run of Buriram here. Taking out all of their remaining members. But of course, Captain Jonah still alive and kicking. No more grenades in hand. He has to play this one careful.
Yeah, playing for placements at this point is Flash. Brazilia's side is forced out of town. Even Magda as well. Aurora PE Sports, Flash, and Magda all trying to contest each other in two separate compounds as the last members of BRU and Heavy will engage on the western front.
Don't cry. With the Valiant Dash on standby here. Chilling outside the circle for the time being. Heavy up against Avida XKDC. Looking to smash down the glass of the weapons arsenal. Not being able to get there in time. Long Kong with a Mag 7 gets the knock. Don't Cry and Mufasa. The pickup onto Allen by Bui. Smart play. Brilliantly done. Pulled it off in the nick of time. The circle could not do that damage in time. And the team is right back up on their feet. Avida XKDC just waiting for this perfect timing. Barricading themselves inside of the weapons arsenal.
Oh, they need the fights to quickly finish up. The Flash as well as Aurora and RQ so far are not going to move, and they're not getting as much help as they wanted to. They ended up opening up their angles to more util to flood back on in, but at least somebody's looking at them. Somebody's looking at Heavy at the same time when they are.
Five elimination strong. Wanted to bust down those blue walls. Finally, the Valiant Dash comes on through. And it looks like it is all-out chaos. Avida XKDC getting pummeled by Heavy. Long Kong sneaks out. And Grand Theft Auto, he's out of there.
He's going to run out and try to heal up outside in the blue. GOW still controlling that northern side, but the southern side is not done yet. Taking some good shots here. Oh, gets to it as well as they find one more in the axle. Good headshots here as now they collapse towards the left side. Magda has an opportunity to clean them all up, but first GOW collides. So two fights, north and south.
Flash, oh my goodness, this is just way too messy for this lobby. Circles too wide open here. 17 players still alive through 6 squads. And Flash struggling to survive. Magna barricading themselves behind a tower of blue walls here. What a nade gets to tag Brienne, but Byron, ABCD, get Bull Storm, all getting taken down, and the shots off the clock by Mufasa puts the final end to the players on the side of Magna looking to survive the circle.
This is the best case scenario for GOW as well as Heavy. Both sides still members very full, very well loaded. Riptide Rhythm to open up the left-hand side flank as Demon makes his way to the right. The end. He's got to land a couple of shots here. He's got to land something to slow them down, and fortunately, it doesn't seem like they're finding it just yet. Dian still holding his ground here against Heavy. They know that he eventually has to slow them as Dian and Demon slowly start walking up. Heavy opting to close themselves in. It's a full fight here. 2v1s on opposite end. Dian's the first to fall down, and Demon can't cover him, and unfortunately, that means Heavy finds the pick that they were looking for. Far shots knock up through Riptide Rhythm, and even the Valley Dash as Demon tries to reposition behind them, ends up giving his life. Now Death all by himself. That's a full team wipe here, and a solid win for Heavy.
Heavy with the recovery play, 3 points in Bermuda. They got pummeled to the ground, and then they made their recovery play at Nextera. 15 eliminations strong at Nextera, and they wanted to prove that they can do even better. Because remember, this time the finals, we are heading straight to Vietnam. They want to make sure they are ready for the big stage.
And it looks like, I mean, a lot of situations that we thought they were completely out, but they recovered every single time. And they got very lucky at the end there. No team fully all committed. They put up enough resistance that their opponent said, you know what, Heavy just isn't worth it. Let's look to the opposite side. And that opened up the whole game for Heavy.
Yeah, it most definitely did. I think it was so much of chaos. We couldn't really find a lot of angles to paint a decent story of what was going on there. And looking at the sheer number of teams who were bumping into each other into that final circle, obviously it was going to be difficult to survive. And the final zone just had to pull us out into the open. Barely any cover at all on this Purgatory map towards the very end. Even Buriram was struggling to find a decent spot for themselves. They got hunted down by Avida X KDC of all squads. Quite curious as to what did Avida pull off of this game, because we could barely get a spot on them with all of that chaos breaking down.
Yeah, a lot of teams ended up surviving a majority of the time, which was rather strange considering that we at least lost one team within the first minute. We didn't get to see that this time around. The first team only ended up dying towards the 4th or 5th minute of the game, and even then, it wasn't like the most confident of attacks. Even so, right, the two major things that influenced this game, that skewed line, and everyone recognizing that the ring was going to end up to the north of Brasilia. That's why we saw fewer teams on the outer side, so more teams finding POIs in the blue to actually get the full revive.
Yeah, Avida starting off really hot and then fizzling down. Heavy starting off really bad, but heating up. This is fantastic for the two underdogs that we were talking about at the very start of the day. But the two big teams that we predicted to be doing fairly well today, Buriram as well as RRQ, they've just disappeared from side of dominance here. They have maybe not going all out just yet. I don't know what's happening now, Gideon.
Yeah, I feel like it's harder to explain RRQ because it feels like sometimes they have a very good read on the map. Other times it feels like they're going out of their way to punish BRU because both map 3 and now map 2, we've seen that they've consistently collided on the third to fourth ring every single time on the outer side. And I think teams are now adapting to that, right? If BRU is not going to interact with us, we'll wait until the critical moment and turn that one fight into an all-out war.
But I just have a small warning for everybody out there. Just be careful, because I've looked at the way Buriram has been playing it, and it looks like they're intentionally not shooting. They're just looking to reposition on the battlefield. They're only shooting when they are forced to shoot. They are not taking any fights. They keep running away. They keep repositioning. And this is ridiculous out of Buriram, right? Because we know in terms of aggression, they're one of the most capable squads out there. This meta is supposedly their meta. They can very easily run a double snipe setup. They are lethal on those M590s. They can get the job done up close and personal. They do love that Valiant Dash off of that Oscar. Everything is going the way of Buriram, but they are not hunting for points here, Gideon.
Yeah, no, it's a little strange, but then I start to look and think about the format and recognize that, hey, you just need to make it into the top 12 so that you can qualify almost straight away in Phase 2. So I think that's probably where they want to position themselves. As long as they stay in top 12 is good.
Absolutely. And of course, in the grand finals, where you are on the leaderboard obviously will be really important. Again, we are playing for the qualifier into the Esports World Cup as well at Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. So it's going to be really important, first of all, to get to the grand finals. And then, of course, once you're there, you can't let what's happening out here happen on that day itself. Especially if you're a team like Buriram, if you're a team like Avida X KDC, I mean, starting off really hot, but there's just no consistency. Granted, I think the positions that they were holding in that Bermuda map was decent, but it was just so much more aggression that was actually going their way in a positive manner. But, you know, in this game 2 and 3, you just didn't see that happening again.
Yeah, we didn't get to see that happen too often, but one of the few things that we did get to see more often, a couple more people running with launchers and, you know, LMGs. It's really fun to see. I mean, obviously, this mistake here is a little unacceptable, but besides that, it's been an interesting interesting mid-game for a majority of these movements.
Yeah, Mufasa, the MVP of this game number 3. 4 eliminations, 1,917 on the damage, rocking that Bison. And if you can see the top 5 eliminations, it's just well spread out. Quite a bit of numbers picked up on this matchup. So we do expect those points to be well distributed on the leaderboard.
And I mean, I think one thing Heavy got to show off really, really well is the fact that they're able to recover from the mistakes, especially in the middle of battle. When Alan was moving up to the arsenal against AVD, losing his healing UAV while still taking damage from those thunderclouds, I thought it was done for Heavy, but they managed to hold on to their ground, lock AVD back into the arsenal, and then pick up the win after that. And it's not like they're doing anything too special. It's right now their chemistry is through the roof.
Yeah, and Heavy's doing the best when they brought in this Skylar, the Riptide Rhythm, actually going their way in a couple of those instances. But they understand the precursor for that Riptide Rhythm doing well. All of their players need to kind of funnel down all of their shots towards a specific spot, following the lead of Buhui, and thus far it has been working out, especially towards the final parts of the game where those glue walls really start becoming a little bit of a problem. Decent numbers picked up here by Heavy. In fact, this is their best game so far in the 3 that they've played.
This should shot put them pretty far up in the standings if this is 12, if we're thinking about 12 placement points on top of their total eliminations here of 14. That's going to send them skyrocketing. Let's look at the game standings right now. 26 total points here, with Gao actually in second with 21. Now, we didn't get to see too much of Gao. They were running the time turner, if I remember correctly, which is rather strange, right? But overall, they held the longest position possible.
Yeah, Time Turn is definitely back in the meta. It does allow you to pick up your team members, play that game of survival. But what's impressive is they also were playing the game of eliminations. So Gao having a good balance here to get them towards that final circle. Very impressed with what Magna Esports Club managed to do in this game as well. For Malaysia, 7 eliminations, 7 placement points. But towards the bottom, this is where big questions need to be asked. Buriram surviving for a decently long time within this map before they got smashed, but I have to say it was just so chaotic with the way they got eliminated. The battle sequence was a little surprising. They were running away more than they actually tried to take some shots. So I'm wondering if they are going to try in the final 3 games available today.
I don't know. I think maybe they thought everybody was just going to gun each other down, and no squads were getting eliminated early on to get them those placement points that they were so desperately looking for. But next up is Solara, and I think BRU kind of don't have a choice in this matter because it's so easy to quote-unquote accidentally bump into somebody in a map like this. So let's see whether or not we're going to see a little bit of that BRU action.
Yeah, all more BRU escape plans all around the battlefield. But for today, 3 games in, Bigotron by Vitality still dominating that number 1 spot through the 2 Booyahs they got back-to-back previously, and Heavy managing to pick up this Purgatory Booyah to sneak into the 2nd spot now. Avida XKDC right behind them in the 3rd spot. No Booyahs just yet. And some shockers down at the bottom as WAG and PE Sports just haven't been able to get into rhythm just yet, alongside RRQ and Buriram. We're still trying to figure it out, but of course RRQ and Buriram are in a much better position because all it takes is one solid game to put them in the running for the top 3.
I am very surprised at WAG and PE, like PE especially. I really thought they were coming out of the gate swinging here, but it just feels like they haven't found the rhythm. WAG, on the other hand, it's kind of on and off. We played 3 maps already. One map they did well, another map they did like medium. Unfortunately, a third map did not do well enough. So from this point onwards, now that we get into the next section of 3 maps, I would only assume the bottom of the leaderboards are going to start farming for points, because they have to.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. But I also think that in the earlier parts of the competition, the teams are really trying to figure out where do they stand in the current OB update, right? Exactly what sort of a team composition they're going to go out there with, how the other squads are going to be playing all of these fights. Are they going to be focusing on more of those Moors and trying to reposition out in the open, positioning their snipers in a grand spot? Or are they going to be trying to get up close and personal? Because the game has developed in a way where you don't just have one gun being really good or one strategy being the best. Now there is a plethora of options for you to choose out there. And I think the teams are just trying to figure out their own rhythm as well as their opponents before they really lock in what their strategy is for the season.
Which also is a pretty good reflection for AVD. They know exactly what they want to play, and that's exactly how they're going to get away with it. Now, with that being said, we have a little bit of an interview with our recent winners. Let's bring it over to our host and have a chit-chat with them.
Oke, host silakan.
All right. Thank you so much, Caster. Survivors Heavy takes the booyah on the third game, but Bigatron by Fatality has successfully stolen the spotlight by getting a back-to-back booyah on the first 2 games. And I'm here with Koja. Let's have a bit of a chit-chat, shall we? Hi, Koja. How's it going?
Halo,
Hi. Doing well? Happy?
alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Looking juga menjadi kunci kemenangan kalian.
Karena coach juga udah punya datanya semua.
Right time to interact with you.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, both Avida as well as Heavy, the underdogs in our predictions, are fighting for that second spot right now, right? Avida just 7 points behind Heavy, and with 3 games to go, we'll just need to see exactly which one can withstand the pressure down to the very end. Because unlike Heavy, who heated up, Avida seems to be cooling down. They started off the day very aggressive with a lot of points and then have been fizzling out in the past 2 matches. But maybe after a decently short break, we will be able to see a better side of them as we heat up the battle for Solara. This is where you have said, you can expect those heavy engagements fairly quickly thanks to those slide rails. All of a sudden, you are in a fight. All of a sudden, you're not. All of a sudden, you are in a 4-way battle and you didn't ask for it.
Yep, the early to mid game is so important here on Solara, especially when it comes down to the mid game, because a lot of opportunities to make mistakes actually occur during then, right? The early game, most teams trying to intercept each other is quite a bit of a risk, especially if you don't find the cash out at the end. But for the time being, we're just gonna have to wait and see, right? The Indonesians have been looking very good on Solara, and then last year happened, and now it's kind of anybody's game.
Absolutely, and of course, we have completed 3 matches, 3 more to go. Solara, Kalahari for games 4 and 5, and then we bring the randomizer back in here for game number 6 to see exactly which squad is going to be blessed, because clearly some are finding it a little easier on certain maps compared to the others, and this is going to be a big problem as we continue our run. But then again, that being said, I don't think we are getting 100% out of each and every single one of these squads here just yet, because again, it's a brand new update out here in the Free Fire world, so the teams are still kind of testing the waters before they go all out.
Yeah, there's a lot of new tech that everybody has been working with, when it comes down to the sniper characters, when it also comes down to like, what do you want to have as your main 3? We've seen teams actually opt to go for the Cassie over the Ray. We actually haven't seen any Ray so far throughout the majority of these squads.
Yeah, very risky play with those Rays. I mean, if you're a player like Wasana or someone, I think you can pull off some flashy plays. Players like Koja can definitely do it, but it is a matter of preference, right? At this point of time, there are some of the other active skills that are a little bit better preferred because they don't come with a little bit of a negative edge to it. The Bond of Eclipse, unfortunately, gives your opponents your position away, so it's a double-edged sword. But I'm still waiting to see exactly who's that brave warrior who will bring Ray out here for, of course, a couple of good runs, maybe some aggressive matches with those eliminations. As we head on into Solara, let's see if we find that guy.
Hopefully somebody's brave enough, especially on Solara, because this is where Ray is from, right? He loves the sun, he loves being a bit of a chatterbox, but more importantly, it's the loadout around him. And I think so far the team that feels the most well-positioned for it is BTR with their aggressive style, assuming that they're running the Zane. They could have swapped that out for something else, but it really depends, right? In terms of the split, very neutral, and it looks like early engagement by Delta Isles between RRQ and GOW.
Yeah, here comes GOW dudes. A very early drop here at Delta Isle. They did get their hands on their weapons, but choosing to not go in for the engagement just yet, leaving Ma'al in a position to play scout because he already got a preferred weapon, the AC-80 in his hands now. Instead of Kingfisher. This demon just quickly jumps right past him.
Yeah, the UAV, okay, triple UAV is being thrown out by RRQ to reaffirm the positions of GOW, but GOW threw their UAV backwards just to make sure that their backs are clear. They've got one person to secure the flank side on the northern end of Delta Isles. We're gonna have to wait for that flanker to actually creep up a little bit closer before the initiation from GOW.
Yeah, I mean, RRQ trying to confirm information they already had. GOW just trying to get some new info to see if or not anyone's flanking around their backs. And because they have confirmed that nobody is there, they get to funnel in on the RRQ players now. Runs over the AN-94. It's not the right gun for this situation. Death, the exact same, manages to drop him down to the ground. Dudes trying his best to get out of there. He's got the inhaler in hand. The rest of the players on the side of RRQ at the vending machine. A big fight. The Chrono keeping a bay on his feet. He's going to let go of the cord, and the Charge Buster comes out of play as well. Ma'al sprayed down to the ground, and now the players of Gao sitting on that vending machine as AG Global shows up.
Yep, this third was well timed for GOW, taking a lot of damage here. Dudes just has to wait for whoever wins, or at least help the GOW side take out Cypher. But no, Dudes ends up going down, and that's another elimination point falling into the hands of AG with a decisive attack. Look at this, look at the amount of glue walls just being thrown here, a complete maze of them.
Yeah, I mean, RRQ just a little unfortunate in that situation. Nameless looking for Demon. Will be sent right through with the Valiant Dash. Nameless on the other hand has got the electrotherapy connected. RRQ down early. Out in 12th. As the battle up against Gao and then the interference from AG did not give them a chance to pull that revival. Now Gao with the advantage with the numbers, but the Valiant Dash breaks down the defenses. The end drops. My goodness, what is that doing? The backstab with the Mag 7 failing, but he does get to the vending machine to buy his buddies back. And now going in to finish the job. Spot Cypher, perfect timing, but the Bison wins it out against the Mag.
Oh my god, he's isolated 3 different times, and now he might get a 4th one here, and Han goes down! Cypher takes them all out!
I have no idea how he pulled it off, but maybe it's thanks to the J-beams in his hands. As the Nikita as well for the very quick reload. But the Mag 7 failing against the Bison in such a distance is just unfortunate. The revive player picking up the cord of all things for a CQC. Of course, granted, he wanted to go in for the pickup. And now Gao is coming back in here for a rechow, but just being smashed to the wall by AG.
They've got to stop. They've got to stop. Cypher has farmed them all. He's 7 eliminations already. AG's walking away less than 4 minutes at 10 points. That's already gonna... Zeus? Hello? What? Huh? Huh? Dude, catches him literally prone on the ground.
Well, AG is not gonna pass up on any freebies you give them. And Aurora will have to spend some money bringing their buddy right back in here. AG Global on the aggressive rotation round, perhaps with an opportunity to spot out Ezreal. They were looking for the vending machine closest to this compound, and they were right to find it at Casa Vista. Perhaps another point off of the Aurora squad ends up in their hands now. All thanks to Barros, who gets there in time. GG.
Oh,
time, Turner.
Saves his life, saves his life. He's still gonna have to make a break for it. Takes another shot from the teammate. And now Ezreal, he's got to hold the crossfire here. As soon as he turns the corner, Barros is in trouble. Drops down the glue wall just in time. Drun reveals his position, allowing Cypher and Nameless to reposition. Barros ends up going down at the end of the day, and that's a perfect scenario for Aurora. Now, Aurora, they've got to run. They've got to leg it here.
Yeah, I mean, Jun actually got that. Will be spotted out by Cypher. Cypher has got an advantage with the range here of the gun. Has the Bison as well. Valiant dash straight to Jun. And Jun just could not respond in time as Dew took a shot at him with the M82B from afar. Cypher was just the distraction off of the Valiant dash. Smart play by AG.
Unfortunate for Aurora, though. They lose 2 of their members, and now they're on a recovering spree. We see WAG actually collapsing down onto Casa Vista here, and AG looking to hold up his position. They don't want to give this away, and they're willing to fight for it, point blank if necessary.
And WAG now has got a big fight that they might have just wanted to see exactly how they can make the cut. Yes, Cypher with the Bison, beautifully flanked around, Wong him down. Tikui trades him out. Dew is there with the VSK. PLS1 down. Nameless shut down, and Nan7 waking up for the squad. Dew, can he pull this off? Tikui just at the vending machine. And he'll pull in the survival for the rest of the WAG squad, and AD Global has to figure out how to get to the next vending machine. Dew is rich enough to buy his whole squad back.
Oh wait, hold on. When one team leaves, another team looks to accept the challenge. As WAG control this space in Casa Vista, PE Sports decide, you know, it's our time to shine. Let's get back in there and start farming these points. Tikui makes first contact here. Narrow taxed on the way in, but Laohoi, LBT, and Nolan have already made it into the first floor.
The heat is just not easy enough. Now PE Sports being pressured. WAG welcomes the challenge. And it looks like they're going to be winning this one out hands down. PE Sports has just had a terrible day here on the opening of this spring season. And Magna about to face the exact same situation as well, up against Flash, who has found their rhythm.
These teams all pushing in, left, licking their wounds. We look over at AG, now trying to get back up into full strength here. Same goes for Aurora, both contesting Aquarium, but Aurora is the team that's moving in, and Zeus loses his head to Dew. Might be another one as Riptide Rhythm comes through and Dew finds. He's good for 2 here. 6 eliminations in the bag, putting AG at 15 eliminations.
Dew single-handedly revived his whole squad, sorted out 2 players of Aurora as well, all on his own. I mean, what can Dew not do? 6 eliminations in hand, 7 off of Cypher, 2 off of Nameless. 15 eliminations strong for AG Global. But man, oh man, what a lobby. We've got 11 squads still active in here after all of those numbers picked up.
Yep, everybody is on the recovery game. Even for Magna, we see him on the feed pretty often, right? 1 full reset and a half reset for them. WAG has been managing to control these rails for the time being. They know somebody's on. The question is, how far down the line is that person?
8 eliminations here for WAG. Heavy, on the other hand, looking for the TV tower battle up against PE Sports. They might just bite off more than they can chew here of this TV tower battle, because WAG not too far away. And I'm very sure they want some points if they can sneak a few off very early on. Buriram, on the other hand, bumping into Bigatron by Vitality. We haven't seen them yet.
Yeah, wasn't expecting the monster truck to make it over that height. Now Heavy don't have a vehicle to get back out, so they're going to drop another one just in case, you know, safety in numbers. Let's look at where this next ring is going to be, because the teams who are on the outside is GOW, Magna, Aurora, alongside with AVD down on the southern side.
Well, we just slow the pace down here a little bit as Buriram joins the fray, making this into a potential 4-way fight at TV Tower. WAG still the ones who are furthest away. UAV sent out by Buriram. PE Sports scanned out totally. And Heavy takes the UAV out of the skies before the spot is given away. And now Buriram going in for the rush. They get the info. They want the points.
They're going to take the bottom floor first and slowly start scaling up. Once they've identified that the bottom foundation is clear, then they start moving up. Question is, do they even want to, right? It looks like they're repositioning somewhere else within TV Tower, and they don't mind taking a couple of shots here to find a more secure location. 2 entrances that they have to worry about. 1 entrance actually having a corridor in between. This is a more defensible position for sure.
Again, Buriram just walking away from an open opportunity to take points. They don't want to take those shots. Aurora, on the other hand, want to take shots, but they're getting shot at left, right, center. They can't survive just yet. Axel now in a little bit of a pickle. M590 in the hands of Mink. Just one opportunity to meet him, and Axel should go right back to the waiting flight. ABCD up to the top, Valiant Dash. Oh, Axel, smart play, but just could not survive long enough. Ice Grenade will get the tag onto him. And now AG Global might just be the next predators here in the eyes of Flash.
Oh no, the timing could not have been worse. Flash caught out in the open, and AG now taking the space as soon as they possibly can. And they have access to slide rails if they can just make it up into the station to close the distance. ABCD is thinking the exact same thing too. He's going to be the first one to do it. Luckily for him, able to also generate a barrier when he does so. Quick nearby
nice.
vending machine is going to set him up for success, and now whatever he does at this point, his job is already done. Doesn't win out the one, but he at least brought back everybody else.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, well played there by ABCD. Megatron by Vitality up against Magna. Ooh, smart play in terms of positioning, but both players tagged up right behind the wall. Sibank with the RGS-50. Big opportunity here. First grenade does not manage to get the tag. Everybody else barricades themselves behind those glue walls. Koja at 590 around the wall, beautifully shot. And more for the pickup. Magna's just getting eaten up by Megatron.
Great push and pull, and now Diggs breaks right on through the glue walls to finish off and clean up the rest of the members of Magna here. Virus is the last one standing, hidden on top of the top hill rock. He's forced to run. Koja on the chase, refusing to give up any survivors.
But let's see if or not Diggs will be able to catch up with the vehicle. And just chooses to repark his vehicle before he gets a summon for it. So, understandable. TV tower, quite popular for them. Enforcement officers all around.
TV tower, it seems like the ring has not moved out of TV tower for a very long time here. If it pulls towards the southern side of the TV tower compound, that's going to be so good for Heavy, BRU, and even PE Sports. I would say arguably for BTR, but let's see if they even make it into the compound.
What is this circle? 11 teams still alive. You're heading towards TV Tower, the compound I hate the most. It's got so many levels. It's gonna allow many teams to survive for quite a long time before the chaos breaks down. Just like what you see in front of AG Global here, being eaten up by WAG. Surprisingly, of all squads, AG Global falls to WAG.
Yep, and honestly, AG Global not too sad about that. Oh, well, now they are because they could have gotten a little bit more points. Magna getting eliminated for holding out just a little bit longer. And finally, another team wipe in Aurora as well. That's 3 squads down for the count.
And 3 squads in the matter of 30 seconds annihilated. Before we pull it into circle number 5. WAG sitting pretty on the opposite end of this circle. They do buy out a hit list as well on top of everything else, just to understand exactly where's the closest squad to them. Brilliantly played off of WAG. Now they don't have to worry just yet.
Yeah, the ring pulling to the outside of TV Tower, it's great for Heavy. Not so much for PE Sports and BRU anymore. And now, hugely benefiting WAG on the opposite end. Now, Flash probably is thinking the same thing. We need to get on the southern side. Heavy denies them that opportunity. Same goes for GOW as they are taxing this rotation.
Okay, Team Flash just throwing the monster truck ahead as cover and then quickly repositioning this well. Okay, good parking skills. GOW pummeling them from the back. Flash doing well to survive for the time being. Barricading themselves with those beefed up glue walls, and look at the glue wall tower built up right in front of them. Throws out the glue UAV just to barricade that a little bit better as well. Survivability wise, Flash doing really well.
Yep, this is costing them a lot of resources. All of this was just to get to WAG's current position, and now they're caught between a rock and a hard place. Riptide Rhythm towards GOW's side. It looks like the only means of negotiation is through Hailfire of Lead. Now we come back to BRU. 3 of their members already now get high, the only one surviving, and finally AVD looking to close them out. PE Sports as well in an all-out bout to make sure they win the bottom floor too.
Yeah, Budiram still playing the no-shoot game, and they get annihilated in A. Avida X, KDC now spotting out the PE Sport players. They just took out Budiram. PE could not recover, and Avida took advantage.
TR as well. Good bout out. A lot of these teams are dropping out the sky like flies, and WAG still in prime position to win the entire thing as GOW repositioned behind the sidebar gets punished by Flash. This entire time, Flash has withstanded this war of attrition, now getting hit by the Cryo Mine alongside with the Riptide Rhythm from WAG, who will afford nobody is able to invade their space. ABCD behind the monster truck, now finally already destroyed. It's just two of the last remaining members left. And unless they get a handout by GOW, this should be it for them.
WAG finally waking up in the competition. This has been their best match so far as the eliminations are concerned. And in fact, they've got more eliminations than they have gotten in the past 3 matches put together. That's insane. Heavy on the other hand, don't cry down on the ground. It's a big fight up against Avida XKDC. Just all out chaos as they barricade themselves in. And Heavy is actually jumping into those glue walls, trying to take those shots. And somehow, Awan trying to get through the rest of his buddies, and Avida wins out the gunfight as the rest of them pick each other up. And Avida XKDC is ready for battle once again.
Yeah, and for some reason, this whole time GOW decides to intercept the fight from the flank, and AVD more than happy to take it as they already cleared it up, leaving only WAG and Avida. Of course, one last remaining member from GOW, but it's just a matter of time.
Look at the circling round by Avida XKDC, the reposition, reading the circle well, understanding the compound, and now booking an appointment with WAG once again. And they've got a little bit of an advantage positionally here, looking at the circle that's approaching.
Where are the rest of these members? AVD. It feels like they're kind of cornered, but they've got the entire southeastern side covered, right? That low ground is going to be a tough fight. Tikwe, he finds one. That's the opening pick they were looking for. They want to water. They get it with the Riptide Rhythm as well. Another shotgun to the face. Last couple of members here, Nahan wants to be able to find it. And yes, they get it. Everybody from the side of AVD could not find the trades, and they have unleashed the fire. WAG, from the bottom of the standing, finds a booyah.
WAG finally waking up in the competition. My goodness, we took them long enough, but this was a massive 20 elimination game. A 32 bomber for them to climb up, scale up this leaderboard filled with titans in Southeast Asia. Brilliant the way they manufactured their positioning out there on that circle and played it so well, just inching in towards that zone little by little, and of course picking up fresh bodies all along the way.
They played it well. As soon as they recognized that they had Godspot on the second last ring, oh my goodness, they held it out so well. And Flash had a really good idea if it wasn't for the first initial shots that came in from that high ground. Could have changed the fact their fates there, but it's too tough. It's too tough, man. Oh, I don't know how else they could have played it. I felt like Flash, they had an opportunity. It's just, if they didn't get spotted there, maybe it could have been different.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, Buriram and RRQ again bowing out early. This time, RRQ with no points whatsoever. Buriram with only 5 points because, you know, they couldn't really sustain a lot. They got those 2 eliminations and, you know, barely any placement points on them. The struggle continues for the top Predators, or the supposed top Predators that we thought were going to be able to farm these points. Instead, they are dwelling at the bottom of our leaderboard.
Yeah, it really shuffles things up in your mind in terms of power rankings now, considering the level of play that we're seeing here, right? It's not like they're making avid mistakes. It's more so that it's been... The meta has shifted in small ways, and some people are seeing it bigger than others.
Yeah, absolutely. And Avida XKDC this time, finding their rhythm again. We talked about how they were heated up at the start, and then they started to fizzle out as Heavy started picking up the momentum. But now Avida making it into the final circle, almost walking away with the booyah, shows us that this is the team that was just no fluke that they made it up to this stage, right? They have dominated their own Thai region, and now they're here to show us that they can pull it off yet again, managing to get a decent number of eliminations, and of course that second spot placement points wise.
Yeah, no, they've been making some incredible decision-making, especially if it is a new team who's joining us here in the regionals as well. I think that at the very least, there's a lot of potential, but I feel like a lot of teams have kind of kept them under the radar, right? So many teams have experienced them within the first couple of maps, and yet they still disrespect in the full 4v4. That maybe there's a little bit of underestimation going on here, but for AVD, that's the perfect place you want to be in, right? Keep underestimating us. Let us get the points early on for day one.
Now you got to figure out exactly exactly what sort of a formation you want to head out there with as well in terms of your active passive skill build-up. And I think we've seen quite a bit of heroes back just behind the they're like
third party
bad
flex
dig to
that I expect you all games do you
see that matters is better. We're cooking it up. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as we head on into map number 5, it's time for Kalahari. Now the snipers get to show us exactly how dominant they want to be in this season.
All right, looks like very slight. It's still pretty neutral flight path all across the board. Skews slightly down to the southern side of Santa Cruz Arena as well as Maze, making Shrines and Old Hampton a little harder to get to, but still should be okay for everybody in general. I am curious, Refinery, what are we going to do about this? Because RRQ and BTR have opted, oh, this is our spot, and then later in the year they decided to play outside of it and then eventually rotate to it mid-game.
Man. Early engagement here for Avida. The players are looking for a big one here, but up against GOW and RRQ, they have to be very careful because no information whatsoever for the players who are playing. They don't know who they're engaging with because we've turned off the elimination feed. I know it sounds mean, but it's really fun.
Well, now that they're blind, they're just gonna have to take these engagements really honestly. AVD doing a pretty good job at controlling their side of the map here by pushing close. RRQ looking to scout the outer sector and making sure that the northwestern side is still within their quadrant. GOW has not moved, and the UAV is going to reaffirm their worst fears that they are currently surrounded from all angles.
Avida just taking their own time here. Yan almost spotted out double back. Oh! And did he have a Mag 7? Well, Tawan's going to pick it up right now for himself. The double vector's doing well in that situation. Early game, not a lot of armor on the opponents. Long Kong, beautifully played. Just dodging away. The A124 has not gone in for the thrill of the battle just yet. Waiting for the perfect timing as Tawan hops on in as well. Thrill of the battle finally activated, forcing GOW to scramble away, and RRQ picking this time to interfere.
A really good third as they find 2 points immediately. Pablo all by himself is to break through his cover. A 3v4 scenario, but Ranze, he's already found one. Abe loses his head. Anuis is the next to fall, and Long Kong has to hold on and turn it into a 1v1, but unfortunately doesn't get it. A double kill for Ranze. Great opening picks.
Brilliantly played here by RRQ, and the timing that they pulled off there. We hope you guys can't hear the gunshots that we can hear right now.
Don't worry, it's Arena Free Fire's attempt at the next song. This is the beat. This is the beat they're gonna work with. While I'm already down on his knees though, PE Sports look to actually catch him by Refinery side. Where's the rest of the WAG members? They're sitting by the rig itself and unfortunately didn't find enough back. They only got LBT and Laho, but looks like LBT holding an underneath position, a forward position even, allowing PE Sports to take more space.
Yeah, brilliant rescue mission here by PE Sports, and now they spot WAG backing away, and they want a piece of them. Quickly repositioning. Bigatron by Vitality on the other hand. At the shrine, spotting out Magna Esports. Keeping an eye on them, Koja. As the rest of his team members get into position, waiting for him to open fire.
Yeah, this is a pretty awkward place to be in, especially if you haven't cleared your backs, and Magna already losing a member because of it. Cut to GOW by the ridge. Down by Council Hall here. We do see that. Oh, wow. That's a pretty far split down into Council Hall. Not sure how he got here in the first place, but it looks like he's on a recovery spree himself, right?
Death takes out a player from the side of Evidax KDC. Anusid hits that revival, and they are right back in it. Is forced back again and again. Anusid now maybe can secure this elimination for himself. Bigatron by Vitality. Booking an appointment with Flash. All thanks to the hook gun. Mink gets away. Over Joel with a flank. Car 98 finding its mark.
And another shot. Back-to-back. Joel connects both of them, eliminating PE Sports from a vital position that they were holding. They could have gotten flanked even harder, but unfortunately, going to be Flash who's taking the majority of that damage here. They still haven't completely won this ridge just yet. And that's going to be a full team wipeout. There you have it. BTR take out Flash at 11th.
Oh, Joel looking really, really sharp with the M24 and Car 98 combination. Deal with the headshot onto Zebang. Looks like AG Global wants a piece of this fight. And because they managed to pull off a decent shot, do they go in for the hunt as well? AG Global on the chase from the back. Megatron by Vitality. Trying to put great distance between themselves and the AG players as quickly as possible. Hook gun in hand. And they are out of there.
Really good decision making coming in for BTR. They recognized that Flash's ABCD was running in this direction, and they can only assume that they cleared it out. So they make their way in the same path, hoping that there's going to be the least amount of resistance here. As they make it into the launch pad, they should be able to gain some distance over the river and down by the next compound in a safer area.
Yeah, Flash and PE Esports tapped out already. But Aurora versus Avidax KDC. Big fight at the Council Hall. Avida looking for the recovery play. Aurora looking for some desperate points to climb the leaderboard.
Oh, they've got a flank on the high ground here. So best remember, Azriel has to lead the charge. And that's what they do. They want to get Long Kong in as well as Pablo. Long Kong going to buy a little bit of time. Swings just to distract them. But now they quickly turn on towards Pablo's side. Lock him back in. Isolate these fights. Careful of that window. Gets a back shot on the Pablo's side. But they still can't take him out. Finally, he goes down the axle. Able to find the headshot as well. That's going to be 2 members already down for AVD.
Yeah, Pablo with a panic play and Aurora instantly going in for the hitless purchase to hunt down the remaining players on the side of Avida. Tawan found as well. Axel gets the VSK annihilation. And Avidax KDC biting the dust early here on our Kahari map.
Nearly juked them in the dark. Now we cut back towards heavy side by confinement. GOW has been on a revival spree this entire game. Haven't been able to find their footing just yet. And it looks like they want to minimize the amount of engagements they've already had this game. Deciding to head up? No. Looks like they're going out into the blue instead.
Such scattered fights all around the battlefield. We need the squads to find their rhythm so that we can paint a better picture here, because at the moment it just seems like chaos in Southeast Asia as these teams bump into each other after so many months of rest.
Hey yo, what's BRU doing here on this side of the map? And they're moving fast into containment. They've already taken the outer compounds past the roadside. And they're coming up from the south side really quickly. Heavy looking to respond. Needs to reinforce their current positions. Their northern side compound is locked down, but they want to even flank on the opposite side. They call it. Finding another engagement on the opposite end. In a 1v1 scenario, Wasana needs to be able to win this out, but he has the help of the electrotherapy to win the 1v1 against Demon. Frontline down. Heavy now starting to press in. Mufasa has the high ground. Wouldn't be able to make contact. Oh, the hook gun! He sees a little too late, and Wasana takes most of his HP out and loses it to Mufasa at the very end with the help of the Valiant Dash. And get high. The next to fall, they have to coordinate when they start scaling it up, and Moshi should die here to the blue. Nope, he heals it past. He should be able to get out. No! Halfway across the map, Buhoy gets him.
Oh, what a play by Heavy. Unfortunate for Buriram. It looked like they were actually going all out there in that fight, but they just got smashed like bugs. Buriram caught out by that lightning zone as well. Phenomenal play by the Vietnamese squad. And your 3-time world champs, in fact, current reigning defending world champ, taken out like they were no competition at all. RRQ now up against AG Global, who are looking to farm big in this match as well.
Very aggressive call from AG Global. Abe as well uses the Battle Dash to break open the initial glue walls and finds one in Nameless. Ma'al ends up losing his head in the meantime, but now Baros, he wants to go for this revive. Abe is going to say no, denies him that space as Aranze comes crashing through to find the team wipeout.
What a play. And what a response by RRQ. Bigatron by Vitality finding the players on the side of Magna. Squad wipe after squad wipe is what we are seeing. Digs down on the ground, but Koja breaks down the defenses just in the nick of time to get the revenge. And WAG looking to be the third party here as Magna gets sorted out. Bigatron by Vitality has not secured a recovery just yet. The players are really low, but great glue walls all being erected at the very same time. Bigatron by Vitality just hanging on for their dear lives.
Yep, and even the Cryoman being thrown. Kojima finally gets back up on his feet, but no! Sebek, he's the first to fall. Now T-Quake's already in. They're forced to play this 3v4, and now they have to back away with no means of escape. It's all forward, and Dixie's already found one. One up, takes out Joel. As we see the rest push on in, BTR by Vitality get eliminated by WAG.
Yeah, brilliant opportunity spotted and well executed by WAG. Looking for the big one here, WAG. A back-to-back booyah to launch themselves into the conversation for that #1 spot to be the champion of the day. To earn a little bit of extra bonus, 250 USD. Who does not want that? WAG is definitely smiling as they can smell the cash.
Oh yeah, and now they don't have to really move for the next ring. They just have to control Foundation side. They need to be the ones gatekeeping. They don't need to worry too much about that northern side if they're on higher elevation. They just have to deny space. For Heavy alongside with GOW, I'm pretty sure they're not 100% certain how many teams are actually sitting inside of Foundation. They're going to have to risk it for the biscuit here to get some info.
Good rotation, looking for the dead zone in the middle at Foundation here. Anticipating the circle to arrive there shortly. As WAG finds a spot to build their foundation on the opposite side of this river. RRQ getting themselves into a decent spot as well. Look at Vietnam. Final 5 and 3 of them from the country.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure whether it could go bad for them, right? They are risking it to put themselves in a position where if the ring pulls up to the northern side past that river, that body of water, WAG can make this rotation from that left side. But RRQ, they're aware of this, right? They're looking at WAG. They have no choice. They can't really push them out or flush them out of that position. They're waiting for the next circle to guarantee whether or not their suspicions are correct.
RRQ's on a massive run now, 16 eliminations strong. It's playing it on the very edge of the circle. Oh, but Heavy dropping by to say hello. Abe has got eyes on them. Ma'al now going in for the approach. They find a decent reposition to put a little bit of space between the Vietnamese squad of Heavy and themselves.
Dang, that was so lucky. Ma'al walks away. Honestly, that should have been a pick there, but Heavy decide to just play as gatekeepers. They want to control this outside and force RRQ deeper in or make a move. They know that WAG is looking towards them. They heard the shots from earlier. Now we just need to see where this ring pulls. Will it pull to the southern side or is it going to pull to the northern side? Oh, that's the worst.
The full squad here. RRQ. Enough information to understand exactly where the squad of Heavy is. And now the circle favors the veterans RRQ. Heavy gonna be under heavy pressure shortly from the circle. You can see the position held on here by Ranzai and Abe. Calls out for the lightning zone though. Is this Heavy or RRQ? It is Heavy. Smart play by the Vietnamese squad.
They're forcing them indoors, allowing them opportunities to actually take compounds for themselves. This is a pretty dangerous position to be in. No matter what, WAG has got a lock on everything that is happening on the northern side past the body of water. This entire time, though, GOW, I would have assumed that they're coming from the southern side and pulled the attention, but oh, wait a minute, no, they're not directly within Foundation.
That's a damn good reposition by Heavy, using the Bolt Maker, scaring RRQ, who were looking to be aggressive back into their compound, and they took position well. Uhui mopped up already on the opposite side, and here now comes Heavy. The players just breaking down those defenses. Ma'al dudes both down on the ground. M590s all striking big time here for Heavy. Abe backing away with the hook gun. Struck from the back. It's got the inhaler in hand. Just for a quick recovery, Ranzai on the other hand stuck between a rock and a hard place. Many players on the side of Heavy. Oh, great blue wall. Ranzai gets away.
He's isolated the fight again. Alan and Mufasa are trying to trade against a 2v2, but he tries to pull them out into the open. Unfortunately, WAG, they bite on him and not the bigger fish. RRQ get eliminated from that northern side, but on the southern front, we see that GOW is actually facing off against Aurora, the Axel. He's the dedicated sniper, and 3 of his frontline members jumped into that war, and they've already lost their lives.
Yeah, the Axel's just stuck, man. Just can't get into a better spot. GOW takes advantage, will snuff out the rest of the Aurora players. Can they get the loot, though? A little too late, and they will be scared back by the blue zone. It will take a little bit of damage here. Demon now spotted out, but WAG rotating out in the open ground. And the sniper meta will have those snipers do the damage out here as expected in Kalahari. The BSK, the M82B, everything in action as GOW punishes WAG for the open circle.
Yeah, this is what I was worried about, right? It would cut the map in half, body of water in the middle, and then pulls towards that western side, giving a huge advantage over to GOW. Now that Heavy has won that northern side, they make that first move past the body of water to secure themselves a pretty good spot, covered from WAG, but close enough to keep GOW in check.
This is the final battle sequence. 3 Vietnamese squad looking for the booyah. Up against 1 Malaysian team who has no chance. And as I say that, final shot is taken, putting Aurora out of a little misery there, looking for some sort of a survival. Now Heavy battles WAG and GOW for the booyah. And if WAG can have the perfect say in this, that would be to have Heavy and GOW do the damage up against each other. They sneak away that booyah.
I don't know. Considering that these are 3 Vietnamese squads, I would only assume it's standard play. Both GOW and Heavy are going to be looking towards the side. And now that that first pick is gone, Heavy now turn their attention towards GOW to try and catch any of their forward members. They see Dion, and they're throwing ordnance. Dion has no way to get back in. Demon loses his high ground, and Mufasa and Don't Cry take the compound. Mufasa ends up getting 1 tap. Hans gets traded. Don't Cry still holding strong. Demon in the blue. Don't Cry, unfortunately, goes down at the worst possible time. Alan just got into the compound. He's trying to get Mufasa back up on his feet, and Demon trying to deny, but doesn't have the angle just yet.
Sends out the glue UAV just to barricade himself up. Grenades flying in from the back. GOW wondering exactly how do they sort this out. They could not pick up their team member just yet. Demon and Hans backing away now, looking for Alan. Alan has the M590, but it's a 2v1. Demon gets the knock alongside Hans, and GOW secures a decent booyah for themselves on Kalahari.
And huge plays by the sniper player coming in from Gao, holding back 2 members. How in the world did they get the revive on to Mufasa back into full HP just for him to get dinked back to back? GOW come up huge here.
What a play by Vietnam. A massive game. This was that final shot as the Heavy players were trying to get into position, but Dian just merciless with the plays off of the SVD in the perfect flanking position. Their rushes pulling that distraction, making so much of noise, and the sniper of the squad rejoicing the position he held to pull that perfect finisher for GOW.
GOW, after recovering the entire early to mid game, they find a amazing pull of the ring right when it mattered the most by Foundation side. So, oh, dude, that ring was super influential. I mean, RRQ could have some better odds, could have had a little bit better odds. Honestly, Heavy beating RRQ on that northern side changed everything for them. And honestly, it shouldn't have been as clean of a fight with so many members. Aurora Malaysia down by the eastern side, GOW by the western side, and WAG literally right across the water.
Yeah, massive stuff, right? And RRQ got eliminated so early, and just like the story of AG Global earlier, they had a massive number of eliminations, but of course they did not go for the record. They didn't have 0 placement points for themselves. They survived quite a while before getting taken out. So this was a decent recovery game for RRQ, but they're still going to be towards the bottom half of the leaderboard, which is hella surprising. And do I even need to talk about Buriram? Buriram got smashed this time. I think they barely got more than 5 points off of this Kalahari lobby, which is just a shocker.
Yeah, they lost their ones, unfortunately. The class squad wasn't as clean, and, well, you know, once you're at a disadvantage like that, it's pretty difficult to recover once the chips are laid down on the ground. Maybe that could change. I don't know. At least for RRQ, it felt, I want to say it felt slightly better. The good times were rolling for a little bit before it ended.
That most definitely was the case. The Malaysian teams just having a little bit of a better time in terms of picking up some points, but just not as much as we expect them to, right? Aurora doing so much better compared to the previous two games. Purgatory and Solara just didn't see the points really strong on the side of Aurora this time around. I think their eliminations were decent. They survived long enough for us to actually just catch some action from them. But still, I think it's going to be asking for a lot to see Aurora climb very high up the leaderboard. They're still going to be somewhere down the bottom alongside Buriram. So it's a challenging day for them because this next one is going to be the final one. Purgatory, actually I'm calling out Purgatory. I don't even know what map is it on the randomizer. I think it's going to be Purgatory based on, you know, the fact that we just want to torture these players with a lot of those, you know, open, clear areas, right? Earlier, the circle on Purgatory was just devastating, Gideon.
Yeah, no, very, very devastating. Not too many games usually end up like that. Most of the time, usually it ends up in nicer spaces, but hey, every once in a while, we still get one of these bad ones. Let's look at the game highlights and really analyze exactly what happened, right? Because we've seen many different facets of the game, the early game being hyper-aggressive, the mid-game being particularly tough for recovering teams, but it's these late-game scenarios which got me thinking, right? Because it feels like the reads were good for the first 4 maps. This time around, I feel like they were over-reading the rotations, and it ended up being like, oh, I'm holding to gatekeep a position that honestly, probably I should have left alone.
Yeah, like Shah Rukh Khan would say, man, picture abhi baki hai. So all of the other squads looking to climb this leaderboard that's being dominated by, I would say, the underdogs of the competition. Bigatron by Vitality hasn't really been a big predator. Heavy has never been a big predator, but they are the ones making the steady climb up the leaderboard. Avida X KDC, I expected more from them in this lobby, but it just wasn't their game. And as we head on out for a potential skewed flight path for a brand new plane here.
No more lucky guesses here, AJ. We need to see something a little bit more neutral if we want to see our teams unleash the fire as we head back on over. Tell us, survivors, are you a believer? Whether you are or not, welcome to Purgatory.
As we open up this match, it seems like a decent flight path will be blessing the squads who are not looking for early chaos, especially if they are one of the ones who have been struggling down at the bottom. They've got Heavy looking for the top spot. Bigatron by Vitality looking to survive and keep it, but they are going to go head-to-head at Forge. The early hot drop between the top 2 squads of our day 1 here.
Okay. Let's see how this is going to break out, because again, BTR didn't land directly onto Forge. They have a little bit of a trailing line towards the back, so they won't be able to get the best weaponry possible, but they can deny POIs early on. Now, BTR has 2 decisions, one decision. Do they want to hold these positions to buy time, or are they going to send their back 2 members to go find for another space? And it looks like they're going to go for a wide spread onto Heavy.
It looks like the flank might just be pulled off successfully here, as Bigatron by Vitality will send 1 survivor away to play Revival and try to overcome this challenge at this Forge with just 3 players on their side. They do have the confidence because of the guns picked up by the Bigatron players so far. They do have a couple of snipers. Sibang finding a good shot. Allen, MP40. Up against the MAC-10. MAC-10 still doing much better.
Nice in the corner and make it all happen. And they find 2. Koja gets them both. Mufasa Allen begging for more, but Buhoy is able to at least get 1 back into Koja. They've taken out their main lead here. They can get this revive. That'd be awesome, Dix. Fortunately, have to break it halfway. That's totally fine, though. He can tie back in, and with the help of Seebeck, they take out Heavy. No problem here. Very nice as they win this fight. Buhoy should be able to make it out. Luckily, turning and bobbing and weaving. Joel unable to find the driver's seat.
I mean, what a play by Bigatron, by Vitality here. Sending one survivor away, keeping 3 players to take on a uneven battle. They had the shorter end of the stick, but they overwhelmed the players of Heavy, sending them scrambling for those revivals. Now Buriram up against Aurora. Let's see if Buriram wants to shoot. Oh, Jonah, out in the open.
I mean, it feels like they kind of have to shoot right now. That'd be great. Somebody, Mochi, quickly drops down the glue wall just in time. The time turner keeps him protected from Jonah's flank, and now it's a little too late. Oh, they still found the pick, and now Jonah can get one more. This fight should seal the deal as Zeus unfortunately loses his head to Mochi. Good push and pull. The awareness of angles is great, and Aurora, they do find one back in Wasana. But BRU, they get to make the choice of whether to move on with this fight or to back away, and it looks like the decision is to actually re-establish the battle lines. He knows where Jun is. They want this fight, and they want it bad.
Well, Jun managed to get away here, but Mochi is right in front of him. But Get IXL with the MA2B managing to shoot him out of that monster truck. So getting away from Buriram when they are hunting 4 points. WAG, on the other hand, with the 4 eliminations already, making a great big plea now to Heavy to just lay down their arms and give this one up. Don't look for the #1 spot, but of course, in your dreams, says Heavy, they are running right in for this fight.
They want it, unfortunately, made a little bit too far for the Valiant Dash. Luckily, because of Tikue's sacrifice, the rest of WAG gets to go on a revive spree, looking for spaces to play, and are on the recovery. We'll see whether or not they actually survive that mid-game. Considering everything that has happened, a lot of these Vietnamese squads somehow are able to pull through. Ooh, getting a good headshot onto one of the Magna members here. AG, a very wide spread overall.
Now, AG Global. Let's focus on Avida for the time being then, I guess. So Avida XKDC setting this one up for themselves. A freebie off of PE Sport is not going to be... Oh my lord, I thought that was impossible. Pablo with the VSS. That's those accurate sprays. Looking for more off of PE Sports.
Well, nothing but raw faith and blind mechanics here, right? Just catching him right at the edge here. Real good use of the auto-aim system, but now Bridge has been compromised. They know that one of the other PE members should be relatively nearby to narrow. If not, yep, they already know it. They're all by the beachfront north of Fire Brigade.
Only 1 elimination so far on the side of Avida at PE Sports. Not really choosing to go all out in that battle, looking for those revivals. WAG, on the other hand, look at PLS1, just picking up those coins, surviving long enough as Dutz waits for him to clear the area. But PLS1 just chilling at this vending machine way too long, man.
Yeah,
does he know Dutz is there?
Yeah, I think he's aware. I think he heard his util being used. He heard the inhaler, right? And now he's going to... Does he have... Yeah, he has enough coins. He's going to pick up one more, yeah. He definitely should have a rough idea. He's already got his full team members back, so whatever happens really doesn't matter.
Now he's spotted out in the open. PLS1 just gave a freebie. Uh-oh. Here comes the rest of the RRQ players who were revived. This is not looking good. Lauho shooting Ma'al out of the skies. PLS1, big opportunity earlier, but Dutz just runs him down.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate there. Thank you for the 12 med packs and your glue wall, sir. And Tikwe, I probably shouldn't have taken those shots and probably should have walked away from the scenario, because now it's going to be another wild goose chase for RRQ as they waste more time on the very first ring, but the blue barely even tickles them at this point. They can do this forever until round 3.
RRQ versus WAG is just turning out into a battle that I don't want to see anymore. AG Global, ABCD, moving on in with the Valiant Dash. Nameless caught out already. Barros with the M79. Can the grenade launcher find something here? ABCD is the prize as Cypher runs through them. M590 to the head of Mink. And now from afar, the God with the godlike snipes onto the AG players.
He's not missing a beat right now. Ooh, targeting the vehicle. Good choice here from the Zom, forcing Barros to actually do it the good old-fashioned way. Makna is nearby. Oh, wait, hold on. Did they know where he is? Oh, Virus now shows himself, ends up losing his head, and BRU takes him out. Where was BRU in all of this?
Yeah, but I'm finally looking for some points out there. The usual monsters allowing everybody else a 5-game head start before they look to catch up on the points. I really wonder how far they can go with this.
Yeah, they already have 9 points in the bag. They've got their full squad crawling up on the high ground as well towards the northwestern side. And we'll see, because we still have 12 squads despite it being 7 minutes and 30 seconds into the game, moving into the second ring. But would have imagined that there would have been a lot more eliminations at this stage of the game. Wow, they're still hovering around the same spots.
Like I said, I just don't want to watch this fight anymore, man. They have taken so long to annihilate each other and clearly doing a very bad job at this. But it seems to be working in terms of farming points for WAG.
It's a slow and grueling process here. So now we see Aurora. It looks like they were able to get back on their feet, but they're caught out in a pretty awkward crossfire between Flash and AG. AG about to double up on a certain position here. Barros now going to be the focus and the attention of Aurora as they get right up into the house. Now they just need to win this fight against Barros. It's a dangerous fight though. He jumps down to the lower ground and that could expose the rest of the Aurora members as AG now take the high ground up on the hill.
AG up against the Blaze on the side of Aurora. Oh, Cypher's arrived already. Here comes the electrotherapy on the combination as well. Axel with a BFK. Can't jump up just yet. Nameless just flies on in, getting those knobs. Barros with a Mag 10. And Jun, the final survivor, can't do much in this situation. Focuses on the pickup instead. Okay, alright. And he won't be able to pull this off. Aurora might still stand a chance.
Okay. Nearest POIs in that center island. I'm pretty sure his squad's already there. Oh, so he's thinking about it. Ah, misses it, but gets the second one. Luckily recovers. Now, bit of wasted resources on the opposite side there, but now PE not happy with the pick at all. Looking right up through the warehouse and forcing Simnek to actually go into Morse.
Boja for Bigatron by Vitality up against AG Global now. PE Sports setting it up right behind them alongside GOW looking for the snipes onto AG. This is a 4-way battle. And Aurora looking to make it into 5.
It's getting very hectic here in the second ring. Marbleworks finally getting contested, and BRU more than happy with the points they have, but if Heavy are the only squads that want to fight, I think BRU is more than happy to actually get involved. 1-2. Oh, Wasana with the entry, the A1 hits on all 3 members, and it's good! Wasana, LBT finds one individual. Well, all of a sudden, but even better, we see that at least throughout the glue walls being thrown, not a single person has gone down. Finally, Allen, the first to fall. Don't trying to get involved. The Riptide Rhythm goes wide as Mufasa finds a trade for the sake of Allen. Unfortunately, nobody can pick up Joel, but that's fine for BRU because nobody is eliminated. The last member of Heavy forced to run, tail between his legs.
Merciless by Buriram this time around. Being personally putting a stop to Heavy's run, who are looking for that #1 spot. And it looks like Heavy, the first squad to get annihilated, and Bigatron by Vitality, thanks to Buriram, will get to hold on to their #1 spot.
Yup, and Buriram very happy to sit by Marbleworks. They can keep on sitting here as the ring has pulled towards their side of the island, which is an amazing position to play from now that they just cleared the last remaining squad controlling it. Now AG, they should be able to clean this up real quick. Nolan's already dead, and some good headshots here from Do to make it even quicker.
Barros with the Trogon just on standby now. They're in a decent compound because the vending machines on them circle is in their favor. AG Global doesn't need to do much, but because this is a vending machine, it's just going to be the prime point all the other squads look for once these bodies start hitting the floor.
Sitting by the package north of Marbleworks here. BRU showing minimal presence, but just making sure that those shots are targeted towards the people to deter them from walking into their zone, right? They just want to make sure that their backs are clear. Look up towards North Marbleworks. They even throw UAVs as well, but now we caught on over to Aurora as wait, BTR get eliminated here. Wasn't expecting that all of a sudden, but GOW, they're not done just yet. AG looking to control their compound here, and Aurora gets the revive somehow.
Look at Vietnam go, man. Heavy, GOW, WAG in the top 5. In fact, two squads still vying for the number 1 spot. This could just be a possibility here if Gao holds on.
Well, this has been a very slow lobby here. A lot of recovery, and they find one more. Moshi takes out Jun. Tikwe at least finds the last one of the few remaining members of Magna. They haven't found a spot in the ring just yet, but they're more than happy to take their time, right? Eventually they should, once they start making their way into town, they can hear the shots, and RRQ taking plenty of damage here as you see Captain Jonah himself launching from afar, making sure that the tax is a little too high for RRQ. Magna bow out in 10th.
Magna out in 10th, RRQ about to bow out in 9th as well. A sliver of health left on the player, but it's PE Sports that bows out first. Before them, RRQ gets the pickup. And the boys are hanging on. Aurora out in 8th. Bodies hitting the floor one after the other. This is that point. AG Global is going to be under a lot of pressure as players start looking for that vending machine.
Yep, all the teams who had stagnant members or at least not a full squad have been eliminated, with the only exception being RRQ. Everybody else still at full fighting capabilities. The next ring has pushed it deeper into the open area of Marbleworks, with only the northwestern side having compounds to play with. I'm pretty sure that the southwestern side also has a couple of compounds, but it looks like the Thunder Call has been called down on the southern side.
VDEX KDC looking to end the day just like how they started with a booyah. Got Nate there. Buriram still looking for RRQ by the looks of it. Team Flash in a messy little fight up against the VDEX KDC. One player down on the ground. Flash on the other hand, ABCD. Great move. Oh! ABCD, what a daring move. But it doesn't pay off. It just slows down Avida.
Okay, they can still get ABCD back up. They're controlling the tight angles here, but they need to start healing now before the blue starts taxing them even further. Ah, no, Mink! He didn't realize it soon enough, and now the Riptide Rhythm opens up that close angle, allowing ABD to start spilling in. ABCD takes the punishment, and the rest of them will just have to eat it. Pablo finds 4 kills, team wiping out Flash.
Wow, Avida XKDC still alive and kicking, although pressured deeply by that circle. In that engagement, they played that stressful situation so well, and now hanging on for their dear life. Anusin down on the ground, but closing up to his buddy. That pickup is not going to be impossible. AG Global trying to put an end to it though. 16 eliminations in the hands of Buriram, looking for a spot in the next circle, but under a ton of pressure from both RRQ and WAG.
Oh, the A1 hits on all 4, and BRU have an opportunity, but Get High gets taxed a little too much. Wasana slowly working the angles here, going wider and wider as the Thunder is being called on the entire ring. Everybody on the outside is going to get taxed for a bit of their HP, and WAG understand if they hold their angles, 4 of them together, it should be strong enough. But BRU, they finally find the opening, break it open. They don't see it. The glue wall still holds strong. Too many resources as Captain Jonah calls for the retreat. WAG hold their angles still as they creep up to the edge. No space to play.
Yeah, brilliantly played here by Buriram, not overcommitting in that battle, just kind of teasing the players on the side of WAG. Wasana unable to find one with that Valiant dash, but now, as they circle around back, they annihilate RRQ instead in 6th.
Look at the suppressing fire. Look at the amount of lead being traded by all teams from every corner of this 5th zone. BRU taking the ordnance damage here. Wasana, don't go down. No, doesn't matter. They still have electric therapy. Demon, what? Doesn't get as much distance as he wants to. Goes for the flank on BRU's member at 1 HP, finally getting punished. Hans looking for the rescue here to get his boy back up. Use the time turner for it to guarantee it. And Demon back up to his feet.
WAG forcing Buriram to use every single glue wall they have in their pockets. And what a valiant dash by Wasana, breaking down all of the defenses, and now GOW in a little bit of trouble. WAG understands that the team that they were trying to pressure might just be open for the picking as they rush in towards GOW. WAG trying to stab them from the back, but Buriram not letting go that easy. They pressure GOW away, and they keep WAG thinking twice as well if or not they should rush.
Oh no, the ring around Rosie's were looking so good, but as soon as all hell started to break loose, AG turned their sights onto LBD. Now that they're out, GOW is taking a significant amount of damage, and BRU is one of the only squads with all 4 of their members still alive. WAG
Smart.
still creeping up behind them. They're still following them. Ah! GOW.
Buriram reading the circle well, and now they've got the advantage up against GOW. The circle leading Buriram right towards GOW. And they played their glue walls so well. How many glue walls did Buriram have to make sure WAG does not reach them and to put GOW in a little bit of a pickle now? The vending machine outside the circle, nobody can get to it, and Buriram looking for a massive booyah on this final game where they wake up.
Oh, they need to control that side of the map as BRU has already made that first move behind the fence, which is great. WAG need to start mirroring. Make a choice. Either GOW, which would be a pretty good decision, or BRU on the opposite side, and it looks like they make the call to take on BRU, but AG have different plans. They didn't realize it. Demon healing out in the blue, breaks out, tries to go for a trade, ends up getting nameless and ruining the odds of AG. Does he find the finish? He does find the finish. What? AG now at one remaining member.
A demonic play by Demon off of GOW. Now two Vietnamese squads looking for the fight up against Buriram. Buriram 20 elimination strong. Looking for the booyah on this first game where they want to set themselves up. Moshi in a deadly angle. Using the jump pad to get on top of the warehouse. And now he could just be the difference maker in this battle between Buriram and WAG.
Look at that. The high and low. Moshi and Jonah on that top side to punish WAG if they try to push out. And Wasana and Get High to be the sticky mud so that WAG can't forcefully push their way through. No matter how you look at it, a single pick turns the tides unless Demon somehow ruins one of these teams' chances.
WAG now slowly squeezing themselves into a decent position. Jonah getting tagged up by the Cryo Mine, takes it out and therefore gets marked up by that little narrow. Quickly backing away, leaving Moshi in front. Moshi's angles just can't find WAG just yet. This is gonna be a slugfest down the middle of the circle in a little bit. Demon could just be the difference maker as he cuts down the distance between himself and the WAG players.
Oh, he's in the labyrinth of glue walls right now, and BRU now recognize, hey, we just have to start making our way, start cutting down these glue walls bit by bit. Well, we've got all this ammunition, why not use it?
WAG spotted out by Get High. SBDY in hand. Get High. Big advantage. Tosses in the name. WAG eats up the full one. Wasana Valiant dashes through all of those players. Dig way down on the ground. And Buriram coming in here to finish them off one after the other. Demon can't do much. It's a 4v1. Demon rushes on in with his Valiant dash. Get High XL. Demon still standing. And Moshi finally puts an end to that. And Buriram, after giving every other team a 5-game head start, finally starts to play, but we're at the end of the day.
Yeah, they got their booyah. That's what they're looking for. Feeling good at the end of the workday to keep them motivated to play hard later. Oh, what a great fight here. How in the world did Demon sneak away with second place for GOW? That's gotta be so upsetting for WAG.
Dude, Demon was a beast. Pun intended. The guy was on a great run, just like Buriram. But I say props to Demon and GOW overall for the consistent day that they brought out today. Because I think GOW might have been able to do it. GOW might have been able to get just enough points because we saw how close they were to the top of the leaderboard. We thought it was just going to be between the boys of Bigatron by Vitality up against Heavy. Nobody counted in GOW, nobody counted in WAG, but Vietnam just stood up and said, guys, this is our day. What an impressive play from the region of Vietnam.
Yep, I'm loving the excitement that's coming out of them. I love the fact that they clearly can tell how to influence the momentum of the game rather than just focused on playing a standard textbook battle royale simulator. It's way more interesting once they start sticking their hands and get really dirty in these fights.
Yeah, it's just an unbelievable play for Buriram, right? And I numbers, and in some of those sequence of battles where they could have responded, they still chose to not do anything until this final game where they were finally moving into motion. And my goodness me, when they were looking for those numbers, I think they found more than what they were looking for because they also got a booyah on top of that.
Yeah, I think that
impressive manner. I mean, Buriram.
Hello
everyone, it's Yonso and welcome to our interview after the match. And I'm so proudly to say that we are the team of the day today, especially for the Vietnamese team. So right next to me is Cao Demon and Cao Dayan. Xin chào tất cả các bạn khán giả, mình là MC Yonso và ngay bên cạnh mình đây chính là tuyển thủ Cao Demon và Cao Dayan. Và đặc biệt hơn là chúng ta đã giành được chức Team of the Day thuộc về khu vực Việt Nam. Vậy thì đến với câu hỏi đầu tiên.
It's gonna definitely be fire today because Neptune and the Mustachio are back here once again on FFW.
Where we witnessed that. But as we go into tournament one,
this is the group you fight will qualify.
The champion, and that was
Looking forward to it. On the champion rush condition, fail again and again and again, so that we just go down to the I don't know, 12 matches, 15 matches. We will have to wait and see. I'm looking forward to it. Well, we don't have to wait until global finals because Garena has been giving us all the best, and we get the best once again. Unlimited matches here could just be exactly what the Southeast Asian fans have been needing for a long time, Neptune.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, we've seen so far in most instances that we've seen Champion Rush, we get the booyah for the champion. It's only a few chances, if not only one, so we've seen them base it on the ranking. So I'm really looking forward to how these reduces the pressure for the teams as well, because they are not limited in the number of games. All they have to do is just set the conditions right, and they will be the champions, which is just mind-blowing right now of what Garena is doing quite well and their best in this situation.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, Avida X KDC, the team that definitely made a big impression on both you and me during the Free Fire Max Asia Invitational. They were the dual mode champions there, and they basically wreaked havoc on the Thai region, and they have qualified here as one of the Thai teams looking to impress all of us on the Southeast Asian leg. And guess what? They were hella impressive yesterday, Neptune. A little inconsistent with their bouts, but very aggressive on the start of the day. I loved watching them play, but just couldn't keep up the pressure, right? They didn't manage to get a booyah by the very end of the day. They did, of course, manage to, on the other hand, find a little bit of repair for their momentum to make a good comeback on that final match. But I feel like more questions need to be asked of the team, and I'm glad we get to see them play in here today as well.
Yeah, exactly. And there's also PE Sports right now who's coming back, who wasn't that strong from yesterday's game. They were left out in there, being taken out a little bit early, or if not, they didn't get that much points. So let's see if there's a chance for them to, I would say, redeem themselves, but it's still early in the competition. And we've seen a format as well earlier wherein it doesn't hurt that much for the first week if you don't perform. One thing that we are looking forward to is the evolution of each team. If they fail, at least they get back up. They just show up differently match after match, so that we will see the rise of these teams.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, today's team list, it's going to be the battle between groups B as well as C. We will welcome for the first time here on FFWS SEA Spring 2026 the teams of Falcon, EVOS Divine, ACD, Anyone Can Dream, Twisted Minds, Onyx Olympus, as well as Shadow Esports, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, Shadow Esports, a team that we're looking forward as well in terms of performance, because when teams are being introduced, especially for those in the Satra series, we are quite surprised. One is Bigatron by Vitality, and now we are seeing what was the name again?
Shiryu.
No, I mean Sriwijaya.
Visaka Sriwijaya.
So that's another team that really surprises in most instances. And this is a chance for Shadow Esports to surprise us once again. But how is it when you are faced with top dogs coming from Southeast Asia? It might be nerve-wracking right now, but hopefully they can get over it.
Well, Bigatron by Vitality made the same breakthrough, and they were dominating yesterday, man. I mean, quite a number of matches. We saw Bigatron by Vitality at the very top before Gao Esports overtook them at the very last turn. Very exciting, very dramatic opening day that we had yesterday, and I'm hoping for the same today as well. This will be the match schedule for our day 2 here. We start things off on Nextera, head into Purgatory for game number 2, Kalahari Solara for games 3 and 4, and then Game 5 and 6, instead of it being Bermuda as well as Alpine, we're going to have Bermuda and the randomizer. Alpine is taking a little bit of a rest here on our tournament circuit. And because of that, we welcome back with open arms the randomizer.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really looking forward to how it switches the momentum for some teams right now. But seeing that game number 1 right there is in Nextera, a lot of elimination might be put in. But let's take a peek on the predictions that we have from both sides. And let's do a little bit of comparison as well. This is somewhat based on the performance that we have from yesterday, as well as their past performance. For you, AJ, you have Falcons PE Sports Avida. I have Falcons Avida as well as Team Flash. I want you to explain for that difference though, which is PE Sports.
Yeah, I mean, PE Sports, yesterday we saw how fired up the Vietnamese squads were. I'm just expecting the exact same out of PE Sports as well, right? Yeah. They will not be disturbed by big teams like Buriram this time around. They just have to handle, the chumps like Falcons. That should be a walk in the park for PE Sports. And I think PE Sports overall, they did very well in the previous season as well. If you look at PE Sports, it's not the kind of squad that's going to be down all the time, right? We did see them take a little bit of a dip, but in 2025, FFWS SEA, they placed 8th. That was a huge jump compared to what they did in 2024. So I'm looking forward to a lot more from them. And usually PE does start off quite strong. How they end the tournament, on the other hand, is of course questionable.
Well, let's see though, as we are now setting up for our first match for today. We're heading into the future right now as we step in to Nextera. Let's see if the teams are ready for the future, or have they had a foresight already of how they will end this. As the flight is on, it is not just a sunny day, it is a great day for Free Fire.
It's an absolute beautiful day here for Free Fire. Let's head on in and see exactly what we find. Perhaps some hot drops here on the good old Nextera as we head on in. Flight path looks quite kind to everyone. And of course, the official energy drink, the one and only Red Bull, the sponsors for the tournament.
We're looking forward to how each team will be energized right now because of our sponsors and also the motivation they have for this team. Evo Divine already heading into Grab Labs, as Plazaria will be taken by AG Global. We might be seeing an engagement in here between Avida as well as RRQ and Mudside, but Twisted Mind right now, Boxing Ring, I think they haven't let go of this drop spot just yet, because from the past when they were reverse red, they always drop in this area. But here comes a battle between an Indonesian and a team coming from Thailand that might lead it all.
Well, let's see exactly what Dutz can do. He has got the Zane on him. Needs to jump into the extreme encounter. Long Tom caught out. G36 on the flip. And Dutz almost got taken down and runs into a full squad of Avida players. And RRQ is getting cooked. Ranze on that revival, the final hope for RRQ, but PE Sports was right behind the Avida players earlier on. So this is not the end of the battle just yet for Avida XKDC.
Yeah, Avida right now, full squad, only a few HP missing out of some players, but I guess they are ready. Shots onto Long Kong, but he did manage to hit that window, and now the combination of them, especially with the casket they have, might help them avoid that engagement. As we switch over to AG and Evo Divine, aim guard right now with Charge Buster, heading in away from Saifa, who we've seen great movement from yesterday, and also a lot of elimination, but AG Global seems like they might be failing it if Zoo doesn't do it.
Yeah, Ray was cooking them from the back. Winchester straight to the back. 2 players who were bullying one of the EVOS players called Aim God. I mean, if you gang up on him, obviously you're going to get the knock. But you got to respect the way Rasia and Ray, cool, calm, and collected from far away, just took those 3 AG players out within a few seconds, leaving Dew all alone once again on the revival spree.
Now let's see now. Intellect Center occupied by two teams, ACD as well as Magna Esports. And you don't want this battle to happen because these are coming from the same region. But this is one thing, familiarity is something that they have. And if they understand rotation of the teams, they might be able to get ahead. Get Boo right now, missing that initial shot. SKS right now is not doing right here, despite of the buff that he has received.
I think he needs to adjust his UI a little bit because it seemed like he was scoping in, trying to shoot, but he basically misclicked 3 times and gave us the blooper moment. Unfortunate for Magna, they lose out on 1 elimination, and now ACD understands that trouble is looming and they are ready for a fight. Aim God, Valiant Dash, easy one with the M590. Lao Ho goes down. And PE Sports now just challenged a tad bit. Nero will be the next victim here. The 3 players on the side of EWOS just surrounds him. Nero trying to get away, but EWOS has already blocked off the doorway. So smart play by the EWOS players.
I mean, that's one thing. So the best that you can do right now is with the revive. But Aim God just rocking it right now with 2 elimination already at 590 to boot. Now let's see if the boxing gym would still be occupied by a few teams that we expect them, because earlier we saw Twisted Mind in that area, and with all those gunshots, we might see them return. But returning back to Magna Esports, a new contender will be stepping into play. It is Onyx Olympus, who want to be silent right now, but I think they might be spotted, especially with Team Flash in this area.
Winzy spotting out the squad of Onyx. The noise that they make could just drag in Twisted Minds and Flash in a little bit as well once this battle is over. Mag 7 in the hands of ABCD. Needs to flank around. The electrotherapy is there, but the Valiant Dash, and he doesn't get the knock. The guy walks away. The electrotherapy probably kicked in, and ABCD falls victim to Exposi and the VSK. Riptide Rhythm ripping down the defenses of Zom as well, forcing him to back away. Mick is stuck all alone in the container. Jump spots him. He drops a glue wall, backs away, barricades himself in, and puts himself into a little bit of a pickle.
The Baz right now putting him down. Team Flash with only 2 players remaining, the Zom and the God. And let's see if the God can recover, because we've seen the snipes right here from the guy, but unfortunately he gets hit by Exposé. That sniper versus sniper battle that we witnessed here. But on the other side, it is Onyx who did steal that knock and managed to do the crime.
I mean, Onyx was just there, right place, right time, got the point, and they say hasta la vista. We've got a different fight to deal with here as well. They thought they were beating down on the Magna players. Magna now hiding away. Get Boo with the double vector in hand, waiting for Adam, who's probably laid out the trip mine already. Winzy just sticking to his spot, not over aggressive, waiting for the rest of his team members to get into position as well. But Twisted Minds appearing. This could just be Magna's opportunity as Onyx now is changed. No, Twisted Minds goes for Magna instead.
Oh, let's see. The Baz right now almost damaged, but here comes the recovery. Twisted Mind twisting Magna Esports out of their mind, and that was quick on how they went. And they're the ones who are new into this party, and I'm really loving that they have that fire already to get a lot of elimination. But easy in, easy out. That's what they're doing. They want to cover as much ground as possible. But Ray right here doing a little bit of acrobatic move, but unfortunately it fails. And AG Global's taking advantage of that. Coach Hill will need to move fast. Otherwise, Nameless will shoot him down. There goes the boost. And will he be able to go for a revive?
Straight into the hands of PE Sports, maybe. Coach Hill out in the open. Shot from afar! And PE Sports wants a piece of them as well. AG Global going in here for the finisher. This might just put AG in the cross of PE Sports, but here comes Amida XKDC right behind the players of PE Sports as well, as EWOS bows out in 11th after an aggressive start.
Oh, definitely aggressive from all the teams right here. A lot of elimination, a lot of engagement, and 2 teams has been eliminated. Now, let's see if ACD can recover out of this, because Twisted Mind is just going all over the place to find all those knocks and elimination. But unfortunately for them, they did lose 2 players. As we look into Avia right now, who started this off hot, will they be able to take down PE Sports, who's just guarding the lower ground in this area of the square?
Vita XKDC, 6 eliminations, starting off hot here today, Neptune. PE Sports, better get the hell out of there because I predicted them to do well too. They cannot get expended so early in the fight. I want both these teams to get to that final circle. But perhaps only one can get out of Decker Square. There is a vending machine here. So no matter what happens, hopefully neither one is too broke.
Well, the one is not broke with 224 right here in Lao Ho. Shot from afar, we know Long Kong. We've seen how well he is on that snipe, but up close and personal against players from PE Sports, he needs to be cautious. Nate being cooked right now, but will it make it? There goes the glue wall, and no, they couldn't push through, but the one breaks through with a valiant dash. Nero, though, has been taken down, and the Min will need to move out, otherwise he will be ganged up by Avita.
Oh, damn, man. Avita is just nasty. Look at them burst through the scene, starting off with a valiant dash off that Oscar, and then everybody going to town. Pablo with the electrotherapy, just constantly making the rushes nameless, and Cypher, perhaps they will have a good opportunity of bumping into Avita XKDC later on to show us exactly who is boss between these two Thai teams, because Avita is uncontrollable right now, Neptune.
I mean, that's something that we want to see, but something that we don't want to have control is PE Sports being eliminated. AG Global, though, in spite of them almost being eliminated early, they go into battle against Shadow. And will they be put in the dark right now? There goes Valiant Dash by Cypher. The movement is not moving that much as they try to beat them down one at a time. But for all angles covered, AG Global instantly eliminated and wiping the floor out with Shadow Esports.
Yeah, I mean, the shadow belongs on the floor, they say, because the sun is up in the skies in the name of AG Global. Beautiful play there. The M590s all popping off. And we need to check out exactly what their passive skills are. Definitely spotted the Antonio in their squad, if I'm not mistaken. But RRQ is having a little bit of a slower push. Even yesterday was a very slow run for RRQ, Neptune. For some reason, they're just not going crazy just yet with the points.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking forward to how well RQ can recover, at least get a few more points compared to what we've seen yesterday. But I know that the tactic of being silent in the beginning and then towards the end, you make it work towards the final circle. And the same is happening with Team Falcons right now. It's just unfortunate that they had to meet with each other. And if they get caught off guard, then they might be, or either one will be eliminated. On fire, not being seen. Ramsey has been taken down. A Bay might be next.
On Fire needs to finish the job right here, right now. But he's shot from afar. Limit backs him up, takes a Bay out of the equation. Limit is backing up the squad big time, saving On Fire's life right there and then. Pina going in to catch up with him. Dudes will be able to use the jump pad to get to a safer spot. And Falcons potentially might let them go in this situation as Limit is a little bit too far. Had to break his ankles on the drop there.
Yeah, I mean, he went fly high like a butterfly right there. And there's nothing that Falcons can do about it. Diamond, though, a knockdown on two players for Twisted Mind. And they were in the same situation earlier off camera. And it's just unfortunate that they have a lot of elimination already, but couldn't survive because they keep hanging outside with Blue. Even the beam boosters would not help them if someone will be shooting at them. But ACD, well, let's see if their dreams will not turn into nightmares right now as RRQ is in front of them.
ACD, anyone can dream, but can you? As you stand on a grenade, you probably will dream for the rest of your life as it goes away. Far is VSK up close and personal, could not do much in that situation. See if ACD gets out of this little pickle here, barricading themselves in. Twisted Minds, A1 in, AG Global, thankfully a little bit too far away, but the RRQ player is close enough to do some damage.
Let's see what damage he can do right now. Probably surprise backstab against either Twisted Mind or ACD, but Noki trying to pull away, and they're just waiting for their coins to stack up a little bit so they can revive Vice, but unfortunately, they are still being met by Twisted Mind from outside of that compound. So a Leaf right now, well, let's see if he can take that shot or probably just keep quiet before the next phase's circle shows up.
Valiant Dash about to come online once again for the ACD player. Here comes Jump. Easy shot onto Dude with the Mag 7. Man was distracted. 2v1. Twisted Minds got an easy one off of that. Vending machines right there, so the revival should come through. There you go. Exposy right back in it. And perhaps the hunt for the rest of the RRQ players is on now for Twisted Minds, who are currently sitting on the 11th elimination point.
Let's see, 11 elimination, and it can grow. Still a lot of room to work with, but this next phase of the circle will be quite small. Launchpad being used by Onyx Olympus. They're trying to go for survivability, probably finding the next phase of the circle. They jump dead smack in the middle. Crime almost taken down. But still, they can survive. Team Falcons, though, on the other side, shots, and probably will be able to spot a few more other than Team Flash, but they've witnessed AVD right now jump in, so it will be spelling trouble for them as well.
Yeah, they've hammered up the Car 98 already, as you can see. Falcons doing the exact same for the AWM. So Liminex 7 is going to be a little bit more spicier with those shots off of the snipe in a little bit. Falcons sticking to the very edge of the circle, maneuvering this side perfectly to still stay within the safe zone before the blue can catch up with them. 8 more squads left in here. Man, we do not have enough room, Neptune.
Yeah, no room, and a lot of elimination has been spent already. Now let's see if they can survive, because RRQ seems like they are in the brink of this fight. Now, Avidia, 10 elimination, just guarding this area. A lot of glue walls has been laid, and they have a good angle against one team. But I guess AG has already left the building and is now moving towards them. Team Falcons making a lot of noise, but Team Flash has been spotted just yet. And ACD though eliminated on 8. Now we deal with 17, but it seems like this is where we get a lot of elimination on that board.
Oh man, anyone can breathe out in 8. RRQ following them in 7th. This chaos is just absolutely unpredictable. Names onto the Flash players. They go ahead to pick each other up, but Avida XKDC, dude, like predicted, AG Global booking an appointment up against them. Let's see exactly which Thai squad gets out of this one. The one down, Barros getting hit by that ice grenade. Oh, the pickup coming on through. AVD making sure they secure their players here. Look at all of those glue walls erected to barricade AG Global out of this space.
Yeah, I was expecting that Cryo Mine would be deadly, especially with a few of the players from AG Global just hanging by a thread in terms of HP. But the shift would be favoring them in a bit, and Avida will need to move. But the pressure coming from Team Flash from that top floor, especially when Team Falcons just stopped and gave up on putting them down. I think that barrage of glue wall is really helping them put so much pressure on AG Global. But here comes the shift, and Twisted Mind wants to take a lead.
They definitely want the lead for sure. Falcons approaching from the back. AG Global gets the advantage with the circle as it starts moving towards them. Avida XKDC does not need to come out of their compound just yet and put themselves in harm's way. Flash, on the other hand, will be needing to watch out for the position of AG Global as they try to reposition. They've already built such a decent barricade of glue walls for themselves, but as they move, they will lose all of those defenses and have to restart in a new spot. But here comes Onyx Olympus as well. And Flash in the right place at the right time. 3 players down on the ground. And Onyx struggling to survive. Falcon stealing 1 point away from all those knocks that Flash got. And Flash does not secure a single elimination after those knocks.
Oh, let's see. I mean, there are still 3 alive for Onyx Olympus. When I think it was time to say it's Onyx time, they were gunned down. But Avida, though, surprisingly, because of despite of all the pressure that they felt earlier from AG Global, from Team Flash, they're still alive and kicking. Now, let's see who else will they be kicking at this point, because Team Flash, they have a good vantage point earlier, but it doesn't pay dividends in terms of numbers. They're left with 1 elimination and also being pushed into the next phase.
Flash on the ground floor, Falcons right above them. They've got the windows to make that exit, and then quickly reposition on these container boxes as well. Onyx Olympus right outside. They've recovered, but they did lose 1 player in that scuffle earlier with the Flash players on the roof. 6 squads still alive, Neptune, on the 17th minute. This is ridiculous. 23 players alive. Oh, Adam, like Mr. Bean, just fell straight. from nowhere.
Yeah, I remember that scene though, the intro. But see now, we were laughing right now, but I think the teams are not laughing because you did pointed out something great. 16, and the circle is shrinking, and I don't think they can group into 4 right now to not let this boat sink, because it seems like the whole ship would sink and everyone will be pulled into it. But Team Flash right now going in against Onyx Olympus. No, they made a detour on the other side. Will they be able to make this high ground against AG Global and probably get a good view against everyone else? Or Team Falcons, will they be able to push through against Onyx Olympus and take that lower ground?
What circle is this, man? 18 minutes in, 22 players still alive except that Mr. Bean moment. Nobody else has fallen. This is ridiculous. Circles closing in now. Absolute chaos about to erupt, and all those glue walls put down defensively by Flash and Falcons, now turning against Falcons. Avita X KDC bumping into Twisted Minds and Onyx at the very same time. The one finds Exposi. Anusin fighting one. Twisted Minds being capped by all sides. AG Global getting involved in the fight as well, and Twisted Minds out in 6.
Out in 6, 5 teams remaining. Avita still staying strong. Falcons though falling to their knees, and AG Global the one doing it. The Zom trying to survive with only a few HP. Will he be able to recover? Two is slowly inching in onto that compound. Potential backstab, but Two is quick enough to pull up the glue wall. Here comes the shift. Here comes the zone closing in, and Nameless that's in the middle. Even the God doesn't survive, and Avita has the high ground. They might be able to take this. Booyahs! Everyone else is almost on the ground.
Absolutely, and they also revived Tawan. Avita X KDC, the duo mode champions of the Free Fire Max Asia Invitational, the champions of the Thai circuit. As predicted yesterday, they're not just here to play, they are here to dominate and prove that they are one of the best in the world. This is definitely the dream run for any Free Fire esports squad. Holy Lord, how is Avita doing this? And they managed that chaos so well, Neptune. Through all of that, they still had the vending machine. They didn't want to let go of that spot. They spotted out the players of Twisted Minds. They went in for the knocks, and they were lucky in that situation that Twisted Minds did not get the shots off of them. But of course, luck also played its part. The reason why AG could not go full on was because they were being shot at the back as well by AG Global, and Avita X KDC managing to survive that chaos, rotate around the open blue, taking the damage and surviving through all of that. This is so impressive.
So impressive indeed, and holy mackerel. I didn't expect Nextera to be that chaotic. I know that a lot of nation can be gathered out of this map, but how that ended was just, like, depending on luck, depending on how quick you move, but we've seen Avita X KDC just pull away from everyone else. They did deal with Onyx Olympus, but they took the high ground, even stacked up all those glue walls so that no one can get in on them. And AG Global, the final survivor that was healing, but it's not in the middle of that shift, is really, it could have taken it, but it was really in trouble. So I want to see another one like that, AJ.
I don't see, unfortunately, with the way the cameras were, and we couldn't really see exactly which player it was, but Tawan just got revived. I don't know if he was that final one that made the difference, but like you pointed out, the AG Global player was just a little bit too far away from the circle either way, and these boys were playing the patchwork on themselves with those med kits a little bit too early because they didn't really need to take the gunfights anymore. Chaos had already set in, the circle was closing in, dealing enormous damage, and Avita X KDC managing to survive what could be the most catastrophic circle we have seen in like a long time, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, most of the time we've seen that in Purgatory, where there's water involved. But here in Nextera, there's no water. It's just buildings, everyone's still staying alive. And I'm just really looking forward to how much points these teams gathered in there. If only a few HP has been damaged by one specific team or one specific skill, they could take advantage of that situation and then rake up that number to their side. But if it's just the zone who's eating them up, then they might have missed out on a lot of points. So I'm really looking forward to see how it ended in terms of numbers.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I think, through all of that chaos, if you got anything decent, good enough, right? The teams that were taken out way too early, yeah, they are lucky that they didn't need to deal with that mess because it was just I think the heart rate of those players would have been through the roof at that point of time, trying to just deal with all the angles, right? I mean, no matter where you had to look out for. And I think the players of Onyx, they took a jump pad, went straight into the middle of all of that chaos, got shot at by Flash, who was in the perfect place at the right time, but they just could not finish off the Onyx players because of the quickness. Now, we didn't get to see that fight, but I can imagine exactly what happened. The flurry of glue walls that would have come out of the Onyx squad just to survive, pick each other up, because 3 consecutive knocks came on through. Only one was stolen away from AG Global. The 3 players ended up surviving on the side of Onyx. So you can see it's just no moment to think at all in that situation. Everybody just had to act. And I think that was the best match to prove exactly what this server is like, man.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Southeast Asia is crazy, and this is just one of those instances that everyone from the chat out there, even other region, would really feel that how Southeast Asia is. But
yeah,
I'm really looking forward to how well they can change it up, because I don't think we'll see Nextera that easily with that kind of situation. Though I'm looking forward to it, but with most instances in the battle, they don't eliminate the squad a little bit early in that match. I'm not quite sure if that's just the tactics of the team or it's just the map itself. But as we look into game highlights right now, let's celebrate our MVP. It's Pablo from Avida XKDC with 7 elimination, 3366 on a damage, and also wears that M590.
Absolutely, man. And of course, the top 5 eliminations here as well from Cypher and the Best, both having 8 eliminations each, followed by Pablo, Nameless, and Limit having 6 and 5 eliminations. And one thing in common between all the top 5 eliminations is it came from every single Thai team that's playing within this group combination. AG Global, Avida, Twisted Minds, as well as Falcons. The Booyah team stats, on the other hand, Cassie, A124, Nero, Oscar. Because of some of the camera angles, we're just not able to see a lot of the active skills and their activation this time around in these battles, Neptune. But one thing that we could clearly see was the usage of the Valiant Dash as well as the electrotherapy off of Pablo.
Yeah, and this is what you have been pointing out from yesterday, the use of Olivia as well. It's Pablo and Tawan using that Olivia, and if I'm not mistaken, there's always connected to the hip. So I'm really looking forward to how the meta can be shifted because of that ideation, and it is working in this instance. But elimination-wise, the numbers-wise, it's just Pablo who's just bringing that much. 5 elimination coming from Tawan, but not so much for Long Kong and Anusi. But we've seen so many knocks coming from Long Kong from a distance, because he's a sniper of the team, but it's a conversion that they need to work on.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think they've been able to convert fairly well. Vita XKDC yesterday, they were very aggressive going in for those pushes. Today, you can see a little bit of the more passive side of Avida. And I like this because it's not passive to a point where they are avoiding those engagements. They're still getting into some scuffles throughout the fight. And speaking of Thai teams dominating the top 5 of the eliminations, look at them dominate this first match standings here. All Gamers Global, Avida XKDC, Twisted Minds, Team Falcons in the top 4 with 29 and 28 points going to All Gamers as well as Avida. And this is the one that I talked about randomly. I wanted to see how the interaction between Avida as well as All Gamers Global would be. And the gods of RNG literally gave it to me in the same game, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen how well Avida fortified their compound, but AG Global was not phased at all. The moment that they know that they couldn't push against Avida, they went into the other compound, taking the second floor, but it's just unfortunate that they were a little bit delayed as that shrink happened. But as we look into the overall standings, Avida XKDC taking the lead right now against AG Global, only with 3 points. But I guess this can easily be fixed by AG Global right now, especially with how these players has been showing up. Cypher with the movement, Do with the snipe, and there's a lot more to see out of this battle, especially in upcoming maps.
Yeah, man, and this is the season for Dew. We can see his snipes are hitting like they really show no mercy at all. Yesterday, in one of those matches, I'm sure you watched that, Neptune.
Yeah.
AG Global got 19 eliminations and 0 placement points. That was just bloody ridiculous, and that's just how good AG is when they're going out for the hunt, right? And I think that yesterday they just encountered too many of those situations that they did not plan, that they just had to react to, respond to in that very moment, and Dew performed very, very well. This time they were playing it a little bit more careful as they were rotating into the circle, so they get around the same number of eliminations, but with placement points.
Yeah, and the one thing though, I mean, it's more of Saipa who did so much of that. It was game number 4, 10 elimination out of the guy, and the rest who just took the 9. And that's one thing that we want to see even more coming from him. And I've seen the chat, and I was part of the chat from yesterday. I've been in there, and then there was just Saipa everywhere. So I really know, or we really know that this guy has what it takes to take the lead. But let's bring it over to next map, AJ. I guess there's no waiting for the battle to continue.
Nah, we are about to head on into Purgatory. As we head into this map, the big question is going to be who's going to rise up to the top within the day. Earlier on, Magna, teams like PE Sports, anyone can dream, EVOS, they all got eliminated way too early. The biggest task for them this time around is just going to be survive the first 90% of the game, because earlier, if you survive 50%, it wasn't enough.
It definitely is not enough. But as we look at the flight path right now, coming from Crossroad, heading into Lumber Mill, Twisted Mind, heading into Moat House, their home ground, I would say, in this specific map. ACD dropping in together with PE Sports, but Magna Sports double back and will be joining this 3-way battle. But they did split up onto Martel Works, so that's a saving grace for the team, making sure that they can survive a little bit more. But Crossroad right now, I don't think anyone would be happy to be here, especially in this early of a fight.
Trap's just trying to get lucky there. The Min are patiently waiting with the Cord. Cord this early in the game is just gonna rip through your skin, man. Russia snuffed out with a mini Uzi here. Oh, it's just a CQC battle, 50-50. Everybody's on the mini Uzi from the drop, and they are slugging it out between the two. EVOS getting the players on the side of Flash. Oh, so Chill won't pay for that elimination. My goodness me. He did not see that coming. And ABCD gets a triple and a save onto the God as well. Flash will be able to pull off the revivals. EVOS Divine out early.
ABCD singing ABC, easy as 1, 2, 3, and he did manage to get that finisher. But let's head over to Onyx right now as they deal with a few players from Shadow. One takes down Sightfa on their side, and that is what's showing in the minimap as well. We have 3 teams in here, but everyone's spread out. Probably it's because of compound, specifically in fields, and it is just a standstill between Rin as well as Crime as they wait for any cue or any sound cue for them to go for the push. There goes a Cryo Mine. He has been spotted. It has been taken down, but I think Crime pulling out the LMG will be able to make this hit, but Rin right now, rinse and repeat, he will be taken down.
Demons with a quick revival here for the Onyx side. And Shadow looking for that finisher. Shinzi already tagged. Has the Mag 7. Sicily trying to close down the space here. And Barros helping out Onyx. With that knock, Onyx Demons taking advantage but could not overwhelm Rin, who just walked on in there with the SMG. And Onyx, the rest of the players just have to figure out exactly how to survive down to the final circle if this is going to be the way they take those engagements.
Definitely, I need to think outside the box, into the box, whatever they have to do, as long as they can survive. But ACD right now, hopefully they're not just dreaming, because they managed to take down one of the players, but LBT, the moment that he get picked up, goes for the Valiant Dash, but good enough, Leaf was sharp on that M590 and managed to go for a takedown. Now, that's one more remaining, if I'm mistaken, if I'm counting it right, for this team of PE Sports, but he is nowhere to be found. And here comes Faiz right now. I guess he got a little whiff of where he is, but the run is quite long, and the crossover has been done already, so ACD will be left dumbfounded as to where the final player is.
And good ninja skills coming on through here.
See, I have to pull up the UAV though.
It's like, where the hell is this guy? Had to go with the UAV play. Still can't find him. Used up the binoculars already. Just got to figure out a better way. Onyx, on the other hand, again with a rematch up against Shadow. Both squads have recovered. It's a 4v4. Easy fight. One pulling out the power foul. Ice grenade. It's just going to go wide. One not tickled by that at all. Shinzi helps him out. A little long with that ice grenade and doesn't give him any advantage at all.
Yeah, no advantage at all. And probably it's just the angle. But let's see if they'll be able to recover right here. Onyx Olympus, though, they still have 3 players. But the way Shadow is moving in from the shadow into the light right now might eat up Onyx Olympus, but one has been knocked down. The pickup has been done, but Demons already smell blood and now rushing in with a Drogon, but unfortunately gets hit by Rin. Onyx Olympus, though, is trying to make work of Shadow as they try it as a third-party engagement, but they couldn't stick to it, especially with Crime far away from the rest of the gang. That is trouble area against Shadow Esports at the moment.
And after a very early encounter, the team of Avida XKDC has exited the lobby in the 11th spot. That was way too early after just taking a single elimination, leaving a little bit of space here for AG Global now to catch up with them on the number 1 spot. AG Global doesn't need to do much. Surviving under the final circle, it's going to be more than enough. But of course, do they want to keep on to their number 1 spot? Then they got to hustle, pick up some points here. RRQ, fighting some decent ones with those eliminations. Onyx versus Shadow Esports is... So, I mean, you see where I'm coming from, right? Onyx is just looking a little bit scattered right now in terms of their thought process now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really worried on how well they can move forward. I know they were previous champions, but there's a lot of speculation that's going in there because of how this team has been playing from the earlier parts of that tournament towards the end. But this shows that Onyx Olympus still doesn't have a fixed view of their strategies, and this is playing it as it is. Now, Zyro right now, let's see if he'll be able to spot out the opponent that is quite next to him, giving opportunity for Adam, but Adam has bird's eye view against Rin. But with time before they go for the engagement, this might be what Shadow is taking advantage of. There goes a knockdown from both sides. The pickup can be done by Zyro, and no one from Shadow is stepping in.
Onyx may not look like anything right now, but let me remind all of you guys that they were the champions of FFWS SEA Spring 2025, all right? Exactly 1 year ago. This is where they became champions. So I'm not going to count them out just yet, because usually Onyx, I mean, they're not the most powerful team to come out of Indonesia, but they do enough to squeeze themselves into the finals. And all they need to do is just figure out exactly how to get the 80 points, you know, and then the booyah. And they did it last year, all right? So just can't be counted out just yet.
Well, let's see, though. Shadow, though, despite of the great showing that they have against Onyx Olympus, they have been taken out by AG Global for elimination. Make that 5 elimination already for AG. So definitely they will be taking the top against Avida XKDC that got eliminated early, but they're hanging outside the blue and shot by Saifa against Crime out in the open. And this is trouble for Onyx Olympus. They need to move away. Vehicle being used, but Adam might be spotted by Du. Shots not making it, but Du says no.
Oh, no, don't stop to save him. Zyro's out of there. Oh, but Du, the follow-up with the AWM. This is so the meta for the snipers, and Du is loving it. Nameless with the M59, he puts the final nail on the coffin for the Shadow Esports players. Takes them out in 10th.
Oh, it's trouble zone. Now let's see PE Sports against Rian. Rian went down the drain, and PE Sports took advantage for elimination already for the team. But earlier, I mean, I wasn't expecting that shot coming from, well, it's somewhat expected, but with the vehicle, you couldn't land it quite easily. But what else can do not do in those situations? As they head, yeah, go ahead.
First of all, he pre-aimed and he shot the first guy out of the vehicle. And then he continued to chase the second guy, who I thought had gotten away already, but he just knows the positioning on his map. I mean, his map awareness is just a different level altogether, again with the pre-aim, and got the second guy down as well. I mean, Dew is a monster, man. You just gotta love watching him play.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm loving it, especially after he made a showing on the Clash Squad finals, grand finals. And this is what I'm saying on chat, right? He should have a graffiti out there on that specific spot in Zipway, just to honor the guy of how well a sniper and a player he is. But, well, let's see though, if that would happen, because we've seen like them rise already, and slowly they're rising to this day because they're taking that #1 spot away from Avida.
Now, Dew's not a... Dew didn't just pop up yesterday, right? He has been hustling for a long, long time.
Oh, yeah.
And definitely has been carrying AG Global for the longest of time now. I mean, Dew is AG Global at this point. Falcons, on the other hand, one of the biggest rivals of AG Global, has taken a very slow approach to the circle this time round. It's a surprising approach from Falcons, I would say, Neptune.
Yeah, well, surprising that they're not that aggressive, especially with their prestige. We know that they have it in them. But I guess this is one thing that we've seen so many times, not only from Falcons, but also in Buriram, being silent in the beginning. And then towards the end, once you find that final circle, you get, or you take advantage of all the chaos. But chaos might be ensuing in a bit. The next phase will be coming down in 25 seconds. PE Sports spotted Maal! A little bit late on trigger, though, with that ridge already covering PE Sports, but hopefully their position was not revealed. Otherwise, they might be ganged up by Team Flash, who's just next door.
Yeah, and PE Sports cannot afford to get taken down early again. They're going in for the Hansai rule. Cannot get away. LBT with the car 98 sorts him out, and they're going for the long flank around the circle. And most probably looking for the weapons arsenal as well. Not upgraded, or has that been upgraded? As they need to hit it right now for just a little bit extra prep before the next big battle for themselves.
Yeah, I'd say, I mean, speaking of preparation, a lot of teams are already making a good job on reviving their teammates. The only problem, though, is where to drop. A lot of real estate already being taken in this specific area of the map. It's a good thing it doesn't end up on the water. Otherwise, it would be chaotic once again in that final circle. But RRQ, 8 elimination already. We didn't see most of them, but we've seen that on the elimination feed. So let's see if they can just carry this over, wait it out until the next phase, and then head into where they need to be to take a position on the high ground where they're best at.
Yeah, Ranze, the newest player on the side of RRQ, doing fine at this point of time. 2 eliminations already on his side. Team Flash, on the other hand, looking for the recovery play. And they'll definitely need to hustle just a little bit here. It's a fairly new squad, apart from ABCD and the God, who brings in the veteran presence on the side of Flash. But the team has just been up and down, Neptune. I wonder if they've figured out their chemistry here, because they are not showing capabilities to dominate just yet.
Yeah, I mean, you know how it is with the Flash. It fizzles out after a few seconds, unless it's the fire.
It's just like a flash. It's just like poof and then gone.
Yeah, unless the fire where it can grow. So let's see if that's something that they can start off a fire out of a flash. But Team Falcons right now, silent indeed. But I'm pretty sure with with all that walking around, looking away, they got a picture of where everyone is. They're getting into next phase of the circle. Shots onto them. Glue wall stacked perfectly just to save them. Pinado doesn't heal up just yet. Not quite sure if he was left out. I'm not seeing the full 4. But here comes Team Flash. Position-wise, they're doing quite well. But will they be able to get elimination as much as possible this time around?
Oh, they're going in here for the hunt onto RRQ. If Flash pulls this off, they might just be the consistent squad I'm looking for. And they might be rebranded to Light. Because, you know, flash constantly equals light.
Flashlight.
No. 5 eliminations for Flash so far. And the deep in the next zone. Magna just beside them. This is going to be pretty worrisome of a position to hold on to because real estate is going to be scarce when the next bunch of squads look for this safe zone as the circle starts to squeeze them all in. And Flash might just have some unwanted visitors visiting them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're dead smack in the center of that next phase, but what worries me, Max, in esports, because there's still a lot of compound right next to them as we look in AG Global trying to take one of those and do on the roof, shot on the crime, almost a takedown. Just managed to move before a headshot happened! And speaking of headshot, Ju is doing it once again, not knowing where it's coming from, but the signal has been triggered, and the rest of AG is going for the push, but unfortunately Ju has been taken down, but the battle is not yet over for AG.
And Onyx getting wiped out one after the other. RRQ just whipping out the M79, grenade launcher, finding player after player, and now they're turning their attention over to AG as well. Here comes Runzay, Dudes walks in with the M79, those grenades looking for the player, and the God nade, thanks to the grenade launcher from Dudes, obliterates them. 12 eliminations strong. RRQ looking solid right now in and prepared for the next circle. Just a vending machine beside them as well. They have to be careful because that's going to be Dragon and Twisted Mind.
Let's see if they can drag in this fight. But Dudes, God Nade coming from the God Nader. I'm really loving that, but as we look into PE Sports trying to go against ACD, they're losing a lot of the players. Nero takes cover, but ACD is outside of blue, also outside the lightning zone, and the Min is doing his best to survive and revive his teammate, but unfortunately it's shots from afar from the Flying Falcons who's trying to take Soar in this fight.
Yeah, very specifically a Flying Limit who's just unlimited with the flare when it comes to those plays. My goodness, PE Sports just stood no chance up against him. Magna having a decent spot for themselves. Twisted Minds with the FGL shot, forcing them away from the window. And now, both Falcons and Twisted Minds hunting down the Flash players, but Twisted Minds soaking up a majority of the points. And RRQ stole one elimination away from Falcons as well. Falcons got nothing from that.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons was left out in there and Team Flash was out like a flash. Now, let's see if Falcons can take advantage of the position. But surprisingly, they're the ones who's taking over off that area where Flash has been wiped out. But let's see if the shift of circle can be favorable for them. Magna Esports, great that they're surviving this quite well in this engagement. Not being taken down, not being rushed. But for how long? Because Twisted Mind RRQ is in great position right now to work with the shift up the circle. Probably take advantage of their high ground to gun down either Falcons or Twisted Mind who's running just behind them.
Yeah, Twisted Minds now looking for the approach onto RRQ. This could be a great plan or a terrible one because RRQ's dudes might still have some grenades left on that grenade launcher for the attack. Ma'al turning around with the AWM and VSK back-to-back getting those knocks. But Magna barricading themselves with those glue walls, picking up their players. Twisted Minds now starting to flank around RRQ. They don't want to fight. They don't want that smoke.
Yeah, they don't want to smoke. They want to shift with the circle. And Magna Esports would be the ones being delayed and taken advantage of by Team Falcons. All utilities being thrown at them, especially those that damaged the knockdown. Only Verus remains. Will he be able to defend or probably survive even longer as the rest of the teams is getting close? But I don't think that would work. The moment he steps out of that window, he will be gunned down, not only by Pina and on fire, but also from the other side. But here has no choice, and there goes the shot from Pina.
And finally, the battle between Twisted Minds. Oh, Riptide Rhythm out of nowhere! And Dudes could not get away from that heat. Abay now going in for the chase with the M590. Ball catches up, one more shot needed, and Abay delivers. But now he needs to get away. Jumps right in, and now the interference from Falcons as well. The Riptide Rhythm wiping out Twisted Minds instantaneously. And now Falcons looking for RRQ. A smart retreat from RRQ here. Puts a little bit of space between themselves and the Falcon players.
Now let's see how silent Falcons was earlier. They are making noise right now. Ransay has been taken out. Abe goes in for a fire against Pina. It's a 2v2 situation. Maal right now up close and personal. That's not his forte, but I think the blue would save him. But it's a 1v3 situation, and Abe might be saying bye-bye as Falcons would run them over. And there you have it. Guerrero, Abe, will he be able to go for the clutch? This might be the time.
Beautifully done. Riptide Rhythm breaking down all of the defenses, and Limit at 7 with the Skylar gets the clutch. And the Riptide Rhythm, the final blow. And in fact, that was not the first time. Earlier on, the Riptide Rhythm was the main reason why RRQ went scrambling. The Riptide Rhythm was definitely the reason why Twisted Minds got obliterated instantly the moment Falcons showed up. And Limit definitely showing that this meta is his to dominate.
Yeah, it's a meta that is not being used by a lot of players. It's a specific Limit meta. And that is why he is considered one of the best snipers, because he knows how to use not only the snipe, not only the weapon, but also the skills that is used by snipers for up-close battle. And that pinch, that final blow, really is something that Bay was not expecting.
I mean, nobody was expecting that, right? Because first of all, Skylar is not really the first choice of a lot of the snipers.
Yeah.
We have been seeing many of the snipers try to go for remorse, maybe thinking that they can reposition well out there on the battlefield, but it's just not working out the way many of the snipers are feeling. Not saying that the Moss is out of the selection. The Skylar just isn't that number one pick. Until Limit now is setting up a fantastic case as to why that Riptide Rhythm should be in your number one choice sometimes if you're a prime sniper like him, because that was a brilliant clutch. Because Abe almost 1v3 the whole squad and embarrassed Falcons right there.
Yeah, I mean, if he has a little bit more of glue walls, he might be able to survive that, because yes, the Riptide Rhythm has been pulled out. It only breaks down a few. He still have one, but it's in an off angle. But it's just a pressure. Probably he doesn't have the glue wall. He might have it, but it's also the zone closing in, and Limit is already on point, especially as he kept distance. So I'm really looking forward to this side of Falcons and RRQ, and we're seeing greatness out of these top dogs. And it's been a while, though, that we've seen this kind of fight from RRQ. Falcons, yes, slow from the beginning, hot on the start. We often see that, but not from RRQ.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you, right? I think RRQ... we need to see them ramp it up a little bit here, because yesterday it wasn't a great day for RRQ. They had a rough start. They were giving their average like around 12 points within a game, and that's not bad, but it's just not the usual version of RRQ that we see out there ravaging the other squads for points. So I think in this game, they performed so much better than their performance yesterday, so that's a good thing. Even in the earlier match, it wasn't their best performance, only 10 points in total, Neptune. But what Falcons were able to do in that final bout, was it enough to overtake RRQ and their performance? Because RRQ farmed a lot of eliminations this time around, all thanks to Dudes and the M79.
Yeah, I mean, it's the number of matches, but in terms of the averages, I think Team Falcons has done a lot already to overtake RRQ. Because Team Falcons, they were just introduced today, and they're already making a huge run match after match. Earlier, again, similar to what we've seen earlier, in that specific map of Purgatory, they just are not engaged. They're not that active enough. But you can see in the position as well as the view, the POV that we're seeing, they're taking notes of where the opponents are. Crossing the river, getting in position, and they know exactly where to drop if in case they use that launch pad. And that is something we don't see every day from the other teams right here in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, and speaking of Southeast Asia, it seems like Southeast Asia is filled with veteran survivors who know how to get to that final circle. It's not easy, man, because, you know, battles up against squads of this level, you are going to get wiped. That shows the efficiency, that shows the clarity in terms of map awareness from all of these squads on how to navigate themselves towards that final circle. 2 games in a row now, we've had way more numbers that we can manage for that final zone. It's just erupting into chaos. Of course, earlier it was just beyond chaos, beyond pandemonium. Now a little bit more manageable, but still, these final circles are stacked, Nep.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to more of that with how these teams are adapting. But let's take a peek of the skills coming from Team Falcons. We keep talking about that Skylar.
Yep.
It was being used by Eliminix 7, but they also have On Fire on the Time Turner as well as a Valiant Dash by Pina. So great frontliners indeed. And then Keroro in there with that Cryo Mine. So if in case they need a little bit of backup, they can throw that Cryo Mine and join the fray or help out Eliminix 7 on the back end of that fight before they, like, with just a long range engagement. So I'm really loving this combination out of the active skill.
And because of the fact that the A124 is back in action, the Joseph cannot be dropped by the rushes. You see On Fire and Pina being forced to bring the Joseph in there. And you also notice the fact that they don't run an Olivia. They're just depending on the Tiva. So pickups are going to be quick from the side of Falcons, but the recovery play is not going to be as fast. But this is where Falcons are not really feeling the pressure because they're good on their feet until they get caught out. So it's a very risky play in my opinion, Neptune. They are opting for the Nikita over the Olivia. They want those faster reloads, especially On Fire and Pina. They want to get those eliminations, but it's just not clocking out for them. This was not the biggest game for Falcons so far.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of numbers, definitely not the biggest game. But I do agree why they're working with the reload with that Nikita. It's because in most instances, they hit the shot, but if in case you don't get a headshot, like you will be a little bit short in terms of getting that elimination. And we've seen how well they played. And with the numbers, it's a great balance of 12 and 12 out of elimination and placement. RIQ, Kazu, though, taking the lead right now because of elimination 17 that they got out of that map.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, this is a brilliant statistic here for RRQ Kazu to pull off because this was nothing like what they played yesterday. So RRQ is definitely back in it to win it. Twisted Minds getting far into the circle as well. Just a total of 14 points for themselves. But looking at the overall standing for the day, RRQ is still playing catch up. Like you said, they have not been able to do enough to overtake Falcons just yet because Falcons are still keeping up. And of course, the Booyah giving them exactly what was needed to keep them ahead in terms of tiebreaker or the extra 3 points that the Booyah does give you. So RRQ not too far. AG Global though in that #1 spot, and you gotta love it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm loving as well that they're Thailand is maintaining their top spot. RQ squeeze themselves in there number 3. So I'm really looking forward to how well RQ can overtake not only Team Falcons but also get ahead AG Global, because especially in the next map wherein Kalahari is involved and that's where their strength is. But before we go there, let's head over to the overall standings. Taking the lead, still AG Global and Navita. RQ again doing the great lengths of trying to catch up, taking to the 3rd spot. But well, I guess with GOW, who will not be playing today, and even BTR, WAG, Heavy, they will be pushed down on leaderboard by the end of this day.
Yeah, definitely. I think Flash is going to be climbing over them as well. And just obviously nothing that Gao or Bigatron can do about it alongside the other squads because they're just not playing. But if you take a look at the consistency of climb, I really like what I'm seeing so far. But out of Indonesia, Onyx, Shadow Esports, and EVOS, they're struggling at this point of time, Neptune. Granted, Onyx, Shadow, as well as EVOS just made their entry into play today. But still, after 2 games, I would have expected more, at least from EVOS Divine.
Yeah, I mean, EVOS Divine, silch on the placement. Not like none getting past the 10th spot. And that is something that we don't see often. Most of the time, they use Rasia to get information, similar to what we've seen. If we just like look back to what we've seen in Team Falcons, that's the usual tactic of EVOS Divine. They get information and then prepare for the battle, but it is not happening right now. But let's see if Kalahari can give that opportunity as we are getting into the dry and desert lands of Free Fire. Kalahari, our game number 3.
EVOS Divine should be jumping back into a decent performance. Last year was one hell of a good year for EVOS Divine. They became the champions of the Esports World Cup. FFWS SEA fall, they got the 5th spot. In the global finals though, they could only manage the 9th spot for themselves. So a little bit of a dip in terms of coming off of the championship from EWC. But if you compare where they were in the previous year's global finals, ranked 13th, they still did much better in 2025. And I expect the statistics to get better as the year go on by. 2026, I do expect them to be in the top 5, Neptune. And perhaps this is where they warm up.
Yeah, let's see. This is a good chance for them to warm up, and I'm really looking forward to that movement as well, because that tells a lot of how a team is evolving. On global finals, they are moving up, but after getting the champion, it means that other teams are catching up to them. So let's see that storyline that will be followed. But as we go into EVOS Divine right now against Team Flash, they need to survive this if they can carry over that storyline.
And the flank around, gets aim guard, the spot onto Mink. Mink actually dodges that with the Valiant Dash, but will still get capped. ABCD now catching up with him with the MP40. ABCD flanks around, Zom is down, and the God is here for the follow-up. Russia, the only player left on the side of EVOS. 600 coins, should be able to pull off a revive here. So the team of EVOS gets to survive, all thanks to their sniper, just like what was happening in the Esports World Cup. I dare say, without Russia, there's no way EVOS would have become champions at EWC last year.
I do agree. The Wonder Kid who saved them in that fight. But the God in there was using Ray as well. It's not like I'm just saying that it's an underrated skill for the moment, because in situation like that, you get a spot on your opponent, and if you're the rusher, you can just run towards them. Get the information to the rest of the squad, gang up on one specific area, and then if in case there will be a switcheroo that will be done with the opponent, at least you're ready with your backup. And that's what has been done in there by the God, as well as Team Flash in that specific moment. But unfortunately for them, they couldn't eliminate EVOS Divine, so that can be a threat towards later as they go into the rest of the maps.
Yeah, absolutely, man. The Bond of Eclipse has definitely been a little bit of a wrecker when it comes to the rank matches. There's not so much of a popular active skill here to be used when it comes to competitive just yet, because of the fact that your opponents will be able to see the Bond of Eclipse as well, be able to react accordingly to your position. PE Sports doing great against Magna, and the Malaysian squad out in 12th.
It's just unfortunate that they're not doing quite well as expected, especially if they have prestige and record as well. But Ranze, first time we saw him, he has been a wrecker, and especially with the motivation that they have from the previous match, they will be wrecking a lot of teams. So Team Falcons right now a little bit too active this time around. ACD as well as Shadow in the same compound. Pina though moves away, but unfortunately doesn't make it. But Keroro was picked up, recovers. Will he be able to get out? Because he's the final player, sole survivor of that Team Falcons team. There goes Shadow from the Shadows, who takes him down, and Falcons will get that curse.
Damn, man, the curse of the Booyah is active here on day 2. Avida XKDC bit the dust after the Booyah, and so does Falcons. You gotta love it. I mean, yeah.
I was not expecting that to happen. It's more of their usual strategy that they need to work on, but it's just unfortunate as well that they have to deal with 2 teams. First, it was, and it's not just Shadow who was at their area. Just couldn't remember which one it is, but they were just caught off guard, I believe. Thus, they didn't fire back in that area, in that engagement. So let's see if there's something that they can work on the next map. But as we move into Onyx Olympus, they're dealing with a lot of stragglers, but position-wise, they're in a good spot.
AG Global now up against Flash. Electrotherapy connected to Cypher. He gets knocked. Sorry, he gets tagged. But the players on the side of Flash is a little bit too far away. Spots one right down below. The God just running around them. Riptide Rhythm breaks down the defense of ABCD. Deuce definitely the culprit from the back. Bolt Maker played. ABCD gets caught by Sci-Fi, and 590, and he Valiant dashes out of that. And now here comes the full squad of Flash going in to hunt down AT Global. Barros backing away with the Drogon. He gets the knock. M590 in action as well. Bison pulled out. Mink is caught. Barros running wild on the players on the side of Flash.
And Sypha was left alone, dealing with the God as well as the Zom, and he was not taken down. Now that rescue is here, Team Flash might be out on Flash. Zom is already there on the ground, and there it goes. Team Flash out on contention, and AG Global just wrecked them. But another wrecking is happening right here between Twisted Mind and Avita. Though the pickup has been done, Anosit will need to move away. The revive has been done on Tawan as well, so that's a saving grace. But might be meeting up with PE Sports on the other side.
Okay. Uh-oh, he used the boost too early. No! That's a terrible move. And now he has to survive somehow. Yeah, the boost is good when nothing's blocking your way. We all learn our lessons.
Well, let's see now. I mean, good driving would be great driving if you can get away out of any obstacle despite of the boost. But Evo's Divine, though, moving away from the obstacle that they almost has been taken out earlier, and now they are getting for elimination. Council Hall, edge of circle. They might be able to move in, but they will need to wait where the next phase would be. But it's a safe spot for them. They got a lot of loot to work with. Twisted Mind, though, 6th elimination, taking lead. And this is a team that I'm really loving that they're bringing their aggression back. Because first time we saw them, they get for elimination, not really caring about placement, but they're still getting that booyah. Once they work on the placement, it seems like they are being slowed down. It's not just, it's just not their play style. Thus, they're being nerfed for a bit.
And let's see if some of these teams can show us that aggressive play style that we love watching in action. Twisted Minds out in command post. They will not be disturbed as they look for some stronger loot. Onyx Olympus, on the other hand, with an opportunity here. And they are definitely not going to look for problems because Zyra's all alone. But this is going to be a big fight between Onyx and EVOS. I don't think they can avoid it.
Yeah, I mean, Coach Hill is already there, left alone. There goes A124. Real battle. This A pulls their skills. Demon almost tagged and knocked down, but Aim God has been taken down by Crime. Coach Hill, though, has a great view as to where they have, especially with the damage Onyx Olympus has received, as well as that mark from that Moko. But those nades, those rolls didn't land exactly where he intended.
Rasia's just shooting at them from afar. Demons and Onyx at him. Needing to recover just a tad bit. Coach Hill with a max 7. Will be ice grenaded. And forced to back away for the time being. Valiant dash. One big mistake. Into a tree, I think. He just bounced right back.
Valiant effort with a valiant dash, though. But full squad for Evo's Divine. Still advantage in position against Onyx Olympus. Ray needs not to move right now as they wait for the rest of the squad to prep for this engagement. It doesn't hurt though, and especially if they have the team boost on them with outside of the blue, and that is up to Ray as well. Here comes the rest squad of Onyx Olympus. Adam tagged, half of the HP spent, and Nade might end him. There goes the Ghoul Melter. Let's see if he will use that vehicle to get away. And there goes the Cryo Mine, even trying to damage that much, but the response from Evos is quite best.
I mean, look at this distraction play by Ray, just waiting for backup to arrive. And obviously, Rasia doing a lot of damage from afar as they approach, little by little. And now Ray just going crazy with a beefed up Car 98 with that enhanced hammer. He's just knocking on the heads of Onyx.
I mean, they knocked the heads, they took them down, but Onyx Olympus is still alive and kicking on the other side. It's Cyru, the sniper squad, dealing with SE right now, Shadow Esports, and a confirmation has been dealt. Now, Shadow Esports, instead of engaging, they're pulling away. They don't know it's a solo player that is in there, and they will need to move fast for that revive. So there's blue closing in. Next phase already showing up in a few seconds, and a player, an opponent, that they don't have any idea where it's at. So Shadow Esports might be staying in the shadow for a little bit more.
And again, EVOS Divine, they have already earned themselves an invite to the Esports World Cup this year because they were the champions from last year. And we have 8 slots available through this competition for the Esports World Cup. If EVOS Divine is part of the top 8, then we will send 9 teams to the Esports World Cup from this competition. That sounds fun.
I mean, it sounds fun. It did happen. Because Team Falcons was the champions from 2024, and we got to see 9 in there. So I'm really looking forward to how well these players, these teams are going to show up right now, not only in EWC, but also in preparation that coming from this season. Because the meta has changed. The year, it's a new year right now, and there's a lot of things that we don't see often compared to the past. And it's just those adjustments that might be taking a toll against their opponents right now. Let's see if this is something that they can win out as AG Global is being gunned down, or gunning down RRQ, and it's only left the dudes.
Maal spotted out. Double Riptide Rhythm by Dew. And he does manage to take one shot up against him, but Maal's still alive and kicking. Dudes is going to get overwhelmed. But the backup! Maal with one shot and Dudes with a finisher off that SVD, but he's got a sliver of health left on him. One guy with the electrotherapy running at him in the name of Baros with a Trogon. Eliminates him from the equation, leaving Maal all alone with 400 coins. This man is practically broke. And he doesn't have a vending machine, Nep.
Yeah, doesn't have a vending machine, but does have a launch pad to work with as well as a Moore. So Getaway might be working for him, especially as AG's not chasing them. But back to the same scenario that we have earlier. A lot of teams in one specific combat or one specific area. And I won't be surprised if it happens again, because we've seen how great survivability each team has, especially if they have a vending machine on them. But right now, I don't think we have a vending machine in this specific area. And this is something that might throw off some of the teams right now who's trying to survive.
The command post, there should be one right behind. EVOS, closest one to it, I think. PE Sports, on the other hand, obviously can make a good fight for it. Dew! Just shooting players out of the sky. And Twisted Minds picking up a couple of extra points here for themselves. As we all gather at command post, waiting for the sign on the next zone. Shadow Esports up against AG Global is an appointment that Shadow wants to avoid, and the jump pad helps them do that.
Yeah, let's see though. Will they be helped? They are being targeted, and one would be taken down. I'm guessing the rest of the squad would be taken down as well, as Twisted Mind is on point. So they go down in 9th place. 8 team remaining now, and we're still in the 4th phase, going to 5th in 20 seconds.
Man, this is rough. Shadow Esports thought they got away from the Giants AG Global, but just got stuck with another Thai squad in Twisted Minds. And RRQ finding the final player of Anyone Can Dream as well. Anyone can dream, except them at this point.
I mean, anyone can dream. It's waking up. That is a problem though. If they get eliminated, there's no waking up on Dream. It turns to a nightmare. So let's see if that would be something that they can change later on. Dreams are free, to be honest. It's more of how they execute all those dreams to come true. But AG Global is making it true right now, especially with Onyx Olympus in front of them. They might be able to take advantage of position with Cypher and Hoodgun. With Blue Wall, risky play, standing out of open, but he knows backup is there.
Yeah, AG Global calling the Lightning Zone with the Bolt Maker, going for the hunt onto Onyx. Twisted Minds putting an end to RRQ. And with the Lightning Zone, AG Global making this one look like a walk in the park. 3 players on the side of Onyx, down on the ground, snuffed out, and out in 6. AG, ruthless.
Ruthless indeed. And who's leading fray in terms of elimination is Baros. Doesn't have to wait for Cypher anymore to be aggressive. But Baros, with only a few HP, Let's see if they can recover. Heal UAV to help him up, and I guess this is a good chance. Thrown a little bit of blue wall melter, but it doesn't hurt that much as Twisted Mind is going for the rush. Nameless right now is lifeless, and Barros will be taken out. It's left to Sypha when we thought we have high hopes out of this team. It's Twisted Mind who's breaking their minds.
AG Global did it to Onyx, and now Twisted Minds do it to AG Global. The bolt maker, the difference maker in that situation. If AG Global did not have to deal with the lightning zone, I think they could have gotten into position and Duke could have done some real damage to the rotating squad of, or to the flanking squad of Twisted Minds, I have to say. But that just wasn't the possible move there for the squad of AG Global. They had to hide away until the lightning zone tapers down.
Yep.
And that gave Twisted Minds the opportunity to close the gap and to get into position to shut them down one after the other. And now Twisted Minds leading this lobby with the most number of eliminations and points.
14 elimination from Twisted Mind, but there's still some contenders that might take the Booyah away from them. Avida XKDC, though silent, they're still part of this group. Same goes with PE Sports, but high ground overall, as well as utilities and all the loot that they have out of the boxes of those eliminated opponents. Twisted Minds taking advantage of that, but position-wise, they're also taking the lead in terms of next phase of the circle, and Avida XKDC would be gatekept. Let's see if this is something that they can pull through, but they're taking the wrong angle.
Yeah.
The Baz is looking in the right where everyone's on the left.
Yeah, X-Posse, what a flick that was with the AWM. Looking for Tawan. Tawan now barricading himself. Valiant dashing through the glue wall, but is met by a shot. Pablo with a sliver of health cannot get away. And Avida XKDC is left with no survivors. Now this puts PE Sports and Twisted Minds in a final battle for the Booyah.
LFCP LBT right now on rooftop, taking sides of where the opponents are. The bin moving away as the Baz tries to push through. Time Turner and there to save him for a little bit more time. Lao Ho doesn't save, and Lamin is the ones being chased. Only 2 remains for PE Sports, and Twisted Mind is twisting them to knots.
Absolutely, and now Nero managing to sort the player out, but jump powered up by the electrotherapy. The Baz couldn't even get there for a shot. Jump, took that jump shot, and guaranteeing Twisted Minds a decent climb up the leaderboard. They pick up the Booyah here for themselves. A brilliant play after consistent games at Nextera and Purgatory. This is going to help Twisted Minds launch themselves up the leaderboard for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm really loving that the performance coming from Twisted Mind is on point, especially elimination, and this Booyah would help because they work in increasing the odds of them getting points from elimination, but survivability is not we often see from this team. But as you can see, Twisted Mind making a name for themselves, probably waiting to grab that 250 for the day as well.
I swear I will not know what to say if in the next game, Twisted Minds gets taken out in the 12th spot. The Booyah curse has been going on strong today, Neptune. You know exactly how it is here in the competition. The teams haven't been able to get away from it. Earlier, we saw exactly that before 2 teams, Avida XKDC as well as Falcons. Falcons only walked away with 2 points in this lobby this time round after they got taken out. I mean, in the previous game, they walked away with a solid 12 elimination Booyah. But Twisted Minds, right, again, very consistent in all 3 games. 18 points in Nextera, and then Purgatory, I think they got more than 12 points, and now they hit a massive game. I think I saw more than 18, 19 eliminations around their side, plus the Booyah. This should put them in the 30-pointer range to climb up the leaderboard, if anything, achieve that #1 spot in terms of today's performance.
And with that alone, I think they will be able to overtake, if not take the top 3. By the for today's best team. So I'm really looking forward to how Twisted Mind will continue this. If they can pull away from the curse, continue what they're doing in terms of elimination, we might be seeing the old Twisted Mind into this brand right now. And I'm really seeing that how they are right now is even better compared to when they first turned into Twisted Mind, if you know what I mean. So this aggression is their style, but they need to work on Booyahs, and this is a plan that they're pulling out to use it in the group stage to grab Booyah find a final circle in terms of getting elimination along the way.
Yeah, the teams are definitely finding their rhythm, right? I think the electrotherapy is working wonders for the squad for sure. We saw that in use a couple of times. AG Global pretty much having the exact same playstyle, just not enough luck this time around. I think placement points-wise, they did not expect to get taken out of the lobby so early. Eliminations-wise, they were rocking the town before they got wiped, right? Again, they went to prey onto Onyx and then they got wiped from the back. So, tit for tat, whoever who gets it, gets it. But the way Twisted Minds took AG Global out was the exact same way AG preyed onto Onyx. The Bolt Maker, expensive, but very, very useful when you're going in for the attack.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that they really need to work on. If you can use the Bolt Maker in the perfect timing, you can throw off the guard of your opponents. And that's what we've seen twice already in this game. And even when it was introduced, like in this game, in Free Fire right now. So there's just a lot of things that need to be done for you to be able to survive those onslaught. One is to utilize skills, passive skills, active skills, to heal your teammates, to get away from harm. And I guess it's most of finding the compounds as well, where you have a little bit of cover. Not to get aggressive if it's active, but the timing needs to be precise.
Yeah, the timing definitely needs to be precise in situations where you need to figure out exactly what your move is going to be, right? I think we spotted out Cypher earlier on with the Valiant dashes. I think he played it very well. The only problem is they were fresh off of a fight up against Onyx Olympus. By the time Twisted Mind stabbed them in the back, most of their active skills were still on cooldown. There's just really nothing much that they could do in that situation except try to react. But of course, unfortunate for them, Twisted Minds with the Bolt Maker, Lightning Zone, putting the pressure on them, the timing of their active skills, it was a easy turnaround for Twisted Minds to flank around, get those points, and then of course waltz on into that final circle for the Booyah. The Bass gets the #1 elimination spot, followed by LBT, who has the equal numbers, a total of 7 for the both of them. Baros with the 6 eliminations in this lobby. Twisted Minds throws their own player in here with Jump for a total of 5. Cypher getting the second highlight for AG Global with the 4. So I guess based on this alone, we can assume that AG Global would have gotten the most number of eliminations in the lobby. We'll have to wait and see. But again, going back to the lineup, the electrotherapy and the electrotherapy and the Valiant Dash through the Cassie and the Oscar, I think it have been the biggest difference maker for the squad so far. The Morse hasn't really been doing its work, but maybe I'll be proven wrong when we see the numbers in a little bit, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, the Morse is good for getting in position as well as trying to get away from the opponents. But speaking of numbers, I guess it doesn't work that well, but the damage is suffice to be given to Exposé, and we've seen how well Exposé was positioning right there. If you want to get on top of any compound, especially in that specific map, you can use that Morse not to be spotted. And once you're in a specific spot wherein you have a little bit of cover, disable it, snipes your opponent, give the signal for the rest of the squad, and that gives an opening for your frontliners as well, which we've seen has a lot of points. And 31 Bomber with a 19 elimination from Twisted Mind, they take a lead in this game.
Yeah, I thought a 30 Bomber. They went for a 31 Bomber. I will take it. All Gamers Global right behind them with a total of 21. PE Sports doing fine in this game with a total of 18 points, followed by EBOS Divine. But towards the bottom, you see Falcons getting taken out way too early here after their Booyah. Team Flash kind of down and out and a little bit too early. RRQ meeting a early end as well. It's unfortunate that they couldn't really farm, but a little up and down RRQ is seeming in this season.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of hiccups that they've met from previous season, and this tournament though, they're still trying to adapt to how the other teams are. And take note that we have new teams being introduced here that, despite of not being part of the top dog list, they are still disrupting their rhythm for the moment. But as we look at today's standings, Twisted Mind, AG Global tied right here. And what's taken the lead is the Booyah that Twisted Mind has gotten.
Absolutely, man. And of course, with the 63 points tied at the very top, it still shows that the Thai teams are dominant. RRQ, like you said earlier, snuck in between the Thai teams and have chosen to stay there. But I'm surprised because they barely pulled away any points. They're lucky that Falcons got taken out too early in this game with XKDC not really picking up too much as well. But now PE Esports has a decent chance of leapfrogging over even RRQ with this next matchup if they can figure out exactly how they want to maneuver around all of this chaos, right? Because PE Esports hasn't been able to find that big pointer game for themselves just yet.
Let's see if they can get the big pointer games. So far, I'm really loving that there's different teams who's really showing up right now in this competition. And it's not the usual from what we've seen yesterday. A lot of teams has been catching up, but in terms of what they've done, especially with the number of matches they have, a few will take a lead. But if we get averages of those matches, we can see rises of those teams, especially for those in Group C. And I'm loving the storyline right now. I'm really looking forward to them completing a full set before we judge on who is doing quite well in this specific week.
Yeah, and of course, at the end of the day, remember for phase 1, which is our group stage, over the 2 weeks of play, we will not be eliminating any teams whatsoever.
Oh, yeah.
This is just for them to go in and really try out whatever they want to test out on the most recent OB53 update. So as they solidify exactly how they're going to be playing with their lineup of active passive skills in a lobby which is vicious, they then get to play in phase 2, which is our knockout stage, where we will have the early qualifiers into Point Rush. So, and even then, even at that stage, you're not getting eliminated from the competition. Yeah. Only on the final stretch, which is on week 4, we will get rid of the bottom 6 teams. So a lot of opportunities to fail here, Neptune. So we don't mind that too much. But of course, the teams that flex it, I can't wait to see more of that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really looking forward to that, on how well they can play it, and the variation of how they get booyahs, they get elimination, and go for an engagement. So I'm really looking forward to those kind of situation. But I do agree, there's not really a lot of a risk, especially in the first 2 weeks of play. If you can go like for the final for all the 3 weeks of the knockout stage, we are looking forward to you to take that. But right now, that's 3 matches already done, and I guess this is a time for us to go in for an interview before we go for a quick break. So let's bring it over to our host right now for the interview, and we'll see you in a bit.
Hey, what's up, y'all? And now we are with the team that bought the first booyah in the first game, Avida X KDC เอาล่ะค่ะทุกคนตอนนี้อยู่กับทีมที่นำบูย่ามาสำเร็จในเกมแรกนะคะ Avida X KDC Can you briefly introduce yourself ช่วยแนะนำตัวสั้นๆหน่อยได้ไหมคะ
ก็สวัสดีครับผม AVD ลองกองครับผม
Yesterday you guys got the second place but today you got the booyah from the first game How did you guys prepare for this เมื่อวานเนี่ยได้ที่2แต่วันนี้มาได้ที่1ในเกมแรกเลยไม่ทราบว่าเตรียมตัวกันยังไงบ้างคะ
ก็ไปนอนดู RQ ต้นเกมครับแล้วก็แก้เกมครับแล้วก็ที่ได้บูย่ามาก็รู้สึกดีครับแล้วก็เป็นบูย่าที่เราถนัดที่สุดครับเป็นท้ายวงครับ
ไม่ธรรมดาเลยนะคะ So the last night they keep watching how RRQ playing and they learn about the skill and today they feel really happy that they got the first booyah and today you guys keep land on the same area as RRQ again what do you want to tell to them วันนี้เนี่ยลงทับ RRQ อีกแล้วอะอยากจะบอกอะไร RRQ หรือเปล่าคะ
ก็ฝากบอกว่าก็พวกผมเป็นทีมน้องใหม่ครับก็วันนี้อาจจะแพ้แต่วันหน้าอาจจะสูสีครับผมเดี๋ยวเราต้องเจอกันอีกยาวครับ
RRQ we might be a rookie today we might lose but in the future we might win so keep coming at us โอเคค่ะ I really want to know about this why you name yourself in the game Long Kong which is a fruit in Thailand อยากทราบค่ะว่าทำไมถึงตั้งชื่อเกมว่าลองกอง
ก็ไม่มีอะไรมากครับก็ที่บ้านชอบกินลองกองครับแต่ว่าตอนเด็กผมไม่รู้จักครับผมก็เห็นอร่อยดีครับแล้วก็น่าผลไม้มันเรียกมาตั้งครับ
Nothing much, but my family really like to eat the fruit langsat or longkong so much, and I find it cute, so I named myself Longkong. And last question, what do you want to tell to the fans that keep cheering on you อยากจะบอกอะไรแฟนคลับที่คอยเชียร์มาตลอดไหมคะ
ก็ฝากเชียร์ต่อเนี่ยนะครับแล้วก็ขอบคุณมากๆครับที่เชียร์ผมครับน้องใหม่ก็ฝากเนื้อฝากตัวเลยครับ
Thank you for keep cheering for us. We are rookie. Keep be kind for us and cheering, looking forward for us. And let's get back to the break. We'll be right back for the fourth game. Bye bye. เจอกันเกม 4 นะคะ พักกันสักครู่ค่ะ
それスノボじゃなくて人体だからそれにこれってケツでブレーキかけるやつだし吉原大炎上の次は異世界大炎上なんてシャレになりませんからあがこれぐらい犠牲を払ってこそコラボに対しての俺たちの気合が伝わるってもんだろ
金ちゃんの言う通りあるコラボのためなら尻の一つや二つ差し出して当然ね
ゲームは終わりだ皆さんそれって銃
嫌いやろ
話でやってくんねえかサダールそいつは新橋じゃねえんだ僕なら噛まれてもいいってことですかケイリーさん本当にごめんなさいさて行き先は
ピーク
ってもしかして僕またメガネだけになってない
See you next time, survivors!
Ate said the moon and the sun aren't rivals. I still believe in that.
ケツでブレーキかけるやつだし吉原大炎上の次は異世界大炎上なんてシャレになりませんからあがこれぐらい犠牲を払ってこそコラボに対しての俺たちの気合が伝わるってもんだろ
金ちゃんの言う通りあるコラボのためなら尻の一つや二つ差し出して当然ね
ゲームは終わりだ皆さんそれって銃
嫌
話してやってくんねえかサダール。そいつはシンパシーじゃねえんだ。僕なら噛まれてもいいってことですか。ケリーさん本当にごめんなさい。さて行き先はってもしかして僕またメガネだけになってない？
Welcome back, survivors. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2026 Spring, and this is the group stage day 2 with your boys Mustachio as well as Neptune, the gentleman Garcia. We are your casters for the day. It has been fairly exciting. The teams out of Thailand are dominating as usual with a little anomaly called RRQ. But we just haven't seen a consistent blasting run by any of the squads just yet. And I think I love that, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, let's see though if the curse will be broken and Twisted Minds would be the ones who will be blasting all throughout this day. Because so far, it was phenomenal before the Booyah, or even up until that Booyah moment. But if the curse continues to rock these Booyah board teams, then I guess that roll would not be rolling that much or that far.
Well, we will have to see, right? Because two teams have fallen victim to the Booyah curse already, and it hasn't been a fun run for them. Both Avida XKDC as well as Falcons, right after getting their Booyah, they got knocked out very early in the following lobby. If the same hits Twisted Minds, well, we'll all have a good laugh, but I don't think it means anything much to them. Because in every game, you're going to have some winners, some losers. These teams are still, I don't think, going all out just yet. You saw Buriram's play yesterday. They were not looking for eliminations, man. 5 games, they were just messing around, running away from a lot of these squads. Once in a while, having one delinquent within the squad who would still go for the elimination. But in the final game, that's where they broke all records. And up till today, nobody has broken Buriram's record from that game number 6 yesterday. They got a total of 37 points, Neptune. And after messing around the whole day, it's crazy how they hit that.
Yeah, I mean, let's see though if that's something that they can do once again, or any other teams will be able to do, because Twisted Mind is quite close in that achievement. But speaking of achievement, we have the game schedule as well as the ones taking the Booyah board right here. But the next map would be in Solara. So we're still looking forward to a team that would take that King of Solara spot or that throne. But we've seen so far it is out of this groupings of B and C, no one has grabbed the Booyah just yet. But Avida XKDC is looking quite well in taking that #1 spot.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, Avida XKDC obviously looking for the top spot. But the question is, can they manage to sneak in there and dominate it? Because, a little bit of a up and down performance. Like I said, after the Booyah, they got knocked out of the lobby a little bit too early, I have to say. And, in the very following match, I didn't really see a big jump coming through from the squad. They got decent placement points, but only 4 eliminations in the Kalahari matchup, Neptune. So only 12 points in total. But if that's an indication that they're going to be making it big in the Solara match, well, I am not going to be walking away from that with a frown on my face. Yesterday, Avida XKDC managed to secure 21 points on Solara. So if the map is definitely one that they're comfortable on, they should be able to hit that again as we kick this map off.
Yeah, we're looking forward to Avida taking a Booyah, so I could say leaving Avida Booyah. But right now, as we jump in to Solara right now, Windmill is being occupied by Team Flash and Shadow Esports stepping into the fray a little bit too late though, but will they be able to make the cut? Because Flash and Shadow doesn't mix that well.
Yeah, okay, all right, chat. Now we are checking out the YouTube chat here. We want you to tell us in just one word, okay? Just drop the name of the team that you are in support of who do you think is going to get the booyah in this lobby right here, right now. Drop it in the chat, and if your team is the first one to get taken out, we'll just laugh at you. Twisted Minds going up against Flash. It's a 4v4. The Zong surviving with the mini Uzi. The Bass, though, with the Mac 10 will be able to blast ABCD to Kingdom Come. Exposy sorted out. The three-way battle about to become the four-way battle. And here comes Shadow Esports, RRQ. What is going on at Windmill?
Well, I guess Shadow Esports, I was doubting their move getting into Windmill a little bit too late, but they're taking advantage of that, getting a lot of elimination because of a knockdown that happened between Twisted Mind and Team Flash. But they need to deal with the boss right now. This might be it. The curse might continue. If he gets taken out, he heals with a Super Med, but will he have the space to do so, to pull away? And then there goes the slide rails to save him, but for how long?
Dude, the curse is real. And the Bass was lucky to get to a vending machine in time before Rin caught up with a mini Uzi in hand. The VSS in the hands of the Bass. And it looks like Rin is not going to get the best of him just yet. The Bass doing well. Twisted Minds almost fell victim to the Booyah curse there.
Oh yeah, almost for the Booyah curse. Now let's see though. Battle between AG Global and Onyx Olympus. There goes the shot. Adam, I don't think he'll be able to make that jump, but Cypher is going for the chase. Zyro left delayed, but there goes Zyro with an MP40, and Barros will be left alone. Nameless is trying to fire back in there, just make sure that they will not be going down that easily. Zyro though, deadly SMG in hand, up close and personal, but recovery is being done by AG Global. There's a chance for Zyru to get away. Barros goes in for the hunt with a vehicle, triggered at A124, making sure that Barros will not be using any skills, and he goes for the takedown.
Yeah, I mean, beautifully played here by Zyro. And Onyx Olympus on that recovery mode as well. They've got the vending machine at Casa Vista. They've got their players all alive and kicking, looking for more. But even though we've seen many bodies hit the floor already so early in this game, still have got 12 squads alive and kicking, still focusing on those revives.
Let's see if they can go for a revive. Only a few players remaining for our squad, for lobby to be filled once again. Now, as we look into some of the areas of the map right now, RQ quite silent, but they did deal with a few of those engagements earlier, almost being taken down. But speaking taken down, AG Global Nameless eliminated. Twisted Mind, recovery is still on point, and they might be able to get away from course. But there's only one surviving player that's trying to make that work, and if that continues to wire the final end, they need to be quiet and get that final circle for the Booyah.
Yeah, absolutely, and everybody's on that road to recovery except Twisted Minds, bro. Come on, man, this Booyah curse is way heavy on their shoulders. Now RQ looking to punish the player on the side of Flash, the god. The god. Okay, no arguments there. The god! Even gods can bleed, I guess.
Well, one thing I would say is that, oh my god, God. Oh, anyone can dream. Let's see if that dream will turn into a nightmare right now, because RRQ would want them to sleep. And sleep they're doing, as Ma'al takes shots of them with a VSK. Noki will be going in a low-key getaway mission, as traps right now would be spread out. The rest of ACD is not in a good position to fight against RRQ.
Let's go, man. RRQ is racking up those numbers little by little. It's inching their way in all, but this is a big fight about to break out. RRQ, one mistake on this rotation, and they are going to pay a heavy price. Falcons will definitely bring the heat. Vidax KDC up against PE Sports. Oh, the Vietnamese squad better find a way to overwhelm the Thai squad, because I've been waiting for them to perform the whole day now already. I'm kind of getting tired, Neptune.
Tired of waiting. Well, let's see though. I mean, they're playing with your patience, but Rasya from behind, from downtown, goes in with the AW shot, and the VDX KDC is left in awe. There goes the Riptide Rhythm, Tawan being hit, and Rasya is still in the chase.
Oh, yeah, boy.
There goes another takedown coming from the Wonder Kid.
And PE's, thank you, Evos Divine. I mean, of course, I love Avita XKDC as well, but they were hunting down the team that I predicted to perform well. We can't have that. Evo showing up like the god. Not the one out of flash. To wipe them out. At least put a stop to their aggression. And Evo's Divine picking up a easy tour off of the squad. Falcons up against RRQ. Ramsey, the youngest player on the RRQ team. Could not youngest in terms of age or in terms of tenureship. Will be brought right back in along with the other two fallen brothers by Ma'al, the sniper of the team, who seemed rich enough to buy back the whole squad yet again if they go down.
Well, let's see. I mean, richness is something that they can really need right now, especially with how engagement has been turning up. But Team Flash, well, they will need to turn that Mink into blue as the god on the other side takes down Diamond. Now, Baz tries to recover, tries to pull everything, all the resources that they have to prepare for the next battle as Mink throws a nade at them, or an ice grenade, but it's a 2v1 situation, and the Baz is not giving them any chance to recover.
Yeah, I mean, the Bass and squad, Twisted Minds, finally on those revivals. Got a vending machine and the Bass has got enough money for another revive, but these boys aren't letting him.
Whoop!
And Flash, the distraction and the guard. The shot from the back and the Bass down on the ground. The pickup is instantaneous. ABCD put down once again. And the recovery of the Twisted Mind looking absolutely sweet. The Zom dropping by to make sure Jump doesn't get picked right back up. The Bass right up on top. Exposy joins in this fight as well. The backstab of the Valley Dash inside the time. The Bass is still alive and kicking. Drops Ming. ABCD down. Backed up by Exposy. This is Twisted Minds at their best.
Twisted arts, I would say, with Exposy in there as well as the Baz. I thought that was a mistake, and heading into the glue wall and then jumping into the opponent. I thought that was a getaway, but no, it was planned all along. All the glue walls has been taken down on the ground, and the timing was precise to go for that elimination. But let's see though, that's something that they can be that Shadow can pull off against Team Falcons right now, because this is not a team that you want to deal with early into this fight, and they might get eliminated right now as Team Falcons is taking the lead in terms of elimination.
What a play earlier by Twisted Minds. Can we see the same out of Falcons this time around? Shadow Esports haven't really shown up big time just yet. And EVOS Divine is eating up the Magna Esports players, shutting them down, getting them out of the lobby in 12. The ice grenade responded by a frag grenade. Look at Kuroda just walking in the middle of the split blitz. Not worrying about the damn... Okay, all right, get out of there, Kuroro. Happens to the best of us.
Yeah, I mean, not afraid of the splits from the opponent, but afraid from his own grenade. Team Falcons trying to break through the barricade of Shadow Esports right now. But earlier I did mention about Magna Esports being eliminated by Evo's Divine. That's what happens when tigers meet kittens in this Southeast Asian region.
Well, SE is standing for Southeast right now as they are flushing out the Falcon players one after the other. But Limit had the vending machine as well as enough coins for a double revival here. Gets flanked by Yuan from Shadow Esports and Falcons from Predator. They became prey instantaneously there.
I mean, there's no praying for Shadow Esports. We've seen how well they barricaded themselves, worked with the timing and the patience of Team Falcons. The moment that they split up, then that's where they get all those elimination. But Team Falcons is not out of the woods just yet. It's anyone can dream who might take them down. It's a good thing that they split up as well with Pina and On Fire in the side of Funfair. So no one's taking over of that situation, of that area. But they need to save up a lot of points. They need to save this teammate who's
7 eliminations!
ACD.
And 2 of them downed and out of the equation already. Anyone can dream picking it up. And Falcons once again being pushed into a situation where they have to recover.
Whoop! Goes Divine. Putting pressure. A backstab in there. Not expecting Ray to drop from the skies. On the other side, Onyx Olympus. Another part of the animal kingdom. The hedgehogs just rolling and trying to protect themselves against AG Global, specifically just Nameless and Sypha, who's definitely a threat against this team.
Absolutely. Onyx Olympus on that high ground. Cypher with the electrotherapy. Grenade just bouncing off those blue walls, not doing any damage just yet. Cannot find the access onto the Onyx players just yet. He was divided on the other hand, meeting player after player on the side of Twisted Minds who are getting those knocks. AG Global from outside, they could not make the entry with those grenades. And therefore, they're going to try to break down those blue walls and try to get the access for themselves. Crime down. Pick up instantaneous. The shots coming from afar, not from AG Global.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of noise that's being made right now. It's PE Sports really has taken advantage. That window would be deadly. Thus, Onyx Olympus moving in on the other side. Zyru, though, if he jumps out of that window and gets that lower ground against AG Global, that grenade, that M79 would be deadly. Valiant Dash, though, just to get away. But on the other side, it's Evo's Divine who gets eliminated on 11.
Yeah, I mean, Evo's Divine out already, the champions of the Esports World Cup 2025. Just haven't really found their rhythm just yet. But Onyx Olympus doing well, though, with Zyru with the M79. Taking himself out. All right, I spoke too soon.
And I thought he would be the savior of the team. Cypher, though, needs a little bit of saving. It's a 1v1 situation right now with PE Sports. I don't think they should be sitting this one out. They can take advantage of that situation. But Twisted Mind! Diamond, the only one remaining, but Explosive has been picked up. Here comes Avidex KDC, and they might be able to beat them down. Lokong, Anusit, but up close and personal with Card 98. It seems like Diamond was in trouble, but recovery is quite fast.
Oh, damn, man. Diamond's too good with the M590. Just held his own in that situation, making sure he dropped those players. The pickup after pickup was coming on through, but the time turner, he bounced in and out of it with those pixel peeps, managing to ensure Avidex KDC runs away from them. And with the vending machine outside the circle, managing to pull off a revival as well. But Long Kong will pay for that with his life. And Twisted Minds move on in for the finisher. Anusit too far away with the Car 98 to do much in that situation. And now outside the circle will take heavy damage and potentially be gate kept by Twisted Minds in a bit.
And it's tough, though. I mean, no recovery, no pickup.
Nice.
Launchpad is available, though. So great reposition. I don't think there's any time to think it through, but he did end up in a good spot. RQ, though, would be jumping just next to him, and will he be able to keep himself alive? Because there's a lot of opponents who might be preying in this final player from the team as Twisted Mind being targeted by RQ. They get the middle of the circle, but they are not safe just yet.
Avidex KDC still has not been able to recover, but Twisted Minds has successfully broken the Booyah curse here on this day 2 of our group stage. But they are on the very edge, tethering, about to fall now because the position they hold on to really not the best at this point of time, and everybody has got a decent shot at them as they sit in the open grounds. RRQ up against Flash. God, it feels like I have gone back in time a little bit. This was the good old days of the MCP majors when I used to see this.
Well, let's see now. Let's see. This might be it for Twisted Mind. Stuck in one corner and no way to go out. Twisted Mind, though, has done enough to put themselves afloat with 14 elimination as well as a decent amount of placement point. But who's taking the lead right now? We're looking at 3 teams with a full squad. Onyx Olympus in the brink of being eliminated outside the zone. The same goes with AG Global. So that we can consider those teams to be taken out unless a miracle does happen.
Yeah, man, and now we slow the pace down just a tad bit here. RRQ, high ground advantage. Looking for AG Global, who are trying to sneak in from the outside zone. Falcons alive and kicking right behind them. PE Sports still alive. Maybe they'll sneak away the Booyah. Speaking of them, they take Cypher out of the equation. And AG Global down and out in 6th.
See? Onyx Olympus eliminated. As we look into the fight, Team Flash, Mink right now will be turned down. ABCD, the same happens. The Zom as well as the God trying to cover into the middle, but here comes PE Sports knocking on their doors. They take the stairs, take the second floor, keep themselves safe for the moment as battle continues between PE Sports and RQ the ones winning this fight.
Just chaos on the free cam. Not the best way I like to follow some action, but at least we get the wide angle view with everybody in our spot here. The Garden Zom avoiding all engagements and up the top. On the second floor, PE Sports. On the ground floor, on the other hand, just wiping out player after player. Falcons alive and kicking, and they will have the advantage to move once the circle starts inching away from Flash and PE.
Let's see if they can inch away right here. Team Falcons will just be waiting. They will be the predator in the bushes right now, waiting for any unsuspecting team. But the battle does continue, or might continue, as Vietnam might be coming into a civil war. Unless the God and the Zom would be able to pull a surprise. Here comes a launch pad for them so they can save themselves, getting the attention of Team Falcons that can save PE Sports for retaliation.
Well, I cannot believe PE Sports just pulled up 4 glue walls inside that Riptide Rhythm, just desperately trying to survive. And now with the jump pad sitting right behind Team Flash and the recovery play from PE Sports as well as they pick each other up. But the Cryo Mine attack from the back, that is the players of Falcons forcing PE towards Flash. Narrow will gladly take that. Mag 7 knock onto the guard. Zom's gonna get caught out as well. And PE wipes the floor with Flash, booking a final 4v4 against Falcons.
I'm loving it. PE Sports says to Team Flash, if you can do it, we can do it the same. We can do it even better, and we can beat you down. Now, let's see who will be beating down right now. Team Falcons on a higher ground. Pina receives a little bit of damage, but goes for Valiant Dash. Lays down the min, and no pickup will be done. LBT will be stuck in the glue wall. Will try for recovery, but Team Falcons grabs a booyah this time around.
Yeah, Falcons picking up their second booyah of the day. Purgatory, they hit the 12 placement points, and now skipping past Kalahari because of the Booyah curse. They end a solid run on Solara. Good on Falcons, of course, looking to make the big climb up the leaderboard. I did predict that they would get that #1 spot. Was a little disheartened based on how they had started off the day, but now if they can keep this up, launching up to the #1 spot isn't going to be impossible. But of course, Twisted Minds off of the Booyah on Kalahari got to that final circle, Neptune, with a decent, okay, not final circle, but got deep enough with a decent number of eliminations this time round.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really looking forward to more of that. Team Falcons with a Booyah, and it was done quite phenomenal. Wow, they put so much pressure on PE Sports and Team Flash. It's just unfortunate that they didn't follow the trajectory of Team Flash quite easily, so they can have taken those 2 points away from PE Sports. But the final result is what we're looking for, and Team Falcons right there just brought a Booyah to their name, and they're inching closer to getting the top team of the day title to get that extra 250 USD.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, I am very sure they are going to be running amok out there on the battlefield because Falcons, as usual, right, a very decent team when it comes to picking up those big elimination points. I was just a little surprised with how they handled that final circle. PE Sports doing great as well. I think it was a big step up from them. But if you look at the lineup of skills from the side of Falcons, still Limit X7 with the Skylar. And I think it has been making a huge difference out there, Neptune.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm really loving that they haven't gotten away from the meta, or that current meta, or the previous meta, I would say, and they're taking advantage of that. When everyone has left it out already, they're just using it because they know exactly how it works. It might have been nerfed, and the glue walls might have been buffed a little bit more strength, especially of the team booster, but it's the timing that they need to work out for them to really take those shots quite well in those engagements. So I'm really loving that Limit X7 is still showing it that he deserves to be the title to be one of the best snipers in Southeast Asia.
And it's not like they're only running the Skylar without the Narrow. They also have the Narrow in combination. And I think maybe if Limit X7 and Kororo could use it in combination in certain circumstances, that would be fairly deadly. But we have not seen that so far. I think in the final bout, we saw the Riptide Rhythm going towards the PE Sports players, but PE Sports still within the circumference of the Riptide Rhythm, pulled up about 3 or 4 glue walls, still managed to use the jump pad and pull the escape. And that instance right there shows you the weakness of the Riptide Rhythm. It's not instantaneous in terms of taking out all of those glue walls. Your opponent still can survive. You need to perhaps play a little bit of a disruptive play by shooting at those glue walls at the same time the Riptide Rhythm goes out there. It's a lot to do, but Limit X7 seems to be onto something here, because in certain circumstances it definitely has worked out well for the squad.
Yeah, I mean, if you have great frontliners who can survive despite of all the chaos, you can even prompt them to use those glue wall melters and make sure that it is weakened before you activate that Riptide Rhythm. But let's head over to the highlights right now. Take a recap of what happened in this game so that we can be refreshed on how well each team is. But let's take a look as well and congratulate Pina as being the match MVP with 6 elimination, 3,238 on damage, and is using that AC 80.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And Pina is the newest player on the side of Falcons, but he's almost reaching his first year anniversary of joining the Falcon squad. Everybody else definitely a veteran in terms of how long they've been together with this team. So Falcons is officially becoming a full-on matured squad when it comes through to the chemistry, and I think this is going to fare them fairly well later on when we move on into the Esports World Cup. Top 5 eliminations, on the other hand, has a heavy domination off of the Thai players. You see Twisted Mind sending in 2 players with 6 eliminations, the Bass and Diamond making the team proud for sure.
Yeah, definitely, they are proud. But as we look into the skills right now, again, as AJ mentioned earlier, that the Riptide Rhythm, and I guess the combination of the Valiant Dash as well as the Cryo Mine does
Holy
help.
Lord.
It's more of glue wall breakers. This trio, and then it's just with the addition of that Time Turner, and with On Fire on that, he's quite quick on his feet, and with the Time Turner, he can use that time as well to go for the pickup. He does have that Tiva, but still, that Nikita all across the board for the frontliners helps them a little bit more in those CQCs.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right about the pickup on that Oscar, right? Because this is a full-on glue wall demolition squad, literally with their active skills, just mainly aiming to take down the defenses of their opponents. And when your opponents are running low on the defense, obviously that gives you a very high, offensive capability, but you're also opting out from using active skills like the A124, the electrotherapy off of the Cassie. I think it's a very big risk to play, but this is what we have said the group stage is for you to go out there and experiment the best way possible. And even though Team Falcons are experimenting with this glue wall smashing sort of a lineup on active skills, they're still managing to walk away with a booyah and decent enough numbers. Not massive, but decent enough to climb the leaderboard consistently. Speaking of consistently, PE Sports again. Earlier on, we saw them on the 18 points. Now with the 21, I'm liking what I see.
Well, definitely loving how it's coming up right now. And I guess it's with your motivation as well, as they are part of your prediction. But I'm really hoping that there's a lot more that can be brought in by a lot of teams right here in this engagement. Team Flash is one of those who we thought that has been snuffed out a little bit too early, but we've seen even in final moment they can go for survivability. But as we look into the overall standings, so far AG and Avide still sticking to it. RQ is still in the third spot right now, but Team Flash following GOW, being followed by GOW, following RRQ right now, slowly moving up, making sure that they have a name for themselves before the week is over.
Yeah, and the worst one of the combination of squads that are close to completing their 12 matches is Magna Esports with a total of 48 points in the 14th spot, far behind the teams that have completed 10 games along them as well. So this is going to be a tough run for Magna overall by the end of the competition, or at least at the end of the first 2 phases, if they don't buck up in some way. But every single competition needs to have those high fraggers and a couple of teams down at the bottom who are taking a beating. Magna happening to be one of those squads right now. And I don't know exactly what is up with the squad, right? Because if you look at it from a perspective of active-passive lineup, I think they've got the right mindset in terms of how they're coming into these matches. Just the mechanical skills are not lining up with some of these monsters of Southeast Asia.
Yeah, exactly. And it's also some of them, it's more of the timing. They're not doing timing quite well. They have the denial capability from the A124, especially from Winzy, and then it's also the Morse that they can pull away. But this is one of the team that is bringing in that Steffi into play, and we don't see I mean, we don't see that Steffi being used quite well in those situations because they could have used other active skill for them to make it work, especially the aggressive front, not on the defensive side.
Yeah, I definitely did not see the Steffi being used out of Magna Esports as well. So good pick on that, Neptune, in terms of a highlight, right? Because yes, it does kind of beef up your defense just a little bit, but you know, they were just getting wiped. And the team wasn't really sticking together much for Steffi to be much of a impactful active skill to be having on their side. But we'll keep an eye on Magna Esports as we head on into this next battle. It's obviously going to be a slugfest because this game, number 5, happens at Bermuda. One of the maps where we find a lot of eliminations usually.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of elimination because of the over-familiarity of the teams right here on each area of the map. So let's bring ourselves back to green grass of Free Fire, where it all began. So flight would be coming in from Riverside, heading into just across Clock Tower and near Rimnam Village. And RQ is one of those who, or Onyx Olympus rather, is one of those who take that area of Rimnam Village, and they might be met by RQ later on. But for the rest of the squad, especially for Avida XKDC, they're splitting up between Carton, and they might be meeting up. A few players might be meeting up with either Shadow or AG Global, who will be hanging next to Sentosa. For Eva's Divine, though, hot drop, and let's see if the gods can take down the Wonder Kid.
And obviously AG Global will not think twice to go after the Avida players since they are all spread out like butter. But Ray now with the mini Uzi going in for the search. ABCD shutting down Rasia. Ray with a sliver of health left on him, wondering if or not he should go up for the pickup on Rasia. He does manage to trade out ABCD, who was on the hunt. But Ming from up top brings him down to a sliver of health. And now Flash should be able to take Ray out of the equation.
Ooh.
Rasia crawling, pick me up. No, sorry, help me. But no help came through, and EVOS Divine looking divine indeed as they are sent up to heaven.
Oh yeah, they are sent to heaven with wings and halo surrounding them. And it's Team Flash. I guess when you saw the Flash, you didn't expect that heaven would be following you right there. But that's what's happening right now. And if I'm mistaken, this is the second time around that EVOS Divine has been taken out a little bit too early into this match, not really showing any prestige in getting the champion of EWC for the moment. But in terms of numbers and what they can recover, there's a lot that they need to do for them to catch up. Unlike Avida XKDC, who has already put a mark in this Southeast Asian region, especially when they got introduced yesterday.
Yeah, check this out. EVOS Divine, 7 points in the first game. 9 points. No, actually no. In the second game, they only got 2 points. What? In the third game, they improved and they got 15 points, and then they went back to a 7-pointer in Solara. Very bad performance of EVOS Divine. And now in Bermuda, they got eliminated way too early. They are the bottom 2 performing teams of the day. The team beside them is actually Magna Esports. How ridiculous is that? I mean, I think EVOS, just like Buriram, hasn't really been giving their all just yet. But I don't think they can afford to mess around like Buriram, though.
Well, that would depend. I beg to differ, because if you remember in one of the seasons that we have in Southeast Asia, they have an opportunity to head straight into the grand finals or into the next stage, but they opted to just go for a long run. I don't know if it's part of the practice or whatnot. But for EVOS Divine, I don't think it does help, because that's like they didn't get the championship at that moment, but they did get a few spots to give them a little bit better on the prize pool.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And EVOS Divine definitely a much better squad in comparison to what they were in 2024. And remember, they were on the dream run for the Esports World Cup, because in 2024, they were the runner-up. They placed second, and then in 2025, they became the champions of the Esports World Cup. And after that, of course, not a great showing at the global finals, but it's all right, because every team has its strong time. And I think EVOS Divine is about to make that big climb up just in time for the Esports World Cup here in 2026. They've got enough of time here in the group stage in itself to play warm-up and figure out exactly what sort of a meta they want to be running as they head on into the finals. Long Kong sprayed down by one. The mini Uzi, man. With 4 minutes into the game, you got to get a better gun.
Definitely better gun and did. And I don't know, depending on where you are coming from as well as the timing. But we also saw a little bit of a substitution coming from Makna Esports, and hopefully that helps the team on to this matches. But for Avitex KDC, long call will be long gone unless a revive will be done. But Shadow, just like Shadow Esports, just stay in the shadow or in the body of Anusit right now, and that's how a Shadow is. But it's a good thing that Anusit is surviving with a quick movement as well as all the utilities being used, and it's barely surviving, but still, what's that? Chilsey will not be chilling in there, especially with a Winchester in hand.
Yeah, this is not the Avitex KDC that we witnessed playing yesterday. Definitely not the same team that started off today, because they were super aggressive, taking on any fights that came their way. But I guess when you kind of get knocked down to the ground a couple of times too many, you start thinking whether or not you want to be as aggressive in the early game. And Avita choosing to not play that aggression, because apart from that 28 bomber of a Booyah that they got on Nextera to open up this day, they have been absolutely horrible.
I don't know, horrible or just quiet? Because we've seen...
Obviously, I over-exaggerate. Horrible from a perspective of that massive Booyah. From the perspective of an average team, they're not too bad.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen Avitex KDC go in for the battle, but it's more of the positioning that they're playing with. So yeah. I do agree that it's horrible in terms of comparison, especially against a Booyah, but we are seeing great lens being done. But Ma'al right now, no change out of this guy. He's still silent and definitely deadly on a snipe.
Uh-oh, how did Nero get behind him though? Was that the Mars in play? Mini Uzi whipped out by Ma'al. This is the desperate play. And he's going up against the M79. Nero, what are you doing? Get a gun. Powerful whipped out. Oh my lord, he took too long. I got a heart attack there.
Hey, that's what I mean. I mean, Ma'al should not be rushed, and he cannot be moved. I mean, I'm not talking about, but it's more and more of the play style that he have. And that's one reason as well as Ranze, the introduction of this player for the team with more mobility compared to Ma'al and the rest of the squad makes RRQ a better team.
Hey, you can say that again. Nero though, ooh, with the Winchester in the hands of a Bay. Level 3 Winchester that's been souped up by the Enhanced Hammer. You gotta know that hits like a truck. The M590 souped up as well with the Enhanced Hammer. And that's giving them a slight advantage, but nothing too massive as they allow the team of PE Sports to rotate away. And even Twisted Minds is not going to be disrupted. RRQ choosing to play passive.
Yeah, I mean, RRQ is one of those teams that when put in a corner, they might fight back, but they don't want to fight that much, especially the risk of being eliminated early in a 7-minute mark. And there's 11 teams that we're working on right now. They know specifically that Bermuda is not one of their best maps. So they need to take it slow. They need to find that final circle. And if they meet teams like what we witnessed earlier, they can go for the fight.
Ma'al's little slip-up, I think Ma'al just panicked, man. He just did not expect Nero to show up from the back all of a sudden. He was just happily sniping away at LBT and their gang. All of a sudden, somebody shows up at the back, and all he had was a mini Uzi. Could have quick-scoped with the AWM, just wasn't as confident in that situation up close and personal. And Nero almost botted that with the M79. And finally, he took out the Parafal and did something worthy with it. But now, the revenge play. But RRQ does not have that up against PE. They may be able to vent their anger out on their brothers from Indonesia, Onyx Olympus, as they show up.
Yeah, Onyx Olympus right now, let's see if the pressure will be built against them. Zyru pulls away out of nade and into the blue wall. And also Demons right now, but there goes Valiant Dash. Ranze just mowing them down, and Demons will be the next target as the M59 against a Max 7. I would say the accuracy would need to be on point for Ranze to make that knockdown.
I would have to agree with you, Ranze. 519 against 2 players. Oh, wrong. Can't be backed up by the rest of the RRQ players as well. He gets sorted out and Abe backing away. But does he have enough time? Ooh, 180. Flicks it around. He manages to get away from the heat of battle as Anyone Can Dream joins the fight. and tries to mess around with Onyx Olympus. They call for the lightning zone. And with the Bolt Maker puts on the extra bit of pressure. Ooh! Almost caught Demons there, but will be caught out instead. Traps knocked down, the Cryo Mine giving them the advantage for Alif to take the knock, and 2 points claimed off of Onyx Olympus. But now here comes the next contender, AG Global, looking for some points off of Anyone Can Dream.
Yeah, that's one thing now. I mean, Anyone Can Dream, we've seen a little bit of a slip up in there, and that's one thing that they need not to risk, especially against AG Global. But Lift right now trying to put pressure and trying to push away AG Global, but they got a better area. They got better covers right now, and will they be able to take it? Alif is down. Riptide Rhythm to help them take out Noki, but Noki is still alive, but Cypher connected to basic therapy is being stayed and remaining to be tough in this battle. Now, it's a battle between Noki against 2 players from AG Global, but a few of those contenders might be introduced in a bit, and ACD will be left with only Faiz, who's trying to get a few more of those, well, a lot of coins already with 3,100, but he needs to move fast in the betting machine.
Yeah, dude was solid with the snipes from afar. Backing up the plays on the side of AG Global, and now they challenge RRQ at Factory. There's a vending machine here that they need to bring Cypher back into the mix. RRQ, on the other hand, full squad. They can gatekeep the vending machine and find extra 3 points here off of the AG Global squad if they wanted to play dirty. It looks like dirty is the name of the game here as they nade them right back. AG Global is almost about to get wiped out here. Nameless looking for an opportunity to save his brother Baros. Abe spots him. And the M590 will get the job done with Dew all alone, but 1,400 in his pocket. He's going to buy back the whole town.
Yeah, let's see if they can buy back the whole town. And we still have 11 teams, though. And we're 11-minute mark and a few more phases to go. But Magna Esports against ACD, I guess this is something that they can use to their advantage right now. They're familiar with the play or gameplay as well as the movement of this team, but they need to move fast. On the other side, it is Team Falcons right now on high ground of Bima Sakti, and they might be able to spot out a Team Flash who's just hiding out. No movement is being done. No sound is being heard by Team Falcons. Thus, Pina doesn't give that much attention onto that side of the compound.
Yeah, Pina now flanking around. Shot from afar, probably by Team Flash. Wasn't expecting that. Whoop. Now meets Long Kong, flies right at him with the M590. And in that split second, managed to fire as well. Beautifully done. And Avida XKDC just scrambled on the battlefield. Not looking like a strong opportunity for a booyah here. Pablo now taken away from Avida as well. The may be possible if they can get to the vending machine, which is not too far away.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, there's only limited time as well they need to work with, but there's a lot of teams that they need to go through or go against. And Crime right now, well, not only is he dealing with HP being lost outside of blue, but also with Maal. But no! It doesn't help them. Maal has been eliminated because of the blue and didn't make it in time for that jump, and they get eliminated on 11, leaving the rest of the squad take over and getting those points.
Average performance off of RRQ this time around, and I tell you, this lobby is filled with survivors, man. Approaching the 13th minute, we still have 10 squads in here. We need to thin down the numbers. And you helping me do that by taking out one player off of the Anyone Can Dream squad, the AWM. How much does AG Global have on themselves, and who's going to continue climbing up the leaderboard? The last time we checked, Twisted Minds was dominating up top, followed by AG Global and Falcons. But obviously they need a few solid ones here be able to secure their spot. RRQ is not going to be chasing anymore on behalf of Indonesia, and now Magna Esports spotting out Shadow. Two of the squads, and I have to say this could just be a 50-50 fight between them, with Magna gatekeeping Shadow Esports. Well, Winzy, one mistake and Rin punishes. He had the electrotherapy connected to him, so a great big advantage there for the Shadow player.
Oh, let's see. I mean, there's advantage that they can go if they move quite fast enough. Rindo takes the lead, and healing gun or healing pistol being used for them to recover quite quickly. Magna Esports, though, goes in for the flank, getting close into the open right now. And there goes Jans. They being taken down by Chelsea. And there's right now the only one surviving. And I think this is it for Magna Esports. They will be taken down, but to what cost? Because Shadow needs to move in onto next zone. Winzy being eliminated. And now recovery or revive will not be working, favoring Magna Esports.
PE Esports out too early this time around. Get Boo. Still won't be able to put a little bit of pressure here. Takes out Chelsea from the equation. But elimination stolen away by Cypher. And AG Global annihilates the Shadow Esports players the moment they see an opportunity, and Shadow's out in 7th. And AG, like I said, helping me out. Thin the numbers out there on the battlefield. Flash still alive and kicking. Looking for the next circle, though. This is the lightning zone that they need to navigate.
Yeah, let's see if they can navigate the lightning, and there's something that they need to move away from. Now, as we look into Team Falcons heading into the fray, as AG Global's waiting and we're alongside them, a battle is happening between Twisted Mind as well as Team Flash, with the inclusion of Vida XKDC on the second floor.
Yes.
So Vida is not looking good right now in terms of survivability, but Team Falcons being shut down by AG Global as well as being gunned by Twisted Mind, and a steal might be happening as here comes Twisted Mind, but no, they're the ones being thinned out.
Yeah, I mean, Vida XKDC now showing we are missing everything on this battlefield. So many battles. And we get a wide angle view, man. At least be thankful for what we have, Mustachio. X-Posse, final survivor of a Twisted Mind. Vida XKDC out in the open. They have to on that reposition because the circle is just tiny and there's barely any defensive spots left. AG Global, Baros cooking up the nade. M5 Yankee on standby. You see that electrotherapy as well. Falcons out in 5th, and AG Global wants to send a Vida XKDC right after Falcons in that 4th spot.
Oh yeah, I mean, they need to move fast in only a few seconds before the shift happen, and this is it. VXKDC almost eliminated, Megat already eliminated, and AG Global has a new target. It's Team Flash right now, who's just waiting for them to knock through. But Twisted Mind still have one player in the fray, but is unspotted, so he will not be faced. AG Global, an opportunity for them to take this in the bag, but Team Flash is not making it easy for them to do so.
AG Global looking for the big one here, but the god made by Zob. Nameless goes down. Baros for the save. Flash can't find the finisher just yet. They try to break through the glue wall. Baros panics, and he does not pick up Nameless, misses the opportunity, and Flash overwhelms AG Global. And now it is all up to Exposio on the side of Twisted Minds, and Flash denies that, picking up the booyah for Vietnam.
Booyah for Vietnam indeed. I'm really looking forward to how well they did in numbers, because a lot of chaos has been happening in that fight. But congratulations to Team Flash. Finally, after, I would say, a few of those mistakes being corrected, there's a chance for them to really get that highlight as well as get the booyah for the name.
I mean, Flash did very well in this matchup to just climb up the leaderboard a little bit more, because they were struggling to find these big points. The best game that they had thus far was Solara with the 15 points. And apart from that, I think they pulled off pretty average games, right? And when I say average, I don't mean that in a bad way, in a very good way. Because we usually talk about how a team needs to aim for more than 10 points. I think Flash has done fairly well for themselves. 12 points, 15 points. I think they got that twice. And now the booyah as well. So this is a really good game. It's a really good day overall for Team Flash.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, hopefully this brings them a little bit higher into the board right there.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of chasing that has been done. And looking at the situation, that final moment, we still have Twisted Mind, we have AG Global, though Team Falcons was there as well. But the moment that they got gunned down by AG Global and then jumped by Twisted Mind, then that's where they got taken out. But It's just stuff though wherein you have a better vantage point. Twisted Mind, the moment you pull away from that comfort zone, they pulled away from that comfort zone. That's where they lost all if not most of their players. So hopefully they make a little bit more correction there. But the deed has been done. A lot of elimination as well as placement point has been put in by the team.
Yeah, Flash is one of those teams that still runs the lineup of Zane, Oscar, Chrono, as well as Skylar. They're running that Riptide rhythm, but what makes the biggest of difference is the extreme encounter for the Zom out of the Zane that he has on the front line. And usually he runs the Shani with the gear recycle. He has the Nikita on himself with the Joseph as well. You can't slow him down. He is a unstoppable beast. Speaking of which, he does have the Beastin as a pet on him as well. So it's the kind of setup that allows Flash to be very aggressive, but it's also like a glass cannon sort of a setup where sometimes they overcommit in some of these battles, thinking that they are going to be really solid on the front line, but the mechanical skills just don't cut it for them in those situations. This game, though, was a little bit different, all thanks to the chaos that the final circle threw into the mix as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's a lot of chaos in there. They just took advantage of that situation. And no wonder that they are bringing the Shani back, because from what I remember, especially with the update that we have, Shani is one of those that has been buffed up. So out of the duration, it has been increased, or the shield point duration has been increased, doubled from 5 seconds, now 10 seconds. So it's really good. They're taking advantage of that update, of the current meta right now, but it's not across the board compared to what we seen for the other teams we're in. There's 2 Olivias or a few more, a couple of Tivas right there, but at least they're sticking to their roles.
Yeah, but I did notice that everybody from Team Flash, they had the Nikita on them, right? So extra reload speed, you also get to slow down the rate of recovery from your opponents. So Team Flash is looking for those aggressive encounters in there, and they most definitely were getting that. And I think you could see almost all of their players having the M590 on them as well, with a little bit of a backup with the snipers on a couple of those players. And this is the kind of setup that allows them to be aggressive. But can they keep up the consistency in terms of big games? I don't know. But in terms of delivering the average points that's going to be required to keep them as one of the big contenders for the finals, it's definitely there. And Flash is delivering on that request.
Yeah, we're really looking forward to how well they can do it, especially on, we are now on the 5th, or just finished the 5th, and we're heading into our final map for today. There's a lot of chaos that has been done, a lot of changes in the leaderboard that happened already, but we as we go back in the ideation of this lengthened and group stage as well as knockout stage, it's more of them to find the rhythm, find the groove right now of each of the team in Southeast Asian region, and Team Flash is one of those who slowly build it up and an average, but with that Booyah, hopefully they are motivated to get a few more.
The Zom picks up the MVP with the 3 eliminations, 1,958 on the damage. Not the most that we have seen, but if he managed to pick up the MVP, it definitely means that perhaps the squad did not get a massive game for themselves this time around. I mean, we'll still have to wait and see exactly what the numbers look like later on. Because that's the MVP of your squad, right? So I've got questions in my head right now, and you look at the top 5 eliminations, you don't see Flash. So they actually weaseled their way in towards that final circle and stole this Booyah away from one of these big teams who are contending for those big points. I'm now very curious about the overall eliminations of the squad. And this was what we were speaking about, right? They've got the double Shani, and every player on the squad is running the Nikita. No Olivia inside, so they're not looking for the recovery on play, but obviously anticipating those knocks coming on through, and therefore the Tiva Chrono combination in the hands of Ming as the support player of the squad. I am not a big fan of this this setup for the Flash, for sure. But even though I'm not a fan, they are definitely going to get into the grand finals if they keep this up.
Yeah, well, definitely. Hopefully they keep this up. But going back to the numbers, I guess it is true. There's not so much that they've gathered in here, and that is only 8 elimination overall, plus the Booyah, the 12 points that they have from Booyah, so that's 20 into this battle. But again, going back to the situation of Team Flash, I guess that's for them that they're risking a lot in those engagement on those CQCs, the aggression that they want to bring into the table compared to the other teams who's working on defensive skills. But there you have it. We have 20 by Team Flash, but who overtakes them is all Gamers Global with 16 elimination, bringing them to a total of 24.
Yeah, AG Global was actually going for the big one in this game. Unfortunately, they got taken out so close towards the end of that circle. Twisted Minds doing fairly well for themselves this time round. The recovery off of that booyah earlier on, and making sure to prevent that booyah curse. Could not go for a back-to-back, but at least they are still supplying us with those strong points, which can only mean that Twisted Minds will be dominating the leaderboard in the top 3. Where they sit in the top 3, of course, is going to be a question because of how well AG Global has been doing. Both these teams have been fighting at the top. RRQ was in the mix as well the last time we took a look at the overall leaderboard, but with them getting only 9 points now, I do expect them to be pushed down a little bit, and that is going to be the fact with Twisted Minds dominating, but only with a 1-point difference here up against AG Global.
Yeah, I mean, that risk it all. That's a 1-point difference. If this could have been the end or final match already, at 1 point is equivalent of them losing $250 US. But AG Global, I don't think they will be slowing down. They want to take that for themselves. And well, despite of how it looks, I think Team Falcons, if in case AG Global Twisted Mind get eliminated early, can still catch up. But will they be able to do so? Because of how heated the battle is, and we still don't know which map they're playing on, so we don't know what advantage they have.
That's true enough, man. I mean, randomizer in for the play. And if we do get a repeat of either one of these maps, does it actually confirm that one of the exact same teams that have already gotten a booyah there gets another booyah on the random map? I don't think so, right? Because that's the kind of lobby that we've got here on our hands. Southeast Asia is just brutal. Look at the teams that we have got 2 booyahs on their side. They're still fairly low the leaderboard because it's just that kind of a competition.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of teams that is taking advantage in just elimination alone, or those who are consistent enough to get placement together with elimination is taking the top of the board. And as we look at it, there's only a few really that is maintaining their dominance in being top 3. Looking at Twisted Mind, GOW, Bigatron by Vitality, as well as WAG, who in most cases has been part of the top 3, but right now, I guess most of them are not playing. They are slowly being pushed down into this overall standing. That doesn't really matter until it's the end of the week.
Yeah, I do have to agree with you. 2 weeks of our group stage where nobody gets eliminated. The only difference is if you are in the top 12, you get to play for early qualifiers a little faster compared to if you are slightly lower on the leaderboard. But if you are on the lower part of the leaderboard, it also gives you a little bit of rest time so that you can figure out strategically what you can do to make that qualifier into the grand finals. I think the format of the competition is really well thought out. But speaking of well thought out, this is something that you cannot prepare for. It's the map selector, the randomizer, and now we get to go into the map where we're going to love, for sure, because regardless of which white map, we're going to live it anyway.
Let's see now which map it is, and we're back. We're back to Bermuda. And there's one thing though, we've just witnessed Team Flash get it. Is this another chance for them to get it once again, or probably anyone from those final 3 that we've seen in that previous battle might be taking their revenge against Team Falcons? Whoever it is, it would probably change the pace of the game, especially as we're looking at the top teams for today.
If Team Flash actually gets a back-to-back booyah on Bermuda, I'll do the chicken dance on broadcast, man. There is no way in hell Flash pulls this one off. They better not. they better not. But I don't think it's going to be a possibility, right? Because it was very passive in terms of Flash getting into the final circle. How they pulled it off, I don't want to say luck, but they were definitely in the right places at the right time, and the chaos was breaking out in the other places at a different time for the other teams who could not get to that final circle to really challenge for the booyah. But yeah, man, if they pull it off back to back, I'll do it.
Yeah, you have the space to do it, and we will be loving it to watch you. But again, it's up to Team Flash right there if they can get another booyah. But just to see AJ, go do that chicken dance. I'm cheering them on, right? Team Flash
damn.
right there. Part of my prediction. So, AJ, it's up to you.
Okay, now this is where you guys do not manifest Team Flash to get the booyah, all right? Don't do me dirty, okay? I need to figure out how we can somehow get Avita XKDC back in action because Avita XKDC this time around again. I'm actually being very hard on Avita XKDC, okay? Because I've got high expectations for them. They are the dual champs of our Free Fire Max Asia Invitational that we shoutcasted together the last time around.
Yeah.
So I'm really excited to see them in action. And sometimes when they come in, especially the first match of the day, they are explosive. But then the following matches, they are average. They're not bad. They're still getting more than 10 points, which is definitely going to be, a good enough marker to show that the team can qualify. But we're not seeing the back-to-back big matches of Avita just yet.
Yeah, I mean, really looking forward to it, especially with records that they have. We're in out of Thailand, they are slowly dominating the scene. Probably it's because of the qualifier condition that they have right now. But let's bring it over to players right now. See the conditions of these teams, especially for those coming in Vietnam. Team Flash motivated after the booyah that they grabbed earlier.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I think everybody is motivated. Some of them are sleepy. Yes, understandable. Understandable for PE sports that are definitely, I wouldn't say struggling, but just haven't found their full rhythm just yet. They have had a decent slow start where they did pick up the pace at Purgatory, Kalahari, and Solara. But at Bermuda, you saw the crash coming through again for PE Sports. They couldn't really get a lot of placement points. In fact, I think they got taken out in the 9th or 8th spot earlier on. So, Bermuda's not looking kind to PE Sports. They need to make a very big change if they want to climb the leaderboard a little bit on this final match.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen glimpses of hope coming from the team right there, but there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. And again, there's plenty of teams, plenty of days to work on that, plenty of weeks, especially in the group stages in this series of Southeast Asia Spring 2026 for Free Fire World Series. But as we look into the other teams as well, who we want to improve and show up right now, anyone can dream, despite of how present they are in most of the engagement. We don't see that. I would say we don't see that much compared to what we expect them to do, especially with the 10U that they have. A little bit of raging that is happening right there.
They were definitely acting, bro. That's the worst bunch of actors I've ever seen. EVO's trying to pretend like they are frustrated with their horrible performance. Well, I mean, I can say horrible again. Their horrible performance, because EVO's Divine has gotten 7 points off of that first game, 2 points on the second game, 15 points on the third game, which is decent, and then back to 7 points, and then nothing from Bermuda. So, and of course, you saw the very emotive EVO's Divine voice showing you guys that they are frustrated, just like Buriram. I think they're not playing at all on purpose. I see no reason for them not going all out. In fact, I think that they should just drop the shenanigans and show us what EVO's Divine is capable of doing in this particular season. I would love to see that, so that I don't have Flash going on and grabbing the booyah here in Bermuda.
And AJ won't be doing the chicken dance in the broadcast. But there's one thing though. I'm just wondering, out of the prize pool that they grab out of EWC, has it been spent like entirely? And probably that's one reason why they're not doing that much, because they have a straight ticket already onto EWC because of being champion, and there's not really a lot of risk of them not performing in this competition.
I'm not going to say names, all right, but the last time I was in Indonesia for the global finals with you, Neptune, we saw a couple of players, a couple of Free Fire esports players having sports cars, all right?
Yeah.
I think they might have spent their money already. The team stats, Twisted Mind, 60 eliminations. Ranked number 6 in the competition so far with 36k on the damage. Definitely not the most lethal team in the competition, but they are hanging on with the best for sure. Twisted Mind's on that slow climb up to the top. And here's the crazy part. They have only played 5 games so far in comparison to the rest of the teams that they're chasing on the overall leaderboard who have completed 11 matches.
Yeah, I mean, that's surprising. It's more of elimination overall that they've slowly moved up, but also they're finding the final circle 3 out of 5 times. So we've seen them, though they are solo, we witnessed that earlier in the previous Bermuda, survivability is what they're doing quite well this time around. I thought from the beginning of this game, they will just go for elimination, their usual trademark, but no. I guess they're practicing to probably the champions of this competition, but they need to be careful, because if it's quite clear of what your plan is, a lot of teams out there, the smart ones, the ones who are scheming to put you out early, might bring you out in the open, especially in the grand finals. And going back to Evo Divine, probably one reason why they're not showing up, they don't want to be targeted as early as this.
Yeah, man. I mean, EVOS Divine definitely don't want to be targeted. They are gearing up not just to dominate this particular competition, but they also want to move on to the Esports World Cup and become the back-to-back, the reigning, defending, and still world champions as far as EWC is concerned. That's what they want to hear the casters say by the end of the competition. I know for a fact. But, of course, can they get there? Not if they continue to monkey around. Let's take a look at the head-to-head here between Lao Ho and Rasya. And Rasya is getting his butt whooped by Lao Ho.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really a head-to-head that gives us a little bit more perspective on how they fare with each other. But I guess, like, we're just assuming that what we see is what the teams are pulling up, or whipping off right now. And Evo Divine, though this is not the usual Evo Divine that we often see, well, I guess let's just assume, with a clear mind, they're not EWC champion. They're just sucked this time around.
Well, let's see, man. We are about to head on into the game. It's the final match of day 2 here in our group stage, and it's all going to come down on Bermuda. The question is, can we see Twisted Minds hold on to the #1 spot in terms of dominance? Will AG Global catch up? Will Falcons pull out a massive bomber to pick up the 3rd booyah of the day and overtake Twisted Minds and AG Global on the #1 spot? Or will we see Flash secure the booyah and make me do a chicken dance? I don't know. So many things to look at.
Let's see, though. We're back in Bermuda, where it has begun, and this is where it ends for today. The flight path, though, slicing through in the middle from Shipyard, heading into Mars Electric. Evo Divine far, far away, probably heading into Bullseye, if not Graveyard. But Team Flash would be met into Shipyard, and Team Falcons would be on the other side. So northern parts already 3 teams that's occupied, and it's quite near to each other. So we might expect a battle between the 3.
Avita X KDC in a wild open drop, not actually heading in for any compound. That is weird, and I'm curious if or not they are up to something. PE Sport up against Shadow very early, and Chilzy finds Lao Ho with the mini Uzi. In fact, it's just everybody with the mini Uzi here, fresh on the drop. Nobody's got enough time to pick up the loot just yet, and Shadow Esports realizing that that's the mistake that they're making. Everybody rotating away from the PE Esports players who are going in for the hunt, not allowing Shadow Esports to recover. But you got to remember, as Shadow Esports runs away, they're picking up decent loot for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, they're looting up. They're just setting things up for PE Sports. And I guess PE Sports does felt that happening. Thus, Lao Ho pulls away. Probably work in a few more of those weapons as well as a vending machine later on. But we've seen AG Global going against Avita XKDC, and the first blood has been drawn. And it's AG winning the fight. Now, PE Sports going for the flank. Not quite sure if they can catch up, but with all the noise, they might attract Magna Esports, who have clear view on PE Sports.
Lao Ho deadly with the position. Smartly played here with the stealth bites off of the Mars. And right up on top, he will be that distraction. Still trying to be in that flanking position to stop the Shadow Esports players from getting away. But Magna is about to stick their noses into this battle of Bima Sakti Strip and potentially distract PE Sports if they can take their sniper out of the equation here. A 3-way battle we may end up with, and Magna's the closest one to the vending machine.
Oh, I love that throw on grenade. Just an edge and windowsill. And here comes Shadow being pushed by PE Sports. LBT not even really stepping in. The min right now not risking at all. But there goes the takedown already being done. And Juan will not be dealt with. But Magna Esports steps on the other side. They might be able to go for the steal. But that forces one player from Shadow Esports to pull away. The same goes with PE Sports.
Yeah, it was a brilliant play here by Magna. Timed that really well for the backstep. As the third party, they wipe the floor with the Shadow Esports players.
Oh,
but it's not a full squad wipe just yet. There's one final survivor here from Shadow. And PE Sports not staying to see what Magna can do to them. They quickly backed away from that equation, allowing Magna to feast on Shadow. But now they want a rematch, a rechow 4v4. Chilsey's going to be sitting pretty, not wanting to get involved in this battle just yet, hoping and praying they both distract each other and get away far so that he can use the vending machine. And PE Sports just not having the kind of weaponry to take a quick fight up against a raging Magna who look souped up. They've got the quad, they've got the AC-80, MP5, M590. Holy Lord, Magna's ready for a fight.
And that's one thing, I mean, if you have a cord early into the game, especially a decent amount of bullets, you will be able to use that without using any of the utilities to break down glue walls. And that's what's helping Magna Esports right now. But Chelsea chilling like a villain right now, waiting for this engagement to happen to end to as well as Lau Ho pulls out with the Moors, leaving the rest of the squad behind. And that is him, says the Ta. See you later.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And this is unfortunate for PE Sports that they have to retreat in such a way. This is how the cookie crumbles here as the chaos ensues so early. But the blessing is no squad eliminated just yet. The revivals coming through one by one, and Shinzi pulls Chilsey back in after his service of recovering the squad earlier on. Falcons versus EVOS at Katulistiwa. Aim got on that revival, and he's going to be backing away from this engagement. Time turner, Pina, M590, just needs one more shot. Ray sitting down in the corner of the time turner, smartly played. And now, here comes that cryo mine advantage. And Ray taking advantage of that backup play there. Brilliant counter by EVOS.
Oh, definitely. I mean, great decision making right there. Into the edge of the time turner, plus the glue wall. And even Pina hesitated to go for that push. On Fyro has been knocked down, but a revive has been done instantaneously on Pina and Kiroro by none other than Limited 7. Here comes Team Flash, trying to go for a flashy entrance. And Limited 7 is out. Team Flash looking to get that booyah.
Yeah. Oh, no. Flash, don't do it, man. The wrong kind of motivation I've given the squad this time round. RRQ up against Shadow Esports. At least a couple of their players, PE, in here as well with Lau Ho. RRQ will take those freebies anytime, anywhere, one taken out. Now they're looking for two.
Let's see. The one and only has been taken out already. Let's see if Lau Ho would be gunned down as well. He's quite far though, and he's not making a shot, so information was not relayed just yet on where his position is. But here comes a revive. A couple of players coming from PE Sports, passing or gliding through across RQ. For Team Falcons though, clear view of Event Machine waiting for that mistake to happen, and Chelsea will not be chilling anymore. He'll be on the ground on his knees for elimination being done by Team Falcons, and another one might be meeting them as they get close to Shipyard.
If you guys just joined the broadcast, don't forget to hit that like as well, regardless of the platform that you are watching on. Amitomake Balo Basi, welcome. Bangladesh as well to the conversation. Pretty sure we're going to see the Red Hawks spam coming on through in a little bit, but don't spam the chat just yet, guys. Okay, we want to know from your what you guys think. Who's going to walk away with this final booyah on Bermuda here? Because Falcons look like they are getting absolutely blown apart. With On Fire, I guess rich enough to bring the squad back, and he's going to be all alone as he drives away. One brings Shinzi back in. Shadow Esports still struggling.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, struggling, but it's a good thing that they're bringing their teammates back. It's not as if one or two players is just pulling away from all the engagement. But as you can see, this is what we want to see if you want to survive. Split up as early as this, provide a little bit of distraction. That's what Rin is doing. And Rin is one of the best who will give that. There's a chance to pull away if in case it's only two opponents. And we've seen that clutch potential coming from the guy. But as we look into the map right now, a small circle waiting for 12 teams, and most of them are outside of the previous one. And this chase, this next phase, might be where everyone might falter.
Yeah, I'm loving the spams of likes and love on our broadcast right now. You guys keep it coming on through. It's the final game of the day, so let's have a little bit of fun. Just don't spam the chat, okay? Because I want to read everything that everybody says as we watch this broadcast. Avida X KDC, 2 eliminations. Average games after that massive booyah at the start of the day. And Avida has not shown up big after that. And they're looking for that finisher on the #1 spot, but if they want to overtake AG Global, they need to have a massive game with AG making an early exit off of this Bermuda match.
Let's see. So far, Magna Esports right now are current elimination leader, and RRQ is putting crush pressure on them. But as you can see in the shadows of what they're doing, they're just sticking together, making sure that they will not be taken down as easy as that. But here comes Ranze going for the push, but isolation has been done. It's just unfortunate on the other side. It's a Bay who at the ground, and nades as well as M79 being pulled by Dudes. But the back is being shot at by most of the players from Magna Esports. So Dudes needs to move away, but he still managed to survive up close and personal. He's not phased at all.
And EVOS is actually shooting at the RRQ players as well. EVOS getting involved in this battle. Magna and EVOS annihilate RRQ early off of this Bermuda map. And they are the first ones to get taken down. RRQ ball teams, and now EVOS watching all of the action from the back, managing to steal away a couple of points. Now want the points of Magna Esports themselves.
When we thought that Magna Esports the ones who can time their approach quite well, Evo's Divine is showing us that they can do it too. And that's a little bit of karma coming from going into Magna Esports. That elimination being taken by Evo's Divine. But I guess all that talk about Evo's Divine's not performance is paying dividends because they are showing up this time around.
Most definitely are showing up. Shadow Esports, Valiant Dash for nothing, on the hunt for Long Kong. But Long Kong might just be long gone. Charge button, no pieces going around in circles.
Ring around the rosy out there, and this is what surprised me. I mean, Shadow Esports, we've seen them being chased, being gunned down, being run down by a lot of teams. They're still a full squad. They're still surviving. Though there's not so much of elimination to show off for it, but at least they might be able to get into the next phase of Circle. So hopefully, as they step in onto the third phase, going to the fourth, they will be in a safe spot, a better spot with good loots. But how can you do it? If you have 10 teams in the 10th minute mark and top dogs like Evo's Divine as well as a Team Flash and Team Falcons, it will be tough to say if they can survive even further.
I think Falcons should be able to hang on for the dear lives here because the jump pad is still a big play possibility. Falcons get scanned out. It could be either PE Sports or the players of EVOS. And I think it could be EVOS instead of PE. PE could have scanned out EVOS, and they are making their way into Bima Sakti Strip. A little bit deeper into this next zone. The weapons arsenal was scanned out with the binoculars earlier. It could have been either AG or Falcons. Falcons could be looking to rotate towards the right. But that'll put them in the crosshairs of AG Global. Timing needs to be right here. As Avida X KDC just wondering exactly when they're going to be making their move into this next zone as well. Onyx up against Anyone Can Dream with Twisted Minds right behind them. This is about to go crazy at peak. 10 more squads left here as we approach the 12-minute mark.
Well, let's see now. I mean, Onyx Olympus, prime spot, especially in peak right now. No contention will be done. They are clear view of everyone as both corners of that rooftop has been taken. For PE Sports, same story is going, but they don't have the highest of the ground right now to work with, and they can be shut down by those on the other side. But for Team Flash, they're slowly moving into the middle of the next phase of the circle, and I'm really looking forward to how AvidaX KDC is moving into this space as well, because you were asking earlier how can they get in, and the flank that can be done by Team Falcons, but it's quite open ground towards those areas. So I think the decision is good for Team Falcons to take the left instead of right.
Where will we see AvidaX KDC sneak themselves into? Oh my lord! Up against Shadow Esports straight up. That was a unfortunate rotation. And AvidaX KDC desperate to find the next circle now, but about to step into a three-way battle between Shadow, Anyone Can Dream, and of course themselves, Onyx Olympus, putting themselves out of that equation. Saying, hasta la vista, we want to move on to the next side. But AvidaX KDC moving directly towards them, and Twisted Minds moving towards the edge of the zone. This is going to be tough for Anyone Can Dream, but you gotta respect what AvidaX KDC just did. They are in the circle already, but with a sliver of health on the final player.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that was a good move for them because they're just playing a tag for the rest of the squad. If Twisted Mind didn't spot them, they could have survived with a few more of their players. But AG Global right now, not only do they have one elimination, they are quite slow this time around, and I'm not seeing Saifa move that fast. But PE Sports being dealt with on the other side by Twisted Mind, and with that knockdown, that would force the Thailand team to go against these two teams that's fighting it out and probably take a steal. But there goes AG Global, not waiting for that knock to happen, and they are setting up for Twisted Mind to jump in.
Why is Flash still alive? PE Sports is out in 10th. Flash is looking for the booyah. This cannot be happening right now. AG Global, 2 eliminations. AvidaX KDC makes the exit in 9th as well. Cypher down, bleeding on the ground. And Twisted Minds looking for the annihilation. The Bass charged up here with the electrotherapy. The connection is there. Bass outside of the circle. AG Global looking for the shot. He doesn't get the pickup. Knocks down Team SR, but it's a little bit too late. Bass outside the circle, sustaining too much of damage. Taken out by Deuce VSK. And AG Global, they've also sustained a lot of damage. They need to get to the vending machine somehow.
I don't think they can do it because Anyone Can Dream, as well as Shadow Esports, from what we've seen earlier, taking shots at them. Thus, it would be tough for them to turn things around. Onyx Olympus, though, a little bit silent, putting pressure on Team Flash. And this is what AJ is waiting for. Onyx Olympus to beat them down for them not making it the final circle. There goes a shot from Crime. ABCD's out, but quick pickup can be done. But the pressure is still on. The shift the circle will force them to move, but the lightning zone as well will bring a lot of HP going down the drain.
Yeah, boy, and the viewers are getting excited for sure. Don't forget to let us know in the comment section, who do you think is going to dominate this lobby? Who gets to walk away with a booyah? And of course, drop that like and share this broadcast out to the rest of your friends as well. Do you not bother to say Team Flash? Get the name out of your mind. Falcons will not be the ones, not be the chosen ones this time. In fact, they were chosen by EWOS only in a certain circumstance to farm points off of ACD. Anyone Can Dream up against Shadow Esports. The slugfest between them will end up with a advantage towards Shadow, but on the very edge of the circle, as it tags them, they get the pickup and to move on in.
Oh, let's see. Evo's Divine 16 elimination already and still geared up. There goes the Cryo Mine. Glue walls will not be sustained anymore, but here comes Team Flash moving in with the blue. The Zom almost being taken down, but ABCD's providing a little bit of distraction. Moves in with the Valiant Dash, and let's see if they can beat down Evo's Divine. Team Flash moving quite well. Only Ray remains, and there goes Team Flash taking a win with a full squad.
Holy Lord, Team Flash about to do it! Back to back on the booyah! Up against Onyx Olympus and Shadow Esports on for a run of their own. A brilliant showing by Team Flash when challenged by the Mustachio. They are waking up on a different level now with the consistency. Onyx, advantage with the circle. Shadow Esports could backstab Team Flashes, so they have to be really careful. They're rotating out in the open, all with their glue walls, and Flash making the right decision here to finish off Shadow Esports, who do have an advantage against them in this rotation for this next circle. And as they back away from Onyx Olympus, this puts Shadow in a situation where they have to engage with Onyx. What a brilliant strategy by Flash.
Well, Team Flash needs to be silent right now. Just pick off all those knockdowns, and Shadow Esports slowly inching in as the zone closes. Onyx Olympus goes in for the flank, and they're getting close to Team Flash as well, but the focus is not over for Shadow Esports. The shift is about to happen. Onyx Olympus is the one being taken over by Shadow Esports. Shadow Esports knows exactly what to do, but Mink goes in for a knockdown against Chilsea, and as everyone moves with the next phase of the circle, it is SE or Shadow who's falling down one at a time.
Okay, Mink finds the first one. Chilsea out of the equation. Thanks to Woodpecker here. Team Flash, 12 eliminations strong. Looking for the Booyah. All the heavy hitters are out of the lobby. And I told you, man, EVOS Divine was clearly faking it through the first 5 games, just wanting to pull off a flashy exit like Buriram. But they overestimated what they could do here when they really wanted to. Massive number of eliminations. This could not guarantee that Booyah. In fact, Flash took them out. And this little ring around the Rosie, or ring around the final circle, just getting a little boring if you ask me. Onyx running away from Flash, Flash running away from Onyx. Shadow Esports wondering what's going on. They can't find any bodies just yet. And again, round and round the merry-go-round. Here we go in free fire. Rin still on the chase.
What the heck is happening, bro?
At least we do not get the free cam guy again, okay?
Well, the thing is, it's quite weird. Zone's closing in, glue wall has been laid out outside the blue, and in a bit, everyone would be forced in, and this is where it stops. Onyx Olympus was forcing them to go behind and so that they can anticipate where everyone would be coming in, but Shadow is not stopping that roam around, and they are still taking advantage of it. But Shinzi is already on the ground. It's a duo, and Team Flash seems like they are getting it. Might be winning this fight, but a couple of players already on the ground, and Team Flash grabs the Booyah, and we get to see AJ do the chicken dance.
Shut up! Just shut up! How? How, Flash? How did you pull this off? And look at those smiles. They're damn proud of themselves. But this is the impossible run pulled off by Team Flash. Average throughout the day. But they end the day with a back-to-back Booyah. Picking up 8 eliminations in the previous matchup. And I thought, they chickened their way around the battlefield. There's no way in hell they get it done. And they just ended this game with 16 eliminations after playing merry-go-round with 2 other squads from Indonesia.
And it's one thing now. I mean, in the final moment, it's not to get away. The merry-go-round, the ring around the rosy is not to get away. What they're doing is just like making sure that they are funneled in one specific direction, and that's what happened when they were trying to beat down against the final players. But AJ, here's one thing: you didn't lose this fight. You win it because you asked them to get that Booyah. It just so happened that there's a condition that you put in the ask.
See, guys, I can't stand up because then my head will get cut off. Okay, then this will turn into a very different kind of broadcast. Right? So I'll sit down and I will sing the chicken dance song for you guys. Okay.
I'll join you, bro.
Flash did me dirty this time round. Okay, Flash did me dirty. They refused to perform in all of the other matches, and the only time they could do me dirty, we went for the back-to-back Booyah. And what's more insulting is the second Booyah on Bermuda was even better than the previous one. They didn't chicken around. In fact, they were hunting chickens out there in that final circle. They did happen to find one chicken in Onyx Olympus, but that was after 2 phenomenal shots off of Shadow Esports. And I think this is the first game that Shadow Esports is actually waking up in the competition, Neptune.
Yeah, I'm really loving the survivability that happened for Shadow Esports. And we've seen that for, well, one team in that final circle, Onyx Olympus. They try to survive being silent, doesn't win a lot of those early engagement, but towards the end, when it's really needed, you can stick to those placement point. But they need to convert those elimination as well. And hopefully this is a time that they do so, because from the previous one, they did get 12 elimination, though they were taken out a little bit early. And hopefully with this second place, getting somewhat close, this increase the ranks right here for the overall standing.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And again, it's the Zane that makes the world of difference for the squad. And they're onto something here with the double Shani setup. The 4 blast on, full on Nikita setup as their passive skills, I think is giving them a lot of advantage on the battlefield, right? Especially in those heated battles where you want to quickly reload and just continue your pressure in those fights. A little bit of luck definitely went their way, because at the very end, both Shadow Esports as well as the players on the side of Flash started hitting on Onyx Olympus at the very same time. And of course, Onyx Olympus losing lives, Onyx Olympus trading a couple of players away from Shadow, and of course Flash being able to take advantage of the situation. But they were positioning themselves well to take advantage of that situation, and I think that was a very big play coming through from Team Flash this time around as well.
Yeah, we're loving how well Team Flash has been setting this up in the final moments. No, it's not just a back-to-back booyah. It's more of how they got there. Even in the beginning, and there's a few of signs signs of hope from Team Flash, getting the 3rd place in Nextera, and then has been eliminated a little bit early, but they still are in above 10 points per match. So Team Flash just flashy this time around. And who's another flashy? The Zom. Though the numbers is not showing that much in terms of elimination, but 3 as well as a booyah is quite good enough.
Damn it, Zom! Damn it, Flash! Why did you have to do me dirty? This is just too much. And earlier, they weren't even in the top 5 eliminations, okay? They took it upon themselves this time round to really nail the booyah. But good on team. 6 eliminations for the guy. But EVOS Divine finally waking up. 9 eliminations in this top 5 just between Rasia and Ray. This was a big gain for EVOS Divine. I think they got more than 15 eliminations earlier on before they got eliminated from the lobby, which was a little unfortunate.
Yeah, it's tough, really. But as we look in the skills of the squad, that Dimitri really throws me off. But that's Zane, Oscar, and Chrono. It does help for most instance, but the God right now, I'm not quite sure what he is planning right here. But I'm not seeing anything that is close enough to be on a sniper build. But I guess this is something of them, like some way for them to find a final circle and an aggressive one, because their preparation, or the preparation that they have, especially on the support side for the God, that Dimitri, that Oscar, that Olivia, as well as that Diva on him, definitely will help up this team in dire conditions.
Dimitri is someone I did not expect to see in the lineup of active skills for sure. And we totally missed that off of the Team Flash earlier on as we were spotting them out there on the battlefield. But it looks like the experiments are checking out well here for Team Flash. And the whole chat cannot stop spamming chicken dance. Can y'all give me a break? Team Flash did dirty, okay? Team Flash did me dirty. I don't know if they did you guys dirty, because y'all seem to be having fun out there.
Well, that's what we're in for. Having fun at all. The game standings, well, definitely Team Flash. They did you dirty, but this is a clean game coming from Team Flash right here. Even another team that we didn't expect to be showing up, but Shadow Esports. I'm loving this. They went for survivability. They were gunned down, and most instances they were part of the screen. They're the ones losing the fight, but not for that final moment, not for that top 3, because they are showing what they're made of. Today's standings, it's Twisted Mind taking the win with only 1 point difference against AG. But even if it's a tie, because of that booyah, they will still take the lead.
Yeah, hell, man, this is a great run for the Twisted Minds as well as AG Global. And what the hell, Flash? They snuck into the conversation, man. They are in the 3rd spot. This is a brilliant run from the Vietnamese squad.
Well.
They got a new coach. Yeah, oh well. They got a new coach. And you know what? I'll tell you this, okay? The moderator has been very active on the YouTube chat the whole day, and everybody that has spammed in the YouTube chat has been timed out. But right now, they are spamming for the chicken dance, and they're not getting timed out. This is sabotage. I don't know what to say.
It's quite unfair. It's quite unfair. But one thing though,
yeah.
Vietnam has a way of surprising everyone. Yesterday it was GOW. Now Team Flash surprised everyone. Though they didn't take that team of the day, but that performance is quite well. And this might be it. We might be seeing this competition as a rise for Vietnam. Well, similar to a post that I saw on Instagram earlier about this competition, but it is showing up right now.
Yeah, absolutely, man. It's showing up. The chat is showing up. Everybody's showing up for the wrong reasons, from the wrong time. But you gotta love it, man. AG Global sitting down at the very top of the overall standing without a single booyah to their name. Team Flash in that second spot. They gotta be proud of what they did. The team of the day, though, don't get it twisted. It ain't AG, it ain't Flash who forced me to do the chicken dance. It is Twisted Minds with 65 eliminations, 106 points, 40k on the damage with a single booyah to their name.
Yeah, I mean, consistency was on them already. We've seen the team today totals, the numbers that they have. We have Team Flash who had 2 booyahs. We have Falcons who have 2 booyahs, but they're not even close against Twisted Mind. It's AG Global who is a close contender and taken the lead earlier. Twisted Mind says, no, we're going to twist the necks of everyone who's going against us, and they grab that extra 250. But the only question, though, is will they continue this fight? Will this continue this showing right now? But we won't be continuing as a talk. We're going to bring it over in an interview to hear what the team has to say. So let's take it over to our host.
Hello, what an incredible games. เป็นยังไงบ้างคะกับการแข่งขันวันนี้ลุ้นกันบ้างไหมคะ And right now we're with the team of the day Twisted Mind และตอนนี้เราก็อยู่กับทีมที่มาแรงที่สุดของวันนี้นะคะ Twisted Mind Can you briefly introduce yourself แนะนำตัวสั้นๆหน่อยค่ะ
สวัสดีครับผมทวิตเอ็กโคซี่ครับ
ค่ะ Since today is your first day in FFWS SEA 2026 How did you prepare yourself วันนี้เนี่ยแข่งวันแรกเลยเตรียมตัวมายังไงบ้างคะ
ก็นอนได้เพียงพอครับซ้อมเยอะๆแล้วก็เชื่อมั่นในทีมครับ
Get enough sleep, get enough practice, and practice with your friends a lot. And the next question, in third game, you got the first booyah. How you feel? ตอนที่เกมที่ 3 เนี่ยได้บูย่าเป็นครั้งแรกรู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะ
ก็ดีใจครับเพราะว่าทีมเพิ่งรวมกันครับ
He was really happy because his team just united. And right now, in the scoreboard, you're just 1 point above AG. What do you want to tell them? ตอนนี้เนี่ยในสกอร์บอร์ดมีแค่แต้มเดียวเองนะคะที่นำ AG อยู่ อยากฝากบอกอะไร AG หรือเปล่าคะ
ก็คราวหน้าเอาใหม่นะครับคราวนี้ดิวก็โดนผมไป
Let's make it up right now. Next time. But today I revenge deal a lot. And the last question.What do you want to tell the fans มีอะไรอยากฝากบอกแฟนๆไหมคะ
ก็ฝากเชียร์ทวิตเยอะนะครับทายนาผู้ใหญ่ครับ
Keep cheering for Twisted Team Coach Namo and for now let's get back to the caster กลับไปที่ caster กันนะคะบ๊ายบาย
Okay.I have to be a bloody man of my word, man. Okay, you can, moderator Delena. I know you're watching this. Okay, you should have banned everybody who's demanding. But I'll have to do it because if not, they won't like me anymore. You got it. Just 1 round. Okay, unless Flash gets more booyahs tomorrow. But I'm not even casting tomorrow.
That's one thing, though. I mean, really appreciate it. Such a sport, AJ, right here. But I'm really loving the storyline that's being built right now for first 2 days of this Southeast Asia FFWS Spring. 2026. There's a lot more that's about to unfold, especially from how this teams is showing up, how everything is showing up, especially after updates. All the meta changes is bringing us a lot of surprise coming to teams, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And, you know, the shock is one that is very much welcomed. But I still do think we're not seeing everything that the squads can show out there. Teams like EVOS Divine, teams like Buriram are holding back in the group stage for good reasons, right? Because nobody gets eliminated here just yet. But obviously, I'm expecting more from them in the days to come. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is the end of our broadcast here for day 2 of the group stage. Tomorrow, same time, same place, day number 3. We'll catch you there. Take care, good night, and goodbye.
Ate said the moon and the sun aren't rivals. I still believe in that. Ate said the moon and the sun aren't rivals. I still believe in that. Ate said the moon and the sun aren't rivals. I still believe in that. Ate said the moon and the sun aren't rivals. I still believe in that. Ate said the moon and the sun aren't rivals. I still believe in that. Ate said the moon and the sun aren't rivals. I still believe in that. Ate said the moon and the sun aren't rivals. I still believe in that.
Running down those glue walls, and that removes RRQ from the equation. What a decision made here by the Vietnamese squad. PE secure. Still up on his feet. On fire drops him. One final player from the side of Twisted Minds. 3v1. Make that 3v0. Falcons, your back-to-back Clash Squad and Battle Royale champions, the Dominators of Thailand.
Represent, gotta do it hella big, had to run it back again, like represent, had to do it hella big, had to run it back again, like it. Let it drop. Let it drop. Let it drop.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages, welcome to the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2026 Spring. $300,000 on the line. Direct slots to the Esports World Cup at stake. 18 of the best Free Fire teams in Southeast Asia are locked and loaded once again. 2 years ago, Gideon, this is exactly where Falcons became champions. They went on to the Esports World Cup and made history. Who will dominate this time around to do exactly the same? My name's AJ, I'm the Mustachio, down here with the one and only Gideon Q. We are your casters for the day.
Yep, it's going to be an exciting time to be alive here because we're going to see new storylines and hopefully we're going to see somebody else looking to get that champion prize. 100,000 USD for just the champions. Cut that in half and you get the second places with 50,000. And of course in third, they don't even get half. They get slightly less, 22,000. Everybody is looking to get a top 3 finish here at Free Fire World Series.
Yeah, every single day we've got a team of the day. They get a bonus of $250 and of course the grand finals MVP gets a bonus of 4,000 USD. Of course, we look forward to that a little bit later. We are going to be breaking up the competition into a total of 5 weeks. We've got phase 1 and phase 2 to qualify teams into the grand finals where we will play Point Rush as well as Champion Rush back to back at the end of May.
For those of you who are just tuning into the show and have no idea what Point Rush or Champion Rush is, don't worry, we'll explain it. But first, we need to go into a deep dive of Phase 1 as well as Phase 2 because people have been questioning, is it the same as last year? Well, sort of, but not really. Let's look at the tournament format because at the knockout stage, here in Phase 1, we split our teams into 3 different groups. Now, depending on the placement of those groups after Phase 1, we go into Phase 2 where the top 12 will play first. We will eliminate 2 teams, the best teams actually, from the top, and we'll take the placements from Phase 1 to bring in another set of 2 teams. We'll do this for 3 weeks until we get to the end when we only take the top 6 after 6 have moved on to Point Rush.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, the top 12 teams moves on into Point Rush, which then gives them a few advantage points for the Champion Rush Day on Sunday. And of course, on Sunday, it's unlimited matches. Now, we know this is a lot of information to absorb, so we're going to repeat it all over again. Knockout Phase 1, we have got a total of 18 teams. We're breaking them down into 3 groups. Week number 1, we are going to rank them number 1 up until 12. And of course, week number 2, we're going to be looking at the teams that can qualify through as well. Phase 2 of the competition is where you really want to focus down on because this is what will determine who gets to sit and rest pretty as they wait for the rest first, because the first 12 teams get to qualify first. So at least with the top 2 teams that performs on every single day.
That's exactly what they want. And this will keep on happening until we already have a top 6. Until we get to the very end where it finishes off with only the top 16s who advance to the grand finals, which means we eliminate a good chunk of the competition right from the get-go. And that's just before we get into the real grand finals. Week 3 is going to be brutal for a lot of these teams here in phase number 2, so they better buck up because if they want to do well, it's all based on the way that they play phase 1. Let's not forget about the point system for those of you who are new to the competitive scene here. Our tiebreaker rules are simple. We will check by booyahs, then total eliminations, then rankings in the final game. If you end in first, you will have 12 points, and each elimination is 1 point.
Absolutely. And of course, if you do end up on a tiebreaker, we will look at the number of booyahs first to see exactly who ends up at the top and right below, followed by the overall total eliminations. And of course, even that fails, then we look at the ranking in the final game. But as usual, the point system doesn't really change. It's more of the format that the squads really need to worry about. It is going to be absolutely crucial that they have picked up on exactly what their roster of active skills are going to be, because we still have got the unique active skill in activation.
Everybody loves this system. A unique way to make sure that the meta is always, well, a little unabusable, of course. We're not going to see 4 of the same special, unique active skills. Everybody has to be unique. And we've seen many different types of compositions so far, but with the new introduction of Ray, this might actually change the way that people are going to be looking at this current patch on top of the added changes.
Absolutely looking forward to seeing exactly which crazy man is going to be using Ray out there. Very exciting character, does give you a massive advantage and at the same time a slight disadvantage as well, because on the sea level you cannot underestimate anyone out there, especially if you're going to be telling them exactly where you are. Point Rush though, this is something that is new, that's being it's not so new, it's just being brought back to this stage of the competition where we will have teams gaining a slight advantage depending on how well they can do on the first day of our finals.
Remember, this is only 6 games here, so inevitably, even if you don't end up as rank 1 to get those extra 10 points, the Champion Rush format happens almost immediately after. And for those of you who've been watching the internationals, you know how this format is played. You reach 80 points, you get a booyah. After those 80 points, you win the whole tournament. And we're gonna keep playing those games. We're not limiting it to 8 or 10 anymore. We keep playing until somebody finds that booyah.
Yeah, I mean, eventually someone's got to get the job done. At one point, it could just reach, like, critical mass, just like what we saw at the global final. So many teams stacking up on the point rush condition, and it was just a moment of holy mama, who is going to get it this time round? All out chaos. So if the team wants to rest easy, they need to figure out exactly how to guarantee themselves a booyah. But that's the question though, Gideon. Can you guarantee yourself a booyah in a lobby filled with monsters like these?
Oh, it's too tough to say, especially when we're talking about Championship Rush. We've seen too many predictions go wrong. Let's start in phase number 1, because it feels like this year everybody is extra hungry. We kicked off the year seeing a little bit of Clash Squad just to see where everybody is kind of standing in their own individual prowess, and we didn't obviously get to see everybody, but you could definitely tell everybody was taking it seriously. Even when we were doing like our sound checks and ping tests, these guys are straight up scrimming.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt at all. That's exactly what they were doing yesterday. Can't wait to see what Team Flash has got to bring to the competition. They've got a brand new coach in here running the game from the background, telling these boys exactly what to do out there on the battlefield. Team Flash in the past, they've just been hot and cold. So I wonder which version of them we're going to get this time around. Aurora, on the other hand, you've got veteran players here, but the very first time they're going to come in here with this composition of players.
Yeah, really surprised that Aurora wanted to dip their fingers and their toes into the Free Fire space, especially within Malaysia. It's a really big risk in comparison to, the Kingdom Viva RRQ on the other hand. All Gamers Global, these guys have maintained their rosters for a good chunk of time. Very minute changes here and there, but it feels like they've got a system that works.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And taking a look at GOW, Deanne, one of the core players, Demon from 2025. They are most definitely the consistent ones out of Vietnam. Can't wait to see exactly what they get to pull away for the squad this time round. Avida XKDC, one of the exciting squads that I'm looking forward to watching out there in performance at the Free Fire Max Asia Invitational. Avida XKDC became the dual mode champs, dominating both Battle Royale as well as Clash Squad. We don't have Clash Squad here, but I can't wait to see what they do on the Southeast Asian leg, because it's the first time they're playing at a level like this.
And it's really exciting to see these newer teams from T2 come over into the Tier 1 scene, right? I mean, BTR was a pretty good example as well. Every other team that has come after them has been doing the exact same thing. You feeling hungry, you start challenging people right from the get-go. Get an understanding of what the landscape looks like, and then adjusting in week 2.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of Bigatron by Vitality, made their break into the regional level back in 2024 fall and consistent ever since. They'll be playing inside of Group A alongside Aurora, WAG, GOW Buriram, as well as Team Heavy. In Group B, we have got RRQ, Magna, AG Global, PE Sports, Avida XKDC, as well as Team Flash.
It's going to be Group A versus Group B today. Tomorrow it's going to be B and C, and we start looking at the lineups. Minor changes and minor tweaks have been made to a majority of these lineups, and we're looking at BRU, of course. They're having the introduction of Turner on his side, and so far, based on what we've seen just in Clash Caller alone, he knows how to press buttons. He knows how to game.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, one of the heavy hitters, RRQ here, they have not become champions just yet in one of these big competitions. In the past 2 years, it has been very challenging for them. I mean, at the global finals back in 2024, they came runner-up. Last year at the Esports World Cup, they were the runner-up again. I mean, they're looking for the big one this time around, and this is that competition. Maybe just like Falcons, they could become champions here, gain that momentum, head on into the Esports World Cup, and get it done in 2026. I can't wait to see exactly what's going to happen. This time around, we've got Alpine taken out of the rotation of maps. So game number 6 is going to go back into the hands of the randomizer. Well, we replay one of these maps that you see being thrown out here from game 1 to 5.
It's going to be Bermuda, the Nextera, Purgatory, Solara, and Kalahari. And now the fact that we don't have the traditional Alpine, Solara is something that people have to be good at this stage of the tournament, right? We don't know how long Alpine is going to be outside of the esports ring for the time being, but in the meantime, hopefully you can score as many points as you possibly can.
Yeah, absolutely, man. You gotta love Solara. You love each and every single one of those compounds. You love the fact that you can reposition yourself from compound to compound very easily off the slide rails. But can you recover from a wrong prediction? Guys, this is exactly what Gideon and I think is going to be breaking down today. Both of us think RRQ as well as Buriram will be on fire as usual. But Avida X KDC up against GOW. These are the underdogs that we think are going to be surprising everyone today.
Yeah, we're hoping that the surprises. I'm looking more towards Gal because I have data behind them. I mean, you watch AVD do what they do best within this year, but I mean, last year Gal has not failed me within the first 2 weeks. That's all I can say. That's what my data shows.
That's exactly what your data shows, man. I mean, Gal's not a bad squad. If you look at their performance in 2024 and 2025, they have definitely improved exactly where they sit on the overall leaderboard, usually down towards the bottom 13th, 12th in 2024. They've improved to 6th, 8th, and I think that's phenomenal for the squad. But you're going up against Avida X KDC that I think is going to be performing well today. And bro, they just dominated the Thai scene before qualifying for the Southeast Asian leg. I think if they can dominate the Thai region, they can dominate Southeast Asian region as well. But of course, we have to see exactly how the matches crackle in a little bit, Gideon.
Yeah, no, of course. I understand where you're coming from, right? Thailand is just a powerful region when it comes down to these Battle Royale FPSs. And they're coming up, you know, out of the gate, I'm guessing swinging. I'm just hoping they take down some of the bigger dogs to set the tone.
Oh, yeah, man. Well, let's see exactly how they get that done, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is match number 1 on day number 1 on week number 1 here at the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Spring 2026. We're starting this year off once again. We want to find out who the dominators of Southeast Asia could be, because on the global stage later on, they're going to be representing all of us, not just the individual regions. And of course, we start things off on the good old Bermuda. Can't wait to see exactly who gets themselves into a hot drop situation here.
Let's find out immediately. Shipyard going to get taken over by Aurora's side. The early droppers are expected to fight each other. BTR, Flash as well. Oh no! Looks like GOW might be contested here. It's tough to say just yet until they reach the ground, but it's been a very, very neutral path when it comes down to the flights.
Well, let's see exactly who the unlucky ones might be. Over at Shipyard, Aurora finding themselves decent enough loot. Nobody's going to be disturbing them just yet. Good drop for Buriram, as they absolutely would love to have a few good early fights to warm up. AG, not a squad that likes fighting early though.
Yeah. Take their time for this. Is ABD now having to deal with heavy for the time being. Pablo already finds one as Mufasa gets the trade back. Pablo able to find it, looking for the last one here. Pablo's already found it, and Allen unfortunately gets the trade, but Tawan puts him into the ground, leaving into a 1v1. Gets hit by the A1, so no Riptide Rhythm access for Buhui.
Yeah, beautiful play with the A124. Buhui has to back away now. Heavy on the final survivor, attacked by AG Global. But maybe Avida X KDC and Buriram will help Heavy out somehow by playing distraction. Avida X KDC already engaging with the AG players. And perhaps Heavy will have a lifeline here. Thanks to Avida. Already 3 eliminations Heavy as they're looking for Dew.
Yep, he's been wasting a lot of Avida's time here. And finally, they get the full closeout. Luckily, Avida wasn't wasting too much just chasing him around. They did send one of their members to actually hit up the vending machine to get the revives. Now we look over to Flash versus Aurora. 1v3 scenario here for Mikko. He needs to get out of here fast. Decides to hop over the wall. And now he's got a teammate to work with, and they've completely locked the entire top compound.
Well, let's see exactly how Aurora gets out of this pickle. Flash is not the most consistent squad out here, so it's a 50-50, I say, in my eyes. Suez has got the double vector. Zor, Mag 7, better gun, but no life on him as he barricades himself in, giving himself a little bit of a room to breathe. Suez just can't get to Zom just yet. When these glue walls go down, Zom's gonna have a major advantage. Here comes the narrow Valiant Dash response, but Zuez gets the surprise play.
He didn't know. He didn't know that it was Oscar on the opposite side. It was just the roll of the dice there, whether it was the right character for the right reasons. Oh, unfortunate indeed, and it looks like, Aurora has been taking plenty of damage at this stage of the game, while Flash, again, the consistent harassing right from the first minute.
Yeah, Aurora's not too bad at all if they continue to play in this way. Used to play as Team Vamos, right now have formed a brand new alliance. If I'm not mistaken, they have got Putra as their coach. I'll have to double check that information in a little bit, but definitely a big promising squad from Malaysia. The Axel, veteran, up against ABCD. Just not the right gun, but he gets the advantage. Knocks Axel down to the ground. Some shots to the head there to give him the extra bit of power. And my goodness, Esa was praising Axel. That was unfortunate.
Yep, real unfortunate there. The rest of Flash now control that northern side. I did see in the background that RRQ is also on the northeastern side of the map, actually rotating down to the south. Not entirely sure where this first ring is pulled towards, but at the very least, a lot of these teams not taking the early engagements want to play for harassment more than anything. And now we look at GOW and PE Sports. Looks like they've collided and opt to not start things up too soon.
And let's see if they will listen to that advice. Videx KDC, round 2 up against Heavy. Earlier, they forced the whole squad scrambling on those revivals. Anusin spotted out already. He just doesn't get the job done with a Dragon and punished by the MAC-10. Anusin gets 1 point for himself, and Mufasa says, hell no, on the U-turn now. Heavy again under pressure. Avida is uncontrollable.
They can't do much about it, and now Heavy have to recheck the angles they thought were initially safe. With Buhui out of the picture, that UAV, not going to reveal too much here, does actually allow a couple of shots for Long Kong to come through. Does he win this 1v1? First strike already on Mufasa's side. I don't know, is he in the right angle? I don't think so. And Long Kong knows it, so he locks himself in, trying to buy as much time as possible as you see Mufasa realizing that he can't fight this 1v3 alone, and he doesn't have every angle covered.
Doesn't have those angles covered for sure. Videx KDC not backing away. Mufasa's gonna pay the price here, but of course he will gladly do so. But PE Sports out by Magna. Looks like Malaysia wants to make a lot of noise this time around. A fantastic start for Magna.
Not entirely sure that happened off the camera, but we still look at this tense situation here by AVD alongside with Heavy. Finally, Heavy make the choice. We've got a vehicle. We can start moving away. Let's make our way from the eastern side to the southern side. We might be able to find some more comfortable spacings there. Oh yeah.
Axel, Aurora's right back in here, but RRQ now teasing the boys from Malaysia. Ma'al VSK, dangerous player, has got the Morse. Helped him to reposition. But can it help him get away from the shots of the Aurora squad now? They want blood and dew. As lethal as always, that AWM didn't take him a long time at all. Buhi down on the ground. Ma'al with the VSK breaking down the defenses of Axel. But Mother Nature will stand in the way for a bit as Aurora thought they got away with that one, but Dudes just showing up with the UMP. Now Bigatron about to save Aurora here as they interfere with the fight.
Ma'al is doing his best to slow down 2 members of BTR. If he goes down here, it's going to be a lot of trouble as RRQ members run. Zeye, unfortunately stuck in a 1v4 scenario without the help of his sniper. He just has to look for picks, pull them out and bait them into the open air.
Yeah, man. 6 eliminations strong already. RRQ looking for a big game here. Ranze, Valiant dash at the right time to get away from the shot, but takes too good for the M590. C-Bank from afar. 2 players down on the side of RRQ already. Ma'al says hasta la vista as he goes down under here with the stealth bites off of the Mars. And Bigatron on the hunt. RRQ, of course, those revivals are going to come through easy. Bay far away from this region, and Ma'al now will just have to be the sacrificial lamb that Bay needs to buy back in a bit.
Yeah, but unfortunately, running down the hill, there's no choice. No matter what you do, you have to commit a glue wall or at least find any little bit of cover. It looks like Ma'al has decided, you know what, if I'm going to be out in the open, we might as well fight. Looking for a trade, doesn't find it, and he finally goes down. Luckily, because of that, allows the rest of RRQ to reposition themselves within the ring and look for a recovery phase.
Oh yeah, man. WAG. No eliminations just yet. They have kept their heads down all the way into The 7th minute mark now right in front of them. They spotted that squad already, but just not wanting to engage just yet. Heavy on the other hand, off to a very slow start. Twice, no, the third time. Again, Avita XKDC, they just don't want to let them go. Again, don't crowd. Avita XKDC, they've got a mission and they want to smash Team Heavy. Mufasa's out of there. Thank goodness for the nitrous.
Oh, luckily he had the nitrous. Unfortunately, Pablo was able to take him out as he's getting chased. Alan finding another vehicle of his own, looking to split the opposite direction as Buhui now making his way into Mill. I don't know if he's aware of Jun nearby, but we'll find out here because the audio should be there. Oh!
Well, the double revival came on through first. Buhui getting the job done. And 24 in hand gets the first clip onto the knee. Has to back away. 49 HP. Pulls out the mini UAV and Buhui still needed a few extra seconds, but Jun just didn't want to let that go with the MP5. Gets that one elimination and Heavy again just being forced to back away from the battle, but thankfully they do have those team boosters on themselves, hoping to survive outside the circle a little bit longer to play recovery.
AVD has been hunting them avidly from the get-go. Heavy has not been able to recover well for a long time. I think this is like their second and a half technical reset overall. They played plenty of resources just to get their boys back, and now that we're looking into that third ring, I'm not so sure that this is going to be a good fight for them if they keep on resetting, right? There's not a lot of POIs that allow you to bring back your whole squad, and most of them are in intersecting points of two teams.
Yeah, man, you have your Predators and you have your meals. Unfortunately, Heavy in this lobby, just not a Predator, at least for this particular game, because Avita XKDC wants to play Predator, and they've got a great position at Kotatua for the next circle. Buriram, unsuspecting, quiet all lobby long. And they want to get themselves into a better defensive spot right beyond peak. WAG managing to stay silent up till now. No eliminations, just like Buriram, focusing on their looting progress.
Until we see the closure of the second ring entirely. So right now, the southern side is looking phenomenal unless we see a northern side ring pull here. It'll happen in a couple of seconds, and everybody's waiting for what the next move is going to be.
Holy Lord, I asked a question, what can the new coach for Flash do? He says, we'll give you a flashy entrance into FFWS Spring 2026. 11 eliminations already for Flash. What in the world is going on? We missed all those engagements. I want to see more out of the squad, but for now, RRQ under heavy pressure by Heavy. I think this is a terrible idea. The Valiant Dash working out in the favor of Mufasa. That's surprise, surprise, as he gets Ranze. But Dudes instantly buys him back. That's the only player from the side of RRQ you're going to get for now, Heavy, as the rest of them just too far away. And Heavy needs to look for the circle.
Actually, I like this idea from RRQ. You have three members all sitting on the outside collecting resources, knowing that they're not at their strongest. They say Ranzi in just to look for space. Even if he goes down, they're able to recover and then look to play elsewhere. This might sell the idea that the north side is completely uncontested and might give overconfidence to the teams holding it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Flashy now. Out with the UAV. Just chilling. Just playing around with the blue, not wanting to enter too early into the next zone. GOW right behind them. It's going to be a battle between the Vietnamese squads in a little. Bigatron by Vitality, on the other hand, forcing WAG to join them in a friendly little gunfight.
It's a slow moving here. Gao on the further south side has finally rotated into the next ring. I was surprised they didn't take the Pochinock side, but it looks like they're going to contest AG on the opposite side of the hill. Artillery and plenty of ordnance is being thrown over as BTR actually not too far away from this. AG making the smarter choice to back off. They have the information, and now BTR show presence, forcing Gao back. Hans paying the price.
And Buriram finally putting an end to Heavy's run. Unfortunate for those boys. 3 times is the max on that full-on revival. And just scurrying to pull themselves together, but after they came across Buriram, came to a swift end. AG Global up against GOW, playing the elevation of the hills really well. But now GOW in trouble, because right behind them, here comes Flash. But RRQ beating down on Flash one after the other, not allowing Flash to take those shots on the Gao players.
Man, they wanted to look like TV dinner. They didn't want to attract attention, and now everybody, all the rats are coming out to see what's going on and get a slice of this pie. And GOW, unfortunately, with no natural cover, will have to take the brunt of all the glue wall melters, forcing out the time turner as well. Plenty of ordinances being thrown. As you can see, the god himself able to find some headshots of his own. AG now a man down. He's trying to hold on strong, and they're still holding away because Flash is going lower and lower, forcing the angle to stretch, and Nameless loses his head because of it.
Yeah, beautiful play here, but the Flash player with a flashy exit, managing to knock down Nameless before getting taken out. That slows down AG Global, but it doesn't put an end to them just yet. GOW now, just a little bit too far outside the circle, need to make their way in. AG Global doubling back. They won a big fight, and they understand that this is 3 points that Gao could give them.
They're being very resilient right now. AG are the ones with man down, and Gao looking to kind of spread the forces apart. BTR finally backing away, allowing an opportunity for Gao to go through, and the revives from RQ might make this a little messy. Oh, no. They have to check double corners now. They're behind the box of GOW. Good luck.
Cypher not gonna get caught out just yet. Smart play by Nameless here. Ice Grenade not gonna touch him just yet. Cypher wanting to pull off this ambush with the M590. Nameless gets annihilated, all thanks to the RGS. This backstab not gonna come through. Oh no, Bigatron! They reposition, and they might just spot out Cypher. That peekaboo game might not go his way.
Now BRU going to make the elevation above the A1, making it good, but RQ eventually get eliminated. WAG controlling the center of this fourth zone. Now, luckily, BTR had to make that first move, allowing GOW to actually hold on to their side of the map, and they've got plenty of angles on that top side. BTR may have made a critical mistake here, getting shot from pretty much everywhere, losing a lot of resources, and even reinforcing the glue walls to ensure their safety.
Yeah, Riptide Rhythm now from GOW, breaking down the defenses of Bigatron, forcing them towards the opposite side. But that puts Bigatron in a great spot as they spot out Magna. God nades raining down on them, and Magna out in 7. Bigatron using that high ground advantage, tanking GOW now for inviting them to move on to the opposite side. But will they be able to take GOW out of the equation here? AG still waiting for revenge to play peekaboo with GOW.
So here's what we know. GOW doesn't really have to move. Same goes for AG Global, and AG unfortunately don't have much of a choice in this scenario. AVD on the opposite side, somehow getting some decent shots in, and they finally find Cypher. GOW now dominate the southern side, but that one compound is causing too many problems. If BTR don't get cleared off that top side, everybody's gonna take punishment.
Yeah, let's see if not they're gonna do exactly that. Demon shuts down Joel. Gao's still doing so well in this fight. And Lightning Zone called upon by one of these squads. Whoever's out in the open, they are gonna be teased for sure. Barros with a sliver of health gets shut down by Demon as he just blasts through him with the Valiant Dash. AG Global now out in 6.
Oh, GOW, they somehow need to get under, but unfortunately there's just too much pressure, and BRU are taking the opposite ends, making sure that they can cover that top end side. They don't want to be part of this. Osama, he just needs to live as long as possible. The nade comes, connects just a little bit, but not enough to knock. GOW forcing a full engagement against WAG, who's moving out of the compound.
Yeah, great positioning by Avida XKDC. They had the best spot in that compound for the circle. Totally untouched by everybody else, but now at a disadvantage as the circle starts to move towards the Bigatron players, one after the other. Everybody under pressure. Gao being preyed on by the WAG players, and out in 5th. Gao could not complete that run. WAG just in the better spot here as Avida XKDC circles around, perhaps looking to stab Buriram in the back.
Unlucky. How does BTR still have all 4 of their members still alive in the most compromised position? These rotations have been good. And now they find BRU in the middle of it all, knocking them out in 4th place, leaving our top 3.
This is now a game of chess. Who moves first? Avida XKDC should be out. Where is Avida XKDC? Who hired this observer? Bro, we need to look at the opposite side because this battle is not going anywhere between Bigatron and WAG. Nan7 has got the right idea, firing at the Avida XKDC players as they try to reposition. Tikui dropping down. They are out in the the open. How in the world did they survive all of those shots? Because only one player thought of focusing on the position of Avida XKDC. And they might just have a big chance here. Tossed in a nade, and now the ice grenades come on through. Bigatron by Vitality, backing away, playing the elevation to their advantage.
Holy cow, they're just reinforcing their glue walls time after time after time, and this is what's allowing them to hold out for so long, not allowing any value from the ordnance. Now, throwing nades back against AVD, and this allows WAG to actually move in for an all-in, looking to try and beat this. Fortunately, Nahan is the first to go, and AVD still at full fighting strength will eliminate the last member of WAG, unless Dix has something to say here. That's PLS1. What a call from AVD. They back away. Give over that one elimination. It's a squad v squad.
Yeah, hell yeah, man. Avida XKDC just with a better positioning here. But now Bigatron by Vitality. The ones that started it off all for the Indonesian squads in the tier 2 to show them that it was possible. Now taking on the ones from Thailand who want to prove the exact same as well. Anusit on the right-hand side flank. Long right inside with the Trogon. Gets Nix down on the ground. It's now Pablo versus Sibang. M590. Koja says hello. And it is not going to be possible for this Cassie to get that pickup. And Koja finishes him as well, leaving Anusit all alone on the side of Avida. And Bigatron secures Booyah number 1.
Dang, how did they do it? What an awful position they were initially, but their loadouts apparently, something's different about it. How did they hold out for that long? Were they just connecting more shots, or was this a more technical aspect of the team's loadout?
Pablo, man, I don't think the electrotherapy was working at the right time there. Either he activated the electrotherapy a little bit too early, or he didn't just click it on time, because that was a crucial battle up against the Bigatron players. And without the extra life, you're just not going to have your frontliner get the job done. Anusit wasn't in the right position to play those clutch angles by the sniper of the squad. And Bigatron by Vitality overwhelmed them. If there's that one advantage that Bigatron by Vitality had in that final sequence of event, it was the sniper Joel, who flanked around towards the left, not allowing Avida to spread out within that final circle.
Yeah, honestly, it could have been Avida or even BRU in that final position.
Oh, yeah.
That's the scary part, right? Both of them were contesting for that last outer circle, and eventually, unfortunately, the BRU members may have caught on to a lot of smoke from WAG and BTR in the middle of the conflict.
I mean, this is Avida XKDC on their very first run here at the FFWS SEA level. Bigatron by Vitality, on the other hand, they already made their breakthrough back in 2024, and they've been pretty consistent on this tier 1 run so far. But Avida XKDC just made that look like no joke at all, right? As if they had not missed a single day compared to Bigatron by Vitality. In fact, they owned everybody else out there on the battlefield. Even the players of Buriram did not manage to get very far.
Well, I'm talking about the one team. I want to talk about the one team that faced them the most. Heavy, unfortunately for them, just could not recover as AVD was just really avid on hunting this one squad down. Yeah. But I think the one thing that really sets them apart, and based on the current moves we've seen so far today, AVD know when to just say it's time to go. There's no need to get in. If Heavy is by themselves, let's eat them up and farm them for points. If there's anybody else, we really don't need to go out of our way.
Yeah, Seafall 2025 Heavy, they were the runner-up, right? I mean, they won big last year before heading into the global finals. So I think Heavy is absolutely fine, because early parts of our group stage, early parts of how we set up the finals for FFWS SEA, Heavy has proven time and time again that they're capable of sneaking into the finals. They have what it takes. But to get to that second spot, last year was the first time we saw them rise to the occasion. This year, I think a little bit off to a slow start. So back to their old version once again. I wasn't wanting that. I wanted to see, improvement tournament after tournament. But let's see exactly what they have. I mean, because even PE Sports, even WAG, they've had these ups and downs within the region itself.
I agree, and I think it really just comes down to the openers for a lot of Vietnamese squads. Once they get a good opener, things naturally start to snowball, and it helps them scale into the mid and as well as the late stages of the game. And I mean, GOW got pretty close there. The same can be said about AG. It was very awkward position to be in that final circle with basically little to no cover to play once we got into the third and fourth ring. But I think it really goes to show that the current patchwork, you can see that everybody is just making sure if you can lock down a position, you really need to minimize the damage you take.
Yeah, Gao just did so much better than Heavy in last year, right? Even when you look at how they performed towards the final parts of the year, C4, they placed 6th, in the global finals on 8th as well. But taking a look at some of the highlights off of this match, man, we had quite a number of eliminations out there by the looks of it, Gideon.
Yep, a lot of harassing. We don't get to see too many all-ins. I think it was only 1 or 2 squads where we're looking for the big all-ins, but now we get to see the loadout here. How have they been able to hold out for so long? Nothing too out of the ordinary. I like the fact that they're going for the more, so that's been a really big thing for a lot of sniper players to actually opt into these days, but they even bring in the A124. They're not running the raid, they're running A124, Oscar, Nero, and Morse.
Yeah, and the A124, we've seen exactly how capable it is in some tense situations to help the squad just survive. If it wasn't for that, I think Bigatron would have lost their lives a little bit too early in the fight. And overall, Koja just doing well for his squad to pick up on those numbers. But when it comes to the effort, you can see everybody was just throwing in everything that they could. 5 eliminations, 6 knockdowns off of Dix as well. Not too much on the damage, but he made up for the rest of the department.
Very nicely played overall by BTR. Really risky. I still can't get over the fact that was such a big coin flip there. It could have been anybody's game. We might see more of these types of coin flips depending on the final rings, but so far this has been slightly unorthodox, a slightly unorthodox late game. We'll see whether in game number 2, or at least with the next map, we get a little more action coming into the early and mids, because it feels like everybody is quickly just jotting down the landing zones. They're like, all right, this is a fresh new plate. It's like scrims all over again. Let's quickly analyze.
Yeah, it's also a brand new meta, right? Because finally the snipers are back in the driver's seat. This particular run in Free Fire right now is going to be dominated or dictated by the snipers. So you're not going to see a lot of open ground rotations because of what the snipers on the Southeast Asian level can do. But let's take a look at some of the numbers here. Bigatron by Vitality maintaining their #1 spot through the Booyah, and thanks for the Booyah, because or else Avida XKDC just doing better than them on the elimination department would have definitely overtaken if they hustled a little bit more. But 25 points in the first game to open up this season is fantastic for the first timers of Avida XKDC.
That's a confidence booster for sure. But when we're talking about points as well, even Flash was putting up quite the numbers. 3rd when it comes to the most eliminations so far in this first game alone, and that's with only 1 placement point. So I would imagine that things are going to start looking a little more exciting as we get into the 2nd and 3rd map. We'll see whether they'll stick to their aggressive ways or whether they learn their lesson in those next 2.
Yeah, man. I mean, Avida XKDC, let's see if or not they can pull in big numbers like these if they do not keep bumping into Heavy, right? Because I think we didn't really get to see a lot of flavor out of Avida XKDC. It was just the repeat of bumping into the exact same squad. When they were thrown out into slightly more open battles, I think the final circle, they handled it really well, and they show a lot of promise even up against the big squads, even though Bigatron by Vitality had a great position on that high ground. I'm so impressed that they were not able to take down Avida XKDC. But of course, for some reason, our camera angle was just stuck onto one perspective, so we couldn't actually see what Avida was doing to survive. But I say they didn't really have a lot of defenses, so that was some pretty impressive maneuvering off of Avida.
It's just casual push and pull, right? Our POV was what Avida was looking at the entire time, just looking at one compound and all the teams who are trying to peek out and covering as many angles as possible, especially on that lower ground where they already had boots on the ground to eventually rush back out. Oh boy, I don't know. I'm still questioning it whether or not Avida can make this happen again. Some slight adjustments from a couple of teams. I feel like in terms of the decisions that were made throughout, it's really when it comes down to Aurora and alongside with Magna, how they need to handle that early to mid transition. For the side of Heavy, they just need a better early game. PE Sports is the one that I don't know how they died off camera. I don't know how they got jumped by Magna all of a sudden.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know a few things that happened out there in the lobby because we were just not watching how things were breaking down. Fingers crossed we get that sorted out so we can hop on to all of the action out here. But understandably so in terms of the difficulty of catching on to some of this action, because the kind of fire that we have here on the Southeast Asian leg is just unbelievable, right? So many capable squads, even the underdogs, even the first timers like Avida XKDC are just ripping the lobby apart. But this is one squad, or at least a bunch of players that do have a little bit of experience playing Free Fire esports for many years, but they just haven't been able to really make a long run into the global finals consistently because of consistent re-rosters.
Yeah, the consistent re-rosters is one thing, but it's come to a point where it feels like we've already hit a ceiling for a majority of our players. Until we start seeing new talent getting pumped out of Malaysia, or at least a different angle, like a certain hunger, some kind of ambition from these teams, and a lot of personal sacrifice if they want to get to the level that some of these teams have already achieved over the past 3 years.
Yeah, man, I mean, I totally agree on the hunger part. I think we've got a lot of players. I think we've got a lot of good players, but I don't think we've got enough hungry players like what you see out of Vietnam, what you see out of Thailand. I mean, the hunger of these guys to go out there, prove themselves. And it's not like you're proving yourself just for a bunch of likes on social media, right? You've got a lot of money on the table. You've got $100,000 potentially waiting to be deposited into your team's bank account. And that's like close to $500,000 ringgit if you're Malaysian.
Hey, wait until you qualify for EWC, and then we start talking in the millions, and that's where it gets interesting, right? And I think this is such a big risk. It's like throwing your, buying a lotto ticket and hoping that you win the jackpot against millions of others, right? With so many changing variables, I would only imagine that these teams coming into map number 2, it's the same mentality as map number 1, but I really want to see if any of these teams, right, want to start changing it up every single game, like alternating whether they want to play safe strategies or more aggressive strategies each and every time, because again, all the matches matter. They're playing for placements here.
And that was just game number 1, and I think FFWS SEA is living up to its usual promise. It's as chaotic as ever. It is just absolutely difficult to determine who's going to go out there and dominate consistently game after game. And I love that, right? Because if we had the kind of league where you're just going to have 1 or 2 dominators who are just consistently up at the top, it just really takes the fun out of everything. We're about to hop on into game number 2. Is it going to be the exact same names, exact same teams getting down to the very final circle? Let's see as we hop on into map number 2.
Oh boy, everybody needs to get ready for this unless they want to unleash that fire. Hop on to the private jet as we look at the upcoming flight path. We're hoping that it's going to be neutral, just so that we have a good idea of how these teams want to play before we get the wacky stuff. I'm only going to assume it's going to happen later in the day, but welcome everybody as we make our way over to the city of the future. It's Nexterra.
Yeah, Nexterra time. And time to strike some terror into the hearts of your opponents. From one side down to Intellect Center, opening up the full map here for all the squads, but I'm still expecting some hot drops out here. PE Sports, RRQ, Avida XKDC, GOW. Will one of you get us what we are looking for? RRQ and Avida might just answer to that call.
Yep. I'm keeping an eye on the 3 major POIs on the map. Between Boxing Gym, Zipway, and Farmtopia, we're expecting a lot of the teams to be rotating to that side, but we'll find out first. As teams have already dropped AVD now, putting their eyes on RRQ.
Are you ready for the big time?
Whoa!
Avida XKDC. RRQ will ask some big questions here. Ma'al the sniper. Just not having the right gun for the situation. Tawan takes him down with the MP5. Dudes now found as well. The boys on the side of RRQ being ripped apart one after the other. Abe has a great gun here, but overwhelmed. The numbers are just a little bit too much. RRQ has got one final survivor. Runze getting close to the vending machine. Can he hit that revival? Abe buying time. Long Kong down. It's a double for Abe. As Pablo finally sorts that out, Runze picking up those coins. He needs this revival, gets to the vending machine and buys an insurance policy for RRQ. As they get the ground wiped with the faces of their members, Avida XKDC taking on RRQ in this surprise 50-50 and winning it. And now PE Sports down to say hello, but Avida wants none of it.
If we're assuming, we've already made the hypothesis that Avita, they jump down, they clash fast, as soon as they see those revives, or at the very least see some weakness, they're probably going to turn their heads. Now we see Ranze managing to take down LBT, which is great for them. That's already going to be 1 point for them. But it doesn't mean that it's a full commitment just yet. All the RRQ members are already back up to speed, and looks like we lose Gao in the meantime.
Wow, Ranze is so impressive. I mean, just surviving this compound, bumping into the PE Sports players one after the other. And now the next one in contention will be Nolan. M590 fights, but here comes the SMG. P90 in the hands of Nolan. Ranze, opportunity to surprise everyone once again. Needs a headshot though in this situation. Backs away. Narrow coming in to assist. And the assist will be delivered perfectly with the M590 in his own hands. PE Sports overwhelm the survivor and reviver of RRQ.
Now AG having to deal with Aurora. And it looks like Aurora have a pretty good split here. They've already taken out Cypher. Nameless was the next to fall. And they also have high ground. So plenty of space to play. We come back to RRQ. Back on the farming spree. You know, having a good time.
Well, Aurora doing well up against AG Global in this circumstance. Axel finding Dew, Baros Mini Uzi, just not the right gun for the situation. Max 7 is going to cook him. And that's about it for AG Global on their final run through Nameless here. It's quite broke, so he needs those coin machines. But Aurora, 7 elimination strong early game.
Very, very good early game, in a matter of fact. We'll see how they're going to take this momentum later into the game as well. Most teams not really pushing too far out from their early engagement zones, or at least looking to third party. We now wait upon the blue to close in and reveal the second ring. And this is going to mean a lot for anybody who's currently sitting in the center, right?
Oh, yeah.
Some teams prefer to play on the outside, and it looks like AVD has opted for that playstyle too. Looks like there is resistance on the opposite end, though.
Nani? Rematch, but just for one player. Abe, you better stay down, brother. Avita X KDC circling around, just hovering around the jump pad, wondering if or not they should use the vehicle. PE Sports right behind. Long Kong, do you spot them? He sees the glue walls, calls upon Tawan. Tawan getting closer. Avita wants a fight.
Long Kong, he's calling to the rest of his teams, where are my attack dogs at? And now Tawan looking to hold the ground and setting up the battle lines. UAV to kick things off to double check the POI and realizes there's only one member and he's running away. With Ma'al making, Abe making the shots here. He's gonna jump and run.
Well, Abe just was waiting for that opportunity. Avita didn't use the jump pad, but he wanted it, so he had to wait it out. And PE Sports just helped Abe out big time by pulling in that distraction, and great decision-making from PE Sports to not engage in a disadvantageous situation up against Avita X KDC, who was looking very bloodthirsty in that moment there. WAG on for the rotation, but possibly the engagement up against AG and Heavy. Well, let's go, says Wangam.
They didn't fully clear out Mufasa here. Wangam now fighting on top of the signposts. And ideally Mufasa can get some shots in and take Buhui out. Wangam unfortunately doesn't find it, but Buhui still gets knocked down due to fall damage.
Man was just trying his best to survive there. Heavy up against WAG, but don't cry, just blasting through them with the M590. This is GG.
Oh, no.
Wang, what are you gonna do? They went in there for the big time commitment. And Heavy now just waiting for him to get his butt down.
That's so crazy, especially in the position they were. Like, they could have double-checked whether or not Mufasa had crossed the river, and they ended up going into the rest of his reinforcements while Mufasa ended up finding a flank somehow. Like, that should not happen for WAG's side. A poor choice in the decision there, but it's just one of those things that you let slip by.
I mean, there's a vending machine right down below. Heavy backs away. WAG can survive.
Does he have the money, though? I mean, they know that he's still up there. They've got Alan on, duck watch here.
Oh, he does?
Yeah, okay, he drops.
Oops.
Okay, you should get the
blue wall, two blue wall, double revive. Let's go, WAG. Heavy. Alan just drops by to say, oh, hello. Thank you so much for bringing 2 more points for us. We're going to hunt down the rest of your brothers as well. RRQ bumping into Magna.
Dude's alone? Does he not need any other util? Now, let's look at where the next ring is going to pull. Oh, towards Plazaria Boxing Gym. That's gonna suck for everybody on the northern, northeast side and north side.
This is Buriram now. I mean, not getting as far as they wanted to in that first game. Dinoculus just gonna scan out the compound ahead of them. Just focusing on the looting progress here. Not wanting the heat off of anybody else. I hear a couple of gunshots towards the Buriram players. Maybe somebody's asking for trouble and Buriram's heading straight towards them.
Looks like RRQ looking to keep their backs clear. They're going to make a double pass on that northern side, and WAG looks to be the one who's contesting the space. I mean, I'm pretty sure they're aware of the 3 members on the ground making their way to the bridge side, but are they aware of Ma'al on the highway?
Bella Bay is down, Ma'al is up. Either way, WAG will have a lot of stress here to deal with the situation because it is spread out like butter. And RRQ is going to have a field day just picking them off one after the other. WAG not looking good with the numbers here and the potential survival rate.
You ever get the feeling that Dudes needs to give himself verbal confirmation before he takes a shot? He has to tell himself, like, that's a guy, that's definitely a guy, and then hits the nastiest headshot. In the meantime, at least for RRQ, they're still looking for the WAG members. They will be able to actually loot themselves up some extra weaponaries here, but they haven't really cleared out the WAG members, so job's not done yet.
I don't think a lot of thinking goes into it. It's just reflex. Ooh, player. Boom, headshot. 3i! Up to it again. Didn't get the headshot this time round, but took away enough of that life of a Pikui to give this advantage. Oh, M5 90 fresh shot does not find the connection of A. Gets the job done. Lightning zone called upon RRQ by WAG now to save their buddies. I think this is just a waste of money.
Yeah, a bit of a waste of money, but hey, at least Abe was aware enough to see the landmines up in the front and decided to take the opposite way. You know what? Maybe Dudes doesn't have the inner monologue. That's why he has to verbally confirm.
Yeah, maybe.
That would be even funnier if he actually didn't have the inner monologue. Wow, this is quite the long walk all the way from Motor, all the way down into the next ring, and I'm pretty sure it's about to close at this point, right? It's like 9:30. Yeah, it's about to close.
Garina's gonna beef up the blue zone very, very soon. I'm very sure because blue zone right now is just tickling everyone, barely doing any damage. All thanks to the team boosters.
It's different every single year, man. It's one of those oversights that it's like, oh no, we gave them too much survivability. Let's increase the blue zone. And then they reduce the blue zone and reduce down everybody's survivability. It changes every year, man. And for RQ, this is something that they played before. I think this is like what? The same, well, not exactly the same strat as 2 years ago, but of the sort of healing outside of the blue for as long until what? Ring 3 into 4?
Let's see if Flash will get a freebie here. Both squads outside the circle. But as we have discussed, the circle only tickles at this. Oh, what a dinocular scan. 4 players spotted out. And Heavy wants a big meal. They want their 10th elimination point off of Flash here. Is your sniper ready? Alan, spotting out those players with the cord. Mufasa struck down. And this is a great time purchase here by ABCD and his buddy. 2 free points. The God and Zom is here as well. Flash actually wants to take this fight.
Okay, bit odd. I feel like they have no choice at this point. Rather, it looks like they do have options. They just launched themselves out of there. The UAVs can spot nothing. There's one of the heavy members, I'm pretty sure it's Buhoy, who spotted it out, looking to chase him down. Yep, it's the Zom.
I'm still in disbelief that they wanted that fight. What a shot there, the Kar98. Nan 7 had none chance to survive that one. Revival for Flash. Don't drop by RRQ. It's a bad idea. Well, guy doesn't know. As he finds his spot on the bridge. Heavy on the other hand. Getting chased down by the Magna players. About to bump into a Flash player at the vending machine. As Mink gets brought back in. Zom's probably gonna have to pay a big price for the revival.
It's Heavy just consistently having to run here. Despite having 9 eliminations, they need to regroup together. And right now it's a little messy as Mata has split them in half. Alan gonna try his best, already trying to get 1. Takes out Winzy. Virus tries to respond, ends up going down anyways, don't cry. Now Getbu and Dria, they have to make the best of this. Oh, the lightning almost catching Getbu. Managing to get into the compound in time as Heavy looking to surround.
A beautiful play by Heavy this time round on the lightning zone. Boltmaker used at the right time. They've got the great big advantage here. Up against Magna. But time is running out. Everybody has rushed into that compound. And this is trouble time as Flash decides to get involved in this fight as well. WAG on the other hand hanging on with their final player. Vending machine is dead. A single revival is all he could afford.
Last one. On his feet at the very least. Maka, majority of the members are getting eliminated out inside the blue. Everybody is taking huge taxes walking into the 4th ring. No profits today. Heavy still with the majority of their members managing to actually crawl back into the edge of the ring, and they still have a clear path to get into the last zone.
Yeah, Buriram's at it again. They're not practicing to dominate the lobby. They're practicing to find booyahs for themselves. And I say that's one damn good way to dominate big competitions. Especially when you've got Champion Rush in question. Avidax KDC up against Aurora. What can this A do to the other A's? Who is backing away? Glue wall all beefed up. But the Avida players now are being welcomed to the top floor. The one down, Azriel, AC80 straight to the head. And now Zuez, they're going for the backstep, but great glue walls by Avida to block off that entry. And make sure the players of Aurora are slowed down. Now Cryo Mind Play. June going for the backstab. Anusin spots him. It's all about Pablo now. Here comes the nade. Azriel down on the ground. And the Max 7 of Avida showing Aurora who's boss.
Unfortunately, Aurora may have preemptively made a move. It was a good idea, and now they're at a 2-man disadvantage. At this point, they're just looking to tank as much as they can. June on the run as the rest are trying to make it within the ring to find their zone. Pablo quickly walking back out. They're expecting a lot of revives actually coming down. If they look up into the sky, they should see 3 to 4. See that Pablo and Tawan able to make it into the ring. BTR taking shots at them. Natural cover is not safe. They must make a choice now.
Yeah, this is where you get to see exactly how good Avida is. Now out in open grounds. Oh, here comes the Cryomine. Avida actually wants the fight. They take it straight to Bigatron by Vitality. Boys dropping their health right back up, but Pablo, a sliver of Val, gets dropped down by the Valiant Dash. Digs in and out quickly. And now Anusin left all alone on the side of Avida. The circle finally not just tickling, but doing the damage it should be putting onto all of these players. And I guess this is the end of the road for Avida on this game number 2.
Oh, poor Avida. Poor Avida. They're doing so many things correct. Now we look at the other members. Weren't able to find an early spot here in ring number 5. BTR, BRU happily taking pot shots, and even AG having a wide spread on that northern side. Now the ring will start moving to that northern side, and AG, they are supposed to act as gatekeepers unless BTR decide to make that side of the wall collapse.
AG Global backing away. Buriram still active. Staying clear from this engagement between AG as well as Bigatron by Vitality. Bigatron, the consistency in the day is looking good. Looking to dominate that number 1 spot on the leaderboard. Looking for this back-to-back booyah for themselves.
They don't need to do much here. They've already forced AG into the second floor, and BTR can just take the compound on the opposite end. This is 3 floors worth of action here, and BRU have opted to not mirror BTR, but instead go onto the opposite flank. At this point, BTR make the smart choice. They go into the second compound on the opposite end, taking as many shots here as Wasana and the rest of BRU control the bottom leg of the first compound.
Oh, this is going to be a big fight here for AG, but Bigatron actually helping out Buriram here. Getting that knock onto the AG player. Bigatron has got this high ground, and AG are now stuck. They can't go down. If they go up, they put themselves in the crosshairs of Bigatron. They got to play this timing right. Cypher getting through the window. Sibeng and Koja playing the pressure. Glue Wall Melter will remove the defenses of Bigatron on the outer part of their compound. And this gives AG a little bit of breathing space.
They don't need to do anything. BTR just needs to hold their position. They control a large chunk of the center of the map. Nameless finally finding one and securing one. Wasana and Moshi to fend off themselves. Jonah gets intercepted here, and AG, full 4, should be able to clean this up. Depending on how much damage Moshi and Wasana do, this could ruin the odds, and it looks like AG are not willing to take that risk anymore. Just cover the flank, let's keep playing safe. We know that BTR has the better position.
In the history of me as a shoutcaster for Free Fire, this is the first time the cam is making me tune into this heated battle of Buriram from very fixed angles. Now, I've got no idea what active skills are available on the side of the Buriram players, but with the way they are playing, they're surely on cooldown, waiting to play. Oh! A lot of advantage with that high ground. Moshi takes down Nameless. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Just 3 more players. Kyung makes it easy. Baros taken out. And now AG Global in a 2v2 up against Buriram. Can Buriram make this a 2v2v2 by taking down the players of Bigatron right opposite here? They've got those angles to play with.
Unfortunately, I think it might take too long to actually commit all their resources into getting placement points if they try to eliminate AG. They guarantee themselves second. If they want a chance at first, they got to help a little bit with alongside with AG to find a pick off to BTR. And that's 2 down. Now BRU have one simple goal. Take out Cypher, they guarantee themselves second.
Oh, free cam. Master. Oi! Wasana! Says Peekaboo. Valiant Dash gets him that 1 knock, but now Sibang, the shot from up top. Koja, advantage with the max 7, and Wasana wipes Bigatron with a back-to-back booyah on day 1 here.
They're looking hot. They're looking like they're on fire, but most of all, they are making the better decisions on the fly here. Really clean stuff coming in from BTR. Glad to see that they are making continuous correct decisions, because every single time they say yes on a good choice, it just compounds further and further into the game.
Sea Spring, they placed 3rd. They got the podium finish. They went on to the Esports World Cup last year. They got the podium finish on the 3rd spot. Bigatron by Vitality has been looking good, but more importantly, that confidence has been growing. In C4, perhaps not the best run for themselves. A little bit of a Debbie Downer as far as the global finals was concerned. But this is Bigatron by Vitality telling us very clearly they are back for some good points.
They're here to play. They truly are here to play. And I think the scariest part about them is the fact that they are not willing to back down from like disadvantageous fight, which is kind of strange, right? Because we're seeing that happen more often with a lot more teams. The choice being like, I refuse to go down and start farming back those coins. We're gonna fight here whether you like it or not.
I mean, you gotta respect what Bigatron has done. This is no luck. This is back-to-back consistency. Even Buriram could not get themselves into the best position to play that final circle 2 games in a row. Something that Bigatron has sorted out. Bigatron also had a big fight up against Avida XKDC that was raging in the lobby. They sorted them out. WAG, no problem. AG's shots with those angles with Dew. This is Dew season. Even he could not get the job done. This is very impressive off of Bigatron.
It really is impressive off of Bigatron. But we also got to look back at what BRU is doing, right? Because again, we're expecting them to be kind of the litmus test, the baseline of what all the other teams should be aspiring to get to. And I think that you mentioned it very well. They're looking to play for those booyahs, so the amount of interaction and clashes that they have personally are actually on the lower side. So in both map 1 and map 2, it really just came down to one bad fight where they lost more members than they probably should.
And that's horrible if you're Buriram, because look at Bigatron. They are getting it done on all angles, right? With the positioning, with the numbers that they're collecting off of these lives, and also the consistent back-to-back booyah. They are playing Buriram right now. They are playing like Buriram, how everybody expects Buriram to play. Whatever that Buriram's trying to guarantee for themselves, I think it's just not going to be enough if they want to dominate this season. But of course, we have seen the very best from them. They are the current defending champions on the global stage, waiting for the qualifier of their own into the Esports World Cup as well. And I think they've got a fair good amount of time to rise in the competition. It's just the second game of day number 1 here, Gideon.
But of course, I do want to see the final scores at the end of the day, just to get a bit of the litmus test, because I think consistently, both in map 1 and map 2, we've seen that, I'm not sure in map number 2 whether Heavy was able to find double digits worth of eliminations, but I think there are a pretty good litmus tests of how many points you should be getting within a game on average, because if BRU is netting higher points than them, then clearly, even if you fight that many times, the placement points is just more reliable to secure.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I think Heavy was playing a much better game in the second match. I think we saw them around 15 eliminations by the time they got eliminated from that run. So in the overall grand scheme of things, the recovery from Heavy has been very impressive. But they were unfortunate because they got taken out of the run way too early. So not a lot of placement points, but it's a fantastic recovery game for them. What I'm in disbelief of is how Bigatron by Vitality scored 14 eliminations in the Booyah on the first game and not double, but became even more aggressive in Nextera. They got 17 eliminations to complete this game. Fantastic stuff. Let's check out the highlights, man.
Hopefully we get to see some of the BTR movements here, right? Because again, the reason why they got so many eliminations this time is because they were winning really key fights. Like, you kind of don't have a choice in certain areas where you have to go for the all-in, and it feels like, so far, Diggs has won out a majority of his 50-50s.
Yeah, he most definitely has. And if you look at the top elimination here, Dix with the 7 eliminations, Zuez, Koja, ABCD, Allen getting into the top 5 as well. Not a lot of eliminations, I would say, overall in the top Predators of the lobby, apart from Zuez as well as Dix. But we've seen bigger numbers for sure. What's more impressive instead of these numbers is the consistency of a Bigatron. I think their positioning has been flawless. This time they play on that Zane, Oscar, Cassie, Morse, a little bit different from what they brought into that first game with the A124. This is Bigatron trying out different strats, different metas, just to see exactly how far they can go in. I dare say with what they have pulled off on Nextera, the numbers, this is looking like a well-suited gameplay off of active skills.
Yeah, no, it fits their playstyle. I think now that they have access to Morse now, they can basically sell the idea that they're pushing as 3, having no idea where their sniper is going to be. And then when it's too late, guess what? It's a 4-on-1 scenario, 4-on-2 scenario, and Simnek is already in your flank. So I like the way that BTR, they knew that they wanted to be a sword instead of the shield. I just like the variance of the ways that they can attack a team.
Dix and Koja playing on the Oscar as well as Zane. The Valiant dashes, we saw the number of times it has made a difference in a lot of these, encounters. And speaking of encounters, the extreme encounter for Zane, giving Koja the kind of sustainability that he wants to have on that front line. Surprisingly, he also was playing the Antonio. He had the Shani on him. He had the Joseph. So great big defense on those front lines for the side of the Bigatron by Vitality player. 29 points to close off a big second game at Nextera.
Yep, Heavy in second, 15 eliminations, just 2 points behind them in terms of raw eliminations. And then you compare them to BRU, who held out for so long, only netting themselves 15. So as long as Heavy is getting into these 15 points, they don't care too much about the placements, as they'll naturally compound with the number of eliminations that they have. Overall, though, Aurora even came out with 12 eliminations of their own. So we're seeing teams who are not only holding out, but fighting proactively at the top end of the leaderboards.
Yeah, this is a very big improvement from Aurora, scoring 9 points in Bermuda and now a massive 19 for the second game is going to boost them up to the 4th spot on the overall leaderboard. Bigatron still looking very impressive, followed by the 2 squads out of Thailand. AG Global hasn't found their rhythm just yet, surprisingly. This is a good run from Aurora. I'm hoping to see this continue because, again, it's filled with players who are veterans in the Free Fire esports scene within Malaysia, but chemistry-wise, they have to figure out exactly what they need out there to consistently dominate. As you can see, the placement points, it's not really on the high side here. Aurora, I don't think they can only depend on those eliminations if they want to stay at the top.
Agreed. Unless they're breaking into like 15 eliminations plus like Heavy, it's a little difficult to achieve overall, because even BRU not having as many elimination points, those placement points carry them over just a little bit ahead, and arguably a little less work because of how little engagements they actually take.
Yeah, man. And of course, this is just the first two games. We've got Purgatory coming up for this next one, and it's going to be the exact same grouping throughout the whole day. So the warm-up for some of these players, some of these squads were still struggling. I think they can, we can write off the first two games, but we've got 4 more to go. The day is just getting started here, Gideon.
The day is just getting started. I want to say, because out of all the maps, if we're really saying that those open, wide field, those big rotations will get punished by snipers, I think this is the map where we're going to see the most amount of headshots. This is assumptions, of course. We don't know. That first minute could just be every team all dropping for the same spot. It's tough to say.
Yeah, it's most definitely tough to say. In terms of the consistency from the squads at the top, I think it has been impressive. In terms of Bigatron, kind of because I wonder, are they experimenting for the kind of active skills that they're going to be sticking to for the rest of the competition, or are they thinking of changing up their playstyles according to these maps, right? That's definitely one thing to look into as well. It's going to be quite a curious question in my head until the end of this day. We've got 6 more matches. I hope to catch a little bit of a peek into all of their active and passive skills by the time we get to the end of the day here, Gideon.
Yep. I am a little curious to see whether or not the usage of Morse over the Riptide Rhythm for a lot of these snipers, right? Because that has been like a bit of an interesting shift for some of these snipers to be like, oh, I don't care about the glue walls anymore. They're harder to get rid of. At least this time round, I can just reposition and most of the time find the headshot anyway. So I'm not sure whether or not it's going to be enough, especially for this upcoming game.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, the Moss has been very dangerous, looking at how the snipers are a little bit more beefed up in the current meta of OV53. And if you can reposition, find a spot out there that the angles are going to be dealing those dead shots to your opponents, it's going to be putting your team in a fine spot. Alternatively, could be putting you out in a very rough spot for survival. We got to see exactly how well the stealth bites are abused out here as we head on into Purgatory, game number 3 of day number 1.
Alright, let's see how these teams are going to unleash, because now we finally get a little bit of a skewed flight path more towards the the east and southern side between Central along to the middle of Ski Lodge. The northern parts, Moat House, and as well as Crossroads, can take a little bit of time to actually make your way all the way over there, but this would mean that a lot of these teams are kind of compact towards that southern side.
Most definitely Ski Lodge will house Magna for the time being. Bigatron by Vitality has got a big compound to play with at Forge. And I do believe they are going to go hunting down for the Magna players in a little bit. WAG in a very early skirmish up against AG. Varos is not the best guns to have a very early game, but it is a fair fight since everybody's on that mini Uzi from the drop. The A124 was played by Barros, but he was overwhelmed by the numbers here on the side of WAG.
Now, the northern side of Brasilia, a little scary, because whoever lands directly inside of Brasilia tends to make their move towards the high ground on the northern part if the fights take too long. But here by Mount Villa, GOW faces against Aurora, and unfortunately Aurora losing majority of their members. These micro Uzis are good, and the Axel unfortunately can't deal with 4 of them on the opposite side.
Now, he most definitely can't. GOW is coming in for the chase. Axel gets 1 shot onto death. And he knows he's going to be in trouble, man. That has to force a drop here. He doesn't do that. Demon is punished. Smart play by Axel. And it looks like Gao still wants to get a little bit of revenge here. So we will get a round 2 on them in a little bit. Axel making sure Demon is not picked up in that situation. Avidax, KDC in for a little bit of revenge play on RRQ. Could not get the plushie through the wall. Abe has to back away. Smart play off of the cryo mine on the side of Avida.
Holding off that position, making sure that they can't reinforce it as well. They knew that RRQ was going to be a man down. They quickly saw that revive come through, and that's what gave them the confidence to throw the cryo mine. Now, it's all about whether or not they can control the outside here of this compound. Zay quickly drops down to the blue wall in time, has the Austin Bailey dash out of there. Tawan ends up trading against Ranze. Understood, he's trying in the 1v1 against Duitz, ends up losing. Duitz with a quarter of his HP, needs to try and deny Long Kong. Not too late. Long Kong able to get at least 1 revive onto Tawan.
Oh, Long Kong needs to go get the job done here. But he chooses for survival.
Thanks, bye.
Nitrous is there. RRQ. Ma'al does not have the sniper that he usually carries. If he did, Long Kong would be long gone.
Oh man, unfortunate. But RRQ very happy. They're at the edge of the ring. They're at Central. They can now just casually loot up. And if there's plenty of POIs to play with on this side, with the even an arsenal nearby, just in case. For the time being, it's going to be a pretty chill moment for RRQ.
Absolutely, and Bigatron by Vitality. Number 1 squad within this lobby right now. On the hunt, and PE Sports might just be the next victim here. I think they've spotted them out already and just now going in for the chase. Binoculars used fairly early, just making sure nobody's hiding behind those trees as they make this approach.
They're just sweeping this entire forest on the northern side of the water body. Now they're even checking their northern side as well for POIs, making sure that they are doing their due diligence. They can't afford to get flanked, especially with considering how far out in the open they are. There's not a lot of cover to work with besides trees. And sure, it's cover, but it's not the best.
Is on. It's very, very interesting game overall. I think the observers are having a little bit of a tough time as well, managing to catch all of this action.
I mean, I heard they're big fans of Death Stranding. I think they're trying to re-emulate that. Just the walking simulator. It's 1-to-1.
BDEX KDC under pressure now. It's going to get locked. Tawan cannot use his Valiant Dash. And Nolan punishes with that backstab. Brilliantly played off that A124 PE Sports. Forcing back the squad that has been absolutely deadly so far. AG versus Bigatron by Vitality. This could just be an early drop here by Bigatron. As Dix finds Cypher and 590 working perfectly. Joel and his brother Dix going in for the hunt. Nameless electrotherapy working perfectly. Barros is going to have this advantage. And look at them swing around each other. Big machine, Bigatron by Vitality gets there. AG Global on that revival. Joel brings Dix back. So this gets to continue for a little bit longer.
Ah, the electrotherapy, too good, too good. Oh wait, Joel! Does he manage to at least take a trade back? Fortunately no, doesn't get it. Too late, too far, and too much foliage blocking the line of sight. Flash, apparently all of their members still up and alive, still by Brasilia. They have not moved for too long, and Ranze looking to regroup with the rest of his boys. However, Allen spotted out. They need to swing together. Ranze still able to take him out. That's a double kill for him.
5 eliminations on the side of RRQ. Still camping around those vending machines in case any of those battles don't go their way. Flash up against Tawan, the only player from the side of Abidex KDC. The Mag 7 is going to find him as Ming rushes on in.
Great punish, great punish. They knew he had to waste like a good majority of his magazine, using all the clips inside, forcing him to reload early on. Now, by campsite AG, again, it was a tough fight here by the Arsenal, but now that they've won it, they are well equipped for any engagement. And this really helps to their style of taking it slow. They're great at finding these picks, and if it can just hold down for a little bit longer, they will discover the second ring.
AG Global, 4 eliminations. As they head on towards the other part of the circle, Aurora maybe want to book an appointment with Team Flash here. They do have a hit list on a different squad. They have spotted Flash with their naked eye and going in to say hello in a bit.
Yeah, where did they... I thought they were looking at the vending machine by Brasilia, but then where did AVD go? They went north and disappeared, and they got the revive somewhere, but it's not within Brasilia. So let's find out where it is as we looking heavy, and as well as BTR. Dix now getting caught in the middle, unfortunately, reacted too slow. Simnek did get revived here, but it's only a matter of time before he gets hunted down.
Yeah, Sibang looking for some way to pull the squad back in here as WAG for the better part of the circle. I think we're just very slow plays coming on through here. The God under stealth bites off of that Morse to reposition. Aurora hot on their heels. They want to fight. PE Sports on the way in. They've got a vehicle.
Oh my god.
They might just be able to stop Flash dead in their tracks here. A 3-way battle at Brasilia.
Is nobody gonna take a shot here? Not a single person. Everybody saw each other. They made eye contact and decided, you know what? Let's just chill for a second. Let's just chill. RRQ still by central side, finally getting to the edge of the map where they first held, clearing out their entire backsides. Now we jump into this fight between BE Esports and Magna. LBT is the first to go down as Nolan turns to Foreigner Virus. Oh, with another one! Able to find one more. Nolan gets one back into Winzy, of course, but it's a 2v2. It could have been a lot worse. Magna still having a majority of their members here. Actually gets Winzy back up, turning the 2v4 into a 1v1. Instantly getting collapsed upon. Magna wins that fight, but it's not over, because we see Aurora and as well as Flash, who we saw earlier, just chilling.
Now Magna could circle on in. RRQ bumping into a VDAX KDC, getting those double knocks. Koja with a triple revival for Bigatron by Vitality. Still early game. Oh, but it looks like WAG is like shooting ducks out of the sky. Finding player after player that has been revived on the side of Bigatron, punishing them instantly.
Yeah, Bigatron has not been able to get back onto their feet for a while. This is going to be the second full reset that they had to do at this point. And I think it might even turn into a fourth reset, considering that a majority of the spots here in this second ring has already been taken up. They have to search the outskirts. Golf course side, BRU is going to be there. Brasilia is right directly in the middle, so nobody's passing here. Maybe the western side, but that's where we saw WAG come from initially. Oh, that's Long Kong in the back.
And Death deals the perfect shot to Long Kong. Anusit bringing Pablo back in. And it looks like Avida X KDC is going to be forced on that revival spree, just like Bigatron by Vitality here. Speaking of, Joel on that revival, bringing Koja back into play. But surprise, these two teams are still surviving after so many close encounters.
Yeah, I think they're making a read on the ring. Also, this has been one of the most underwhelming skewed flight paths we've had. It's just first 30 seconds of fighting and then everybody decided to stop. And now we still have 12 remaining teams still alive somehow within the second ring despite it being skewed.
Oh, amen. And Buriram, game 3. And they're still taking a slow approach. 14 points on Bermuda, 15 on Nextera, maybe 16 on Purgatory.
I wonder what BRU does in the meantime. I feel like if I'm holding an angle, if I hold it for too long, I start falling asleep, which is probably why Wasana's just going back and forth just to stay awake here, as they still have to cross the body of water into Brasilia's side, a very traditional way, traditional ring for most of these teams, which is probably why you're seeing them actually take it slow within Brasilia.
Staying in one spot, not moving, falling asleep, sounding like a free cam operator here. WAG with 4. Nice, spotting on heavy. 9-7. AC-80 in the hands of the guy who needs those sharp shots. Grenade's gonna go to the wrong spot here. Ice Grenade is gonna force Allen back. Lightning Zone called. And this is trouble time because Bigatron is approaching as well.
Take their time with this. Now we're seeing that everybody on the top of the roofs have to get out. Riptide Rhythm to open up the exits. Heavy, they've only got one POV and it's not enough to cover everything. See back on the opposite side, Hwang Em, he sees T-Quay. They're trying to look to get into the bottom. They nade the top side. Groza in hand, like Hwang Em can't afford to die right now. PL's one ends up going down, Hwang Em as well. And that's going to be 2 on the outside as they get absolutely peppered from everybody. You would have thought that AG is out of this. They are not, and Du is landing headshot after headshot with the help of BTR just behind them.
Oh, and now Bigatron. They thought they were just playing third party in the situation, but they are going to get preyed on as well. AG Global now out in the open, but maybe big mistake here because Heavy has the big advantage against both Heavy and Bigatron. They've got the farmhouse for the defense and Nameless. The LMG just going in there, spraying those heads, but instant recovery thanks to the compound they hold.
Oh, plenty of contact for AG. Now they're about to get into the double digits. Just 2 more eliminations to get there. They use the healing UAV to escort them back into the ring, but they're still looking backwards, seeing if anybody makes that mistake. And more importantly, Heavy on the opposite side, Du ends up going down. GOW now getting involved as we see a revive coming in from one of BTR's members to scout the area, but Heavy have no clear path into the ring.
Oh, Cypher. Oh, but a sliver of health. Can he make it? Still surviving. Joel down. Sidveng taken down by the circle. Bigatron by Vitality is getting obliterated. At the same time, RRQ facing the exact same fate up against Buriram. Here comes Jonah tossing in that nade. Ma'al! And Wasana just a little bit too slow to whip out that woodpecker.
Oh, AVD getting involved. Oh, goes down despite so close to dying. They need a reset here for both sides. Get their team members back up, and now the cryo mine comes out first. Jonah throwing his ordinances alongside with Wasana to slow down the initial push, but Wasana ends up going down. Uwe landing an amazing shot, and they see this war happening on the opposite end.
Wow, Heavy beating down on both these dive squads. First looking for Buriram, and then looking for the Avida players. But Avida XKDC making sure they end the run of Buriram here. Taking down all of their remaining members. But of course, Captain Jonah still alive and kicking. No more grenades in hand. He has to play this one careful.
Yeah, playing for placements at this point is Flash. Everybody from Brazilia's side is forced out of town. Even Magna as well. Aurora PE Sports, Flash, and Magna all trying to contest each other in two separate compounds as the last members of BRU and Heavy will engage on the Western Front.
Don't cry. With the Valiant Dash on standby here. Chilling outside the circle for the time being. Heavy up against Avida XKDC. Looking to smash down the glass of the weapons arsenal. Not being able to get there in time. Long Kong with a Mag 7 gets the knock. Don't Cry and Mufasa. The pickup onto Allen by Bui. Smart play. Brilliantly done. Pulled it up in the nick of time. The circle could not do that damage in time. And the team is right back up on their feet. Avida XKDC just waiting for this perfect timing. Barricading themselves inside of the weapons arsenal.
Oh, they need the fights to quickly finish up. The Flash as well as Aurora and RQ so far are not going to move, and they're not getting as much help as they wanted to. They ended up opening up their angles to more util to flood back on in, but at least somebody's looking at them. Somebody's looking at Heavy at the same time when they are.
Five elimination strong. Wanted to bust down those blue walls. Finally, the Valley Dash comes on through. And it looks like it is all-out chaos. Avida XKDC getting pummeled by Heavy. Long Kong sneaks out. And Grand Theft Auto, he's out of there.
He's going to run out and try to heal up outside in the blue. GOW still controlling that northern side, but the southern side is not done yet. Taking some good shots here. Oh, gets to it as well as they find one more in the Axel. Good headshots here. As now they collapse towards the left side. Magna has an opportunity to clean them all up, but first GOW collides. So two fights, north and south.
Flash, oh my goodness, this is just way too messy for this lobby. Circles too wide open here. 17 players still alive through 6 squads. And Flash struggling to survive. Magna barricading themselves behind a tower of blue walls here. What a nade! Gets to tag Brienne, but Virus, ABCD, Get Boo, Zob, all getting taken down. And the shots off the court by Mufasa puts the final end to the players on the side of Magna looking to survive the circle.
This is the best case scenario for GOW as well as Heavy. Both sides still members very full. Very well loaded. Riptide Rhythm to open up the left-hand side flank as Demon makes his way to the right. The end. He's got to land a couple of shots here. He's got to land something to slow them down. And fortunately, it doesn't seem like they're finding it just yet. The end still holding his ground here against Heavy. They know that he eventually has to slow them. As Dian and Demon slowly start walking up. Heavy opting to close themselves in. It's a full fight here. 2v1s on opposite end. Dian's the first to fall down, and Demon can't cover him. And unfortunately, that means Heavy finds the pick that they were looking for. Far shots knock up through Riptide Rhythm, and even the Valley Dash as Demon tries to reposition behind them, ends up giving his life. Now Death all by himself. That's a full team wipe here, and a solid win for Heavy.
Heavy with the recovery play. 3 points in Bermuda. They got pummeled to the ground, and then they made their recovery play at Nexterra. 15 eliminations strong at Nexterra, and they wanted to prove that they can do even better. Because remember, this time the finals, we are heading straight to Vietnam. They want to make sure they are ready for the big stage.
And it looks like, I mean, a lot of situations that we thought they were completely out, but they recovered every single time. And they got very lucky at the end there. No team fully all committed. They put up enough resistance that their opponent said, you know what, Heavy just isn't worth it. Let's look to the opposite side. And that opened up the whole game for Heavy.
Yeah, it most definitely did. I think it was so much of chaos. We couldn't really find a lot of angles to paint a decent story of what was going on there. And looking at the sheer number of teams who were bumping into each other into that final circle, obviously it was going to be difficult to survive. And the final zone just had to pull us out into the open. Barely any cover at all on this Purgatory map towards the very end. Even Buriram was struggling to find a decent spot for themselves. They got hunted down by Avida X KDC of all squads. Quite curious as to what did Avida pull off of this game, because we could barely get a spot on them with all of that chaos breaking down.
Yeah, a lot of teams ended up surviving a majority of the time, which was rather strange considering that we at least lost one team within the first minute. We didn't get to see that this time around. The first team only ended up dying towards the 4th or 5th minute of the game, and even then, it wasn't like the most confident of attacks. Even so, right, the two major things that influenced this game, that skewed line, and everyone recognizing that the ring was going to end up to the north of Brasilia. That's why we saw fewer teams on the outer side, so more teams finding POIs in the blue to actually get the full revive.
Yeah, Avida starting off really hot and then fizzling down. Heavy starting off really bad, but heating up. This is fantastic for the two underdogs that we were talking about at the very start of the day. But the two big teams that we predicted to be doing fairly well today, Buriram as well as RRQ.
The third map did not do well enough. So from this point onwards, to set the tone for the rest of the position, Barros ends up going down at the end of the day, and that's a perfect scenario for Aurora. Now, Aurora, they've got to run. They've got to leg it here.
Yeah, I mean, Jun actually got that. Will be spotted out by Cypher. Cypher has got an advantage with the range here off the gun. Has the Python as well. Valiant dash straight to Jun. And Jun just could not respond in time as Dew took a shot at him with the M82B from afar. Cypher was just the distraction off of the Valiant dash. Smart play by AG.
Unfortunate for Aurora, though. They lose two of their members, and now they're on a recovering spree. We see WAG actually collapsing down onto Casa Vista here, and AG looking to hold up his position. They don't want to give this away, and they're willing to fight for it, point blank if necessary.
And WAG now has got a big fight that they might have just wanted to see exactly how they can make the cut. Yes, Cypher with the Bison, beautifully flanked around, Wong him down. Tikui trades him out. Dew is there with the VSK. PLS1 down. Nameless shutdown, and Nan7 waking up for the squad. Dew, can he pull this off? Tikui just at the vending machine. And he'll pull in the survival for the rest of the WAG squad, and AD Global has to figure out how to get to the next vending machine. Dew is rich enough to buy his whole squad back.
Oh, wait, hold on. When one team leaves, another team looks to accept the challenge. As WAG control this space in Casa Vista, PE Sports decide, you know, it's our time to shine. Let's get back in there and start farming these points. Tikui makes first contact here. Narrow taxed on the way in, but Laohoi, LBT, and Nolan have already made it into the first floor.
The heat is just not easing off. Now PE Sports being pressured. WAG welcomes the challenge. And it looks like they're going to be winning this one out hands down. PE Sports has just had a terrible day here on the opening of this spring season. And Mark now about to face the exact same situation as well, up against Flash, who has found their rhythm.
These teams all pushing in, left, licking their wounds. We look over at AG, now trying to get back up into full strength here. Same goes for Aurora, both contesting Aquaria, but Aurora is the team that's moving in, and Zeus loses his head to Dew. Might be another one as Riptide Rhythm comes through and Dew finds. He's good for 2 here. 6 eliminations in the bag, putting AG at 15 eliminations.
Dew single-handedly revived his whole squad, sorted out 2 players of Aurora as well, all on his own. I mean, what can Dew not do? 6 eliminations in hand, 7 off of Cypher, 2 off of Nameless. 15 eliminations strong for AG Global. But man, oh man, what a lobby. We've got 11 squads still active in here after all of those numbers picked up.
Yep, everybody is on the recovery game. Even for Magna, we see him on the feed pretty often, right? 1 full reset and a half reset for them. WAG has been managing to control these rails for the time being. They know somebody's on. The question is, how far down the line is that person?
8 eliminations here for WAG. Heavy, on the other hand, looking for the TV tower battle up against PE Sports. They might just bite off more than they can chew here of this TV tower battle because WAG not too far away. And I'm very sure they want some points if they can sneak a few off very early on. Buriram, on the other hand, bumping into Bigatron by Vitality. We haven't seen them yet.
Yeah, wasn't expecting the monster truck to make it over that height. Now Heavy don't have a vehicle to get back out, so they're going to drop another one just in case, you know, safety in numbers. Let's look at where this next ring is going to be, because the teams who are on the outside is GOW, Magna, Aurora, alongside with AVD down on the southern side.
Well, we just slow the pace down here a little bit as Buriram joins the fray, making this into a potential 4-way fight at TV Tower. WAG still the ones who are furthest away. UAV sent out by Buriram. PE Sports scanned out totally. And Heavy takes the UAV out of the skies before the spot is given away. And now Buriram going in for the rush. They get the info. They want the points.
They're going to take the bottom floor first and slowly start scaling up. Once they've identified that the bottom foundation is clear, then they start moving up. Question is, do they even want to, right? It looks like they're repositioning somewhere else within TV Tower, and they don't mind taking a couple of shots here to find a more secure location. 2 entrances that they have to worry about. 1 entrance actually having a corridor in between. This is a more defensible position for sure.
Again, Buriram just walking away from an open opportunity to take points. They don't want to take those shots. Aurora, on the other hand, want to take shots, but they're getting shot at left, right, center. They can't survive just yet. Axel now in a little bit of a pickle. M590 in the hands of Mink. Just one opportunity to meet him, and Axel should go right back to the waiting flight. ABCD up to the top, Valiant Dash. Oh, Axel, smart play, but just could not survive long enough. Ice Grenade will get the tag onto him. And now AG Global might just be the next predators here in the eyes of Flash.
Oh no, the timing could not have been worse. Flash caught out in the open, and AG now taking the space as soon as they possibly can. And they have access to slide rails if they could just make it up into the station to close the distance. ABCD is thinking the exact same thing too. He's going to be the first one to do it. Luckily for him, able to also generate a barrier when he does so. Quick nearby
nice.
vending machine is going to set him up for success, and now whatever he does at this point, his job is already done. Doesn't win out the one, but he at least brought back everybody else.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, well played there by ABCD. Bigatron by Vitality up against Magna. Ooh, smart play in terms of positioning, but both players tagged up right behind the wall. Sibeng with the RGS-50. Big opportunity here. First grenade does not manage to get the tag. Everybody else barricades themselves behind those glue walls. Koja M590 around the wall, beautifully shot. And more for the pickup. Magna's just getting eaten up by Bigatron.
Great push and pull, and now Diggs breaks right on through the glue walls to finish off and clean up the rest of the members of Magna here. Virus is the last one standing, hidden on top of the top hill rock. He's forced to run. Koja on the chase, refusing to give up any survivors.
Well, let's see if or not Diggs will be able to catch up with the vehicle. And just chooses to repark his vehicle before he gets a summon for it. So, understandable. TV Tower, quite popular for them. Enforcement officers all around.
TV Tower, it seems like the ring has not moved out of TV Tower for a very long time here. If it pulls towards the southern side of the TV Tower compound, that's going to be so good for Heavy, BRU, and even PE Sports. I would say arguably for BTR, but let's see if they even make it into the compound.
What is this circle? 11 teams still alive. You're heading towards TV Tower, the compound I hate the most. It's got so many levels. It's gonna allow many teams to survive for quite a long time before the chaos breaks down. Just like what you see in front of AG Global here, being eaten up by WAG. Surprisingly, of all squads, AG Global falls to WAG.
Yep, and honestly, AG Global not too sad about that. Oh, well, now they are because they could have gotten a little bit more points. Magna getting eliminated for holding out just a little bit longer. And finally, another team wipe in Aurora as well. That's 3 squads down for the count.
And 3 squads in the matter of 30 seconds annihilated before we pull it into circle number 5. WAG sitting pretty on the opposite end of the circle. They do buy out a hit list as well on top of everything else, just to understand exactly where's the closest squad to them. Brilliantly played off of WAG. Now, they don't have to worry just yet.
Yeah, the ring pulling to the outside of TV Tower, it's great for Heavy. Not so much for PE Esports and BRU anymore, and now hugely benefiting WAG on the opposite end. Now Flash probably thinking the same thing. We need to get on the southern side. Heavy denies them that opportunity. Same goes for GOW as they are taxing this rotation.
Okay, Team Flash just throwing the monster truck ahead as cover and then quickly repositioning this well. Okay, good parking skills. GOW pummeling them from the back. Flash doing well to survive for the time being. Barricading themselves with those beefed up glue walls, and look at the glue wall tower built up right in front of them. Throws out the glue UAV just to barricade that a little bit better as well. Survivability wise, Flash doing really well.
Yep, this is costing them a lot of resources. All of this was just to get to WAG's current position, and now they're caught between a rock and a hard place. Riptide Rhythm towards GOW's side, it looks like the only means of negotiation is through Hailfire of Lead. Now we come back to BRU. 3 of their members already now get high, the only one surviving, and finally AVD looking to close them out. PE Esports as well in an all-out bout to make sure they win the bottom floor too.
Yeah, Buriram still playing the no-shoot game, and they get annihilated in A. Avida X, KDC now spotting out the PE spot players. They just took out Buriram. PE could not recover, and Avida took advantage.
TR as well. Good about out. A lot of these teams are dropping out the sky like flies, and WAG still in prime position to win the entire thing as GOW repositioned behind the sidebar gets punished by Flash. This entire time, Flash has withstanded this war of attrition, now getting hit by the Cryo Mine alongside with the Riptide Rhythm from WAG, who will afford nobody is able to invade their space. ABCD behind the monster truck, now finally already destroyed. It's just two of the last remaining members left. And unless they get a handout by GOW, this should be it for them.
WAG finally waking up in the competition. This has been their best match so far as the eliminations are concerned. And in fact, they've got more eliminations than they have gotten in the past 3 matches put together. That's insane. Heavy on the other hand, don't cry down on the ground. It's a big fight up against Avida X KDC. Just all out chaos as they barricade themselves in. And Heavy is actually jumping into those glue walls, trying to take those shots. And somehow, Awan trying to get through the rest of his buddies, and Avida wins out the gunfight as the rest of them pick each other up. And Avida X KDC is ready for battle once again.
Yeah, and for some reason, this whole time GOW decides to intercept the fight from the flank, and AVD more than happy to take it as they already cleared it up, leaving only WAG and Avida. Of course, one last remaining member from GOW, but it's just a matter of time.
Look at the circling round by Avida X KDC, the reposition, reading the circle well, understanding the compound, and now booking an appointment with WAG once again. And they've got a little bit of an advantage positionally here, looking at the circle that's approaching.
Where are the rest of these members? AVD. It feels like they're kind of cornered, but they've got the entire southeastern side covered, right? That low ground is going to be a tough fight. Tikwe, he finds one. That's the opening pick they were looking for. They want to one, and they get it with the Riptide Rhythm as well. Another shotgun to the face. Last couple of members here in the Han wants to be able to find it, and yes, they get it. Everybody from the side of AVD could not find the trades, and they have unleashed the fire. WAG from the bottom of the standing finds a booyah.
WAG finally waking up in the competition. My goodness, we took them long enough, but this was a massive 20 elimination game, a 32 bomber for them to climb up, scale up this leaderboard filled with titans in Southeast Asia. Brilliant the way they manufactured their positioning out there on that circle and played it so well, just inching in towards that zone little by little, and of course picking up fresh bodies all along the way.
They played it well. As soon as they recognized that they had Godspot on the second last ring, oh my goodness, they held it out so well. And Flash had a really good idea if it wasn't for the first initial shots that came in from that high ground. Could have changed the fact their fates there, but it's too tough. It's too tough, man. Oh, I don't know how else they could have played it. I felt like Flash, they had an opportunity. It's just, if they didn't get spotted there, maybe it could have been different.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, Buriram and RRQ again bowing out early. This time, RRQ with no points whatsoever. Buriram with only 5 points because, you know, they couldn't really sustain a lot. They got those 2 eliminations and, you know, barely any placement points on them. The struggle continues for the top Predators, or the supposed top Predators that we thought were going to be able to farm these points. Instead, they are dwelling at the bottom of our leaderboard.
Yeah, it really shuffles things up in your mind in terms of power ranking. Possibly. I don't know if they could
that off. In fact, I can imagine Dew laughing his head off at the end of that matchup because of what they pulled off, man. I mean, brilliant stuff off of these players. And here's a squad that has been running around these lobbies for the past 4 matches, not shooting at anyone. They barely have any eliminations, Buriram, and I think they're doing it on purpose.
It really feels like they're looking to only play for booyahs, right? Try to simulate and set up as many positions as possible so they can start practicing for that champion rush right at the very end of the tournament.
Yeah, this is crazy. Aurora facing some challenges out there, and you would think that they would be doing fairly bad, but they're doing better than Buriram. Aurora is doing better than RRQ. They are doing fine right now, technically speaking. Snipers get to show us exactly how dominant they want to be in this season.
All right, looks like very slight. It's still a pretty neutral flight path all across the board. Skews slightly down to the southern side of Santa Cruz Arena as well as Maze, making Shrines and Old Hampton a little harder to get to, but still should be okay for everybody in general. I am curious, Refinery, what are we going to do about this? Because RRQ and BTR have opted, oh, this is our spot, and then later in the year they decided to play outside of it and then eventually rotate to it mid-game.
Man. Early engagement here for Avida. The players are looking for a big one here, but up against GOW and RRQ, they have to be very careful because no information whatsoever for the players who are playing. They don't know who they're engaging with because we've turned off the elimination feed. I know it sounds mean, but it's really fun.
Well, now that they're blind, they're just gonna have to take these engagements really honestly. AVD doing a pretty good job at controlling their side of the map here by pushing close. RRQ looking to scout the outer sector and making sure that the northwestern side is still within their quadrant. GOW has not moved, and the UAV is going to reaffirm their worst fears that they are currently surrounded from all angles.
But Avida just taking their own time here. Yan almost spotted out double back. Oh! And did he have a Mag 7? Well, Tawan's going to pick it up right now for himself. The double Vector's doing well in that situation. Early game, not a lot of armor on their opponents. Long Kong, beautifully played. Just dodging away. The A124 has not got in for the thrill of the battle just yet. Waiting for the perfect timing as Tawan hops on in as well. Thrill of the battle finally activated, forcing GOW to scramble away, and RRQ picking this time to interfere.
A really good third as they find 2 points immediately. Pablo all by himself as they break through his cover. A 3v4 scenario, but Ranze, he's already found one. Abe loses his head. Anuis is the next to fall, and Long Kong has to hold on and turn it into a 1v1, but unfortunately doesn't get it. A double kill for Ranze. Great opening picks.
Brilliantly played here by RRQ, and the timing that they pulled off there. We hope you guys can't hear the gunshots that we can hear right now.
Don't worry, it's Karina Free Fire's attempt at the next song. This is the beat. This is the beat they're gonna work with. While I'm already down on his knees though, PE Sports look to actually catch him by Refinery side. Where's the rest of the WAG members? They're sitting by the rig itself and unfortunately didn't find enough back. They only got LBT in Lao Ho, but looks like LBT holding an underground, underneath position, a forward position even, allowing PE Sports to take more space.
Yeah, brilliant rescue mission here by PE Sports, and now they spot WAG backing away, and they want a piece of them. Quickly repositioning. Bigatron by Vitality on the other hand. At the Shrine, spotting out Magna Esports, keeping an eye on them, Koja, as the rest of his team members get into position, waiting for him to open fire.
Yeah, it's pretty awkward place to be in, especially if you haven't cleared your backs, and Magna already losing a member because of it. Cut to GOW by the ridge. Down by Council Hall here. We do see that. Oh, wow. That's a pretty far split down into Council Hall. Not sure how he got here in the first place, but it looks like he's on a recovery spree himself, right?
Death takes out a player from the side of Evidax KDC. Anusid hits that revival. And they are right back in it. Is forced back again and again. Anusid now maybe can secure this elimination for himself. Bigatron by Vitality. Book an appointment with Flash. All thanks to the hook gun. Mink gets away. Over Joel with a flank. Kar98 finding its mark.
And another shot. Back-to-back. Joel connects both of them, eliminating PE Sports from a vital position that they were holding. They could have gotten flanked even harder, but unfortunately, it's going to be Flash who's taking the majority of that damage here. They still haven't completely won this ridge just yet, and that's going to be a full team wipeout. There you have it. BTR take out Flash at 11th.
Oh, Joel looking really sharp in the M24 and Kar98 combination. Deal with the headshot onto Zebang. Looks like AG Global wants a piece of this fight. And because they managed to pull off a decent shot, do they go in for the hunt as well? AG Global on the chase from the back. Bigatron by Vitality. Trying to put great distance between themselves and the AG players as quickly as possible. Hook gun in hand. And they are out of there.
Really good decision-making coming in for BTR. They recognize that Flash's ABCD was running in this direction, and they can only assume that they cleared it out. So they make their way in the same path, hoping that there's going to be the least amount of resistance here. As they make it into the launch pad, they should be able to gain some distance over the river and down by the next compound in a safer area.
Yeah, Flash and PE Sports tapped out already. But Aurora versus Evidax KDC. Big fight at the Council Hall. Avida looking for the recovery play. Aurora looking for some desperate points to climb the leaderboard.
Oh, they've got a flank on the high ground here, so let's remember, Azriel has to lead the charge. And that's what they do. They want to get Long Kong in as well as Pablo. Long Kong going to buy a little bit of time. Swings just to distract them, but now they quickly turn on towards Pablo's side. Lock him back in. Isolate these fights. Careful of that window. Gets a back shot onto Pablo's side, but they still can't take him out. Finally, he goes down the axle, able to find the headshot as well. That's going to be two members already down for AVD.
Yeah, Pablo with a panic play, and Aurora instantly going in for the hit list purchase to hunt down the remaining players on the side of Avida. Tawan found as well. Axel gets the VSK annihilation. And Avidax KDC biting the dust early here on our Ahari map.
Nearly juked them in the dark. Now we cut back towards heavy side by confinement. GOW has been on a revival spree this entire game. Haven't been able to find their footing just yet. And it looks like they want to minimize the amount of engagements they've already had this game. Deciding to head up? No. Looks like they're going out into the blue instead.
Such scattered fights all around the battlefield. We need the squads to find their rhythm so that we can paint a better picture here, because at the moment it just seems like chaos in Southeast Asia as these teams bump into each other after so many months of rest.
Hey yo, what's BRU doing here on this side of the map? And they're moving fast into containment. They've already taken the outer compounds past the roadside. And they're coming up from the south side really quickly. Heavy looking to respawn. Needs to reinforce their current positions. Their northern side compound is locked down, but they want to get an even flank on the opposite side. They call it. Finding another engagement on the opposite end. In a 1v1 scenario, Wasana needs to be able to win this out, but he has the help of the electrotherapy to win the 1v1 against Demon. Frontline down. Heavy now starting to press in. Mufasa has the high ground. Wouldn't be able to make contact. Oh, the hook gun! He sees a little too late, and Wasana takes most of his HP out and loses it to Mufasa at the very end with the help of the Valiant Dash. And get high. The next to fall, they have to coordinate when they start scaling it up, and Moshi should die here to the blue. Nope, he heals it past. He should be able to get out. No! Halfway across the map, Buhoy gets him.
Oh, what a play by Heavy. Unfortunate for Buriram. It looked like they were actually going all out there in that fight, but they just got smashed like bugs. Buriram caught out by that lightning zone as well. Phenomenal play by the Vietnamese squad. And your three-time world champs, in fact, current reigning defending world champ, taken out like they were no competition at all. RRQ now up against AG Global, who are looking to farm big in this match as well.
Very aggressive call from AG Global. Abe as well uses the Avalanche to break open the initial glue walls and finds one in Nameless. Ma'al ends up losing his head in the meantime, but now Baros, he wants to go for this revive. Abe is going to say no, denies him that space as Avalanche comes crashing through to find the team wipeout.
What a play. And what a response by RRQ. Big control by Vitality, finding the players on the side of Magna. Squad wipe after squad wipe is what we are seeing. Digs down on the ground, but Koja breaks down the defenses just in the nick of time to get the revenge. And WAG looking to be the third party here as Magna gets sorted out. Bigatron by Vitality has not secured a recovery just yet. The players are really low, but great glue walls all being erected at the very same time. Bigatron by Vitality just hanging on for their dear lives.
Yep, and even the cryoman being thrown. Koja finally gets back up on his feet, but no! Sebek, he's the first to fall. Now Tikui's already in. They're forced to play this 3v4, and now they have to back away with no means of escape. It's all forward, and Dixie's already found one. One up, takes out Joel. As we see the rest push on in, BTR by Vitality get eliminated by WAG.
Yeah, brilliant opportunity spotted and well executed by WAG. Looking for the big one here, WAG. A back-to-back booyah to launch themselves into the conversation for that #1 spot to be the champion of the day. To earn a little bit of extra bonus, 250 USD. Who does not want that? WAG is definitely smiling as they can smell the cash.
Oh yeah, and now they don't have to really move for the next ring. They just have to control foundation side. They need to be the ones gatekeeping. They don't need to worry too much about that northern side if they're on higher elevation. They just have to deny space. For Heavy alongside with GOW, I'm pretty sure they're not 100% certain how many teams are actually sitting inside of foundation. They're going to have to risk it for the biscuit here to get some info.
Good rotation, looking for the dead zone in the middle at foundation here. Anticipating the circle to arrive there shortly. As WAG finds a spot to build their foundation on the opposite side of this river. RRQ getting themselves into a decent spot as well. Look at Vietnam. Final 5 and 3 of them from the country.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure whether this it could go bad for them, right? They are risking it to put themselves in a position where if the ring pulls up to the northern side past that river, that body of water, WAG can make this rotation from that left side. But RRQ, they're aware of this, right? They're looking at WAG. They have no choice. They can't really push them out or flush them out of that position. They're waiting for the next circle to guarantee whether or not their suspicions are correct.
RRQ's on a massive run now, 16 eliminations strong. It's playing it on the very edge of the circle. Oh, but Heavy dropping by to say hello. Abe has got eyes on them. Ma'al now going in for the approach. They find a decent reposition to put a little bit of space between the Vietnamese squad of Heavy and themselves.
Dang, that was so lucky. Ma'al walks away. Honestly, that should have been a pick there, but Heavy decide to just play as gatekeepers. They want to control this outside and force RRQ deeper in or make a move. They know that WAG is looking towards them. They heard the shots from earlier. Now we just need to see where this ring pulls. Will it pull to the southern side or is it going to pull to the northern side? Oh, that's the worst.
The full squad here. RRQ. Enough information to understand exactly where the squad